Can you see the stars align? A night like this can never rewind. Can you hear the wolf cry out to the light? A night like this will never shine so bright. So take a couple steps back as you hear me start to hum. Take a couple steps back when I lose all control. Watch me turn into a werewolf, and I will hunt till the break of dawn. Don't you dare to try to stop me. This is the horn of the black swan. Take a couple steps back as you hear me start to hum. Take a couple steps back when I lose all control. Watch me turn into a werewolf, and I will hunt till the break of dawn. Don't you dare to try to stop me. This is the horn of the black swan.
Don't stop the body rock. Don't stop the body rock.
dark, but when you come out, I see the stars. There are so many stars, but when you shine, you burn my heart and set me up in
want my kids go. Going. want my keys going. Did I want my keys going?
Hello and welcome to the Belong Arena Clash Winter Season Finals. The day is here at last. We are going to be crowning champions this afternoon. Now, I am extremely excited to say we're going to be kicking things off with League of Legends. It's set to be an incredible matchup. We have got four-time winners, Portsmouth Pirates, in, and they're going to be taking on the new contenders, the Clyde Claymores. And of course, if we're starting with League of Legends, then we need our legendary casters. I am joined by Celtic Tiger and Hip Rain. Welcome to the show, guys.
Enjoying the compliments. Great.
I mean, it's time for everyone to put their hands together. We made it. End of the season. Always get a clap. There we go. The whole room's clapping. Ash is here as well. You've done well, mate. Everyone's done a great job.
Thankfully,
If you have watched the show this season, Hip Rain has an addiction to clapping on screen. I'm not sure why. He waits until we've got the mic set, he waits till we go live, and then he needs to give himself a little round of applause.
Well, it came from the first show of this season when we did the sound check and we started clapping, but we're clapping in odd orders, me and John Allen, and you have your new big hair, and you said it was going to be a big season, and I think you're right, it has been a massive season here at Arena Clash.
Well, let's talk about the season. So we're going to have a little look at the playoff brackets. Now, it has been an up and a down season, but the playoffs have been pretty intense. So tell us about the journey here today.
yeah, I mean, we expected things like the Portsmouth Pirates, of course, to make it this far because, of course, they have literally won every Arena Clash up to now. But even if you look at their semi-finals against the Bristol Smugglers, they were really tested there, just about taking that 2-1.
And so we've also obviously got two teams here today who are just incredible. As you said, we've had the Portsmouth Pirates. They've won every Arena Clash so far. We have had the Clyde Claymores have a really incredible season, some really blistering play from those guys. So let's talk about the rosters that they're going to be fielding today.
Yeah, I mean, if we do have a first, we'll look at the Portsmouth Pirates, the standing champions. Austin Naughty joining the team, but for the most part, it's the same team we've had for every season of Arena Clash here. And we've been looking at Flubber. He's been the guy we've been bigging up throughout the whole season. We've seen him once on the actual stream, and he got challenged by Ches and Hinamori. So I'm going to be watching the bot lane for the Portsmouth Pirates versus the Clyde Claymores, because Passy, good support, good team. And Clyde Claymores, you know, they're a team who, in their games versus ult, were very dominant or just being completely stomped. And those are the two things I'm going to be watching here, because Pirates played a more competitive, it was kind of back and forth, very tense game, but for Clyde Claymores, it was a little bit more stompy.
Well, I think that's kind of the nature of the game right now, so it shows how the Clyde Claymores have adapted to the current state of the game, that once they get that lead, they're willing to use it very proactively. So I'm looking forward to, as you said, the Portsmouth Pirates were tested in the previous game, so if Clyde Claymores can find those openings, they could be very quickly ending games off them.
Well, I mean, I don't think we could have picked a more exciting matchup to kick things off this season. And of course, today's matches are going to be coming to you live from our flagship arena here at Belong Stratford. And I promise you, it is amazing here, an absolutely fantastic venue for our finals. So we're going to take you guys on a little bit of a tour.
Now, I've been to quite a few of these arenas, and this one is just massive. It's huge. You could finish playing, and then I could take my team and go and sit down, and we can have a drink and a laugh and a chat. It becomes much more of a social thing as well as being a gaming experience. Like, everyone I've spoken to is quite amazed by it.
I think the decor is great. I think the designers have done a fantastic job. It suits gaming absolutely perfectly. The neon lights are great.
It's really kind of high-end. It's got a really nice calming atmosphere to it as well. Like, it all just feels very, very friendly and very open.
It's really fantastic just to be able to see some friends here and watch everything come together, because every single Belong is like a bit of a family, and so watching the family here at Stratford evolve is fantastic.
Yeah, did I not tell you that this is a cool arena? I am very, very excited about being here today. And of course, I am mostly excited about the fantastic matchup that we have for you guys. So without further ado, I'm going to throw things over to our League of Legends casters.
Thank you very much. Hello and welcome to Arena Clash for the Grand Finals for League of Legends for the 5th season in a row. The Portsmouth Pirates have made it here. My name is Jake Hitbrain Matthews, and I am joined by Ireland's sexiest caster, Celtic Tiger Brennan. So we bring you all the action in this best of 5.
All right.
That's how we're going. We're going straight
all
in,
right,
man.
yeah, okay. I'll take it. Fair enough. Yes, I think this is going to be a really interesting matchup. I'm looking forward to the final. We talked about how the teams made it this far, and both of them, up until now, yes, they've been somewhat tested, especially in the semi-finals, but have still looked the strongest teams. So now it's, time to decide who effectively comes out the strongest of the strong.
Yeah, and we are on the tournament client, so we are actually a step behind live. Nico's not going to be enabled. Dark Harvest is still pretty devastating, so expect to maybe see some Carthus. I've been hinted at the Lux, but I'm not letting my heart break again, because I've been promised the Lux way too many times, and no one's whipped her out for me, so hopefully we see it at some
this point. The stream should be feeling as well, because you keep promising them Lux.
I know, and then everyone wants to see it.
Yeah, so if you think about it, you're the one who's really disappointing the stream.
I mean, the last time I casted Lux was the first time I ever did a live event. That was the last time. That was about 4 years ago now.
Yeah.
I miss it.
I'm not sure if I feel like I've cast Lux once or twice before, yeah.
I've only ever done her once. Actually, it was multiple times in that. It was a best of 5, and she got picked every game. It was pretty good.
Weird, but okay.
Yeah. I mean, it was similar to Arena Clash in the sense that it has its own little meta, its own little micro meta, as we say.
Yeah.
Here.
I like to think that as we come into the finals, though, that Arena Clash's meta has started to catch up with what we consider the regular meta.
Yeah.
And
it's
I'm looking forward to seeing
as
we head into the draft here, which one of those we start to see come up.
All right, well, Singed is going to be getting banned away. That has been banned against Hoff pretty much all season long so far. The Rengar is targeted at Shave, and Tortoise also getting banned out here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at a lot of these. We've seen this kind of week in, week out. We have seen all these target bans, and I think it's smart. Again, you come through with a lot of these players. They're obviously not professional players, so a lot of the things you will see will be these comfort picks come out. So you want to take them away from those, put them on something a little less comfortable, see if you can win out the matchup then.
We can also see the coaches joining in from their respective stores are here as the Elise getting banned out. Shaven Tortoise getting very heavily target banned, has been a consistent member for the Portsmouth Pirates across all of the seasons, has been able to enable players like Rydona and Divinus, because Flubber typically deals pretty well on his own, so we'll keep our eyes on him as the Jin gets taken away, another Dark Harvest user.
Yeah, and I was going to say, we were actually talking to Shaven Tortoise as another one gets banned away. I was going to say, he really favors these aggressive junglers, the one that can invade proactively, and even a lot of them good Dark Harvest users. You can see 3 of those taken off the board immediately.
Well, instantly, Flubber gets his hands onto the Lucian. Let's see what the Claymores are going to be looking to answer out with here.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Most of the strong AD carries right now are things like the Lucian, the Jin, I guess, with the Dark Harvest, while that was still strong, or while I guess it is still strong. And of course, Draven is something that comes up quite a bit, so you could see that in response if Europe's feeling up to it.
Well, Patsy's played this before. We're going to see it once again. The Zyra gets locked in as the support, so pinching into that pool. Maybe here we see the Claymores also try to take away another aggressive jungler, like Graves or something like that, but are going to lock in the Ezreal for now. We'll have to see what Shaven Tortoise wants to be picking up here.
Technically, you can flex the Ezreal, but I am expecting it to go bot lane with the Zyra. It's more of a poke style lane, avoiding the Lucian strong all in, so I can see the reasoning they're going for here for the Claymores.
All right, there is going to be an aggressive jungle if ever I've seen one. The Kha'Zix gets locked in alongside the Scion. So Rydona probably just going to look to nullify the top lane. That's what we've seen typically for the last few patches. What we've seen especially here.
Yeah, what we see typically is Urgot Scion. Is
Yeah.
what I was going to say. Everyone matches the Scion with the Urgot. It is a winning matchup for Urgot, but it's a very slow matchup. And that's what you're saying. Nullifying that top lane is exactly what the Pirates are looking to do. As long as Rydona's not dying 1v1, at least early on, while the rest of his team pulls ahead, he could still be that big engage for them. Just run into the center.
I believe we saw an Urgot in every game in the semi-finals. I have to double check that, but I'm
Certainly he was
certain
picked ban.
He was picked a lot, right? So we have to keep our eyes on as the Braum and Malzahar get banned away. Targeting out Divinity has been picking up the Malzahar, especially in these high-pressure situations. He played pretty much nothing but the Malzahar in the last finals for Arena Clash. So once again, just target him out there as the Zac gets banned away. One of our little favourites here.
Yeah, I think you notice that they're just removing some of the tank junglers that can play a little safer. Interesting that they remove Zac, because I think Zac would be almost perfect for the Pirates, because he's a jungler that's very punishable, as Shaven Tortoise wants to invade. Maybe just worried about the collapse, but being one is prone to being invaded, and invading himself. It is Ivern locked in.
I mean, you pick Ivern into an aggressive, invade-heavy jungler. This is... I mean, you're the jungler here. Give me the little rundown of how this works.
Well, Ivern's hardest counter are things like Nidalee. Nidalee was one of the hardest counters because you can't slow her down. She just jumps past you, and it becomes a big, massive issue for you. Kha'Zix can't quite have the same level of mobility, but certainly has the same amount of damage. So Shaven Tortoise should be looking for invades. You try to match the Ivern's pathing, and you can kill him very quickly, even through his shield. But what they have done right here, when you want to lock a matchup like this, is make sure that they have that mid lane priority, because they've left it to last, so they need something that is able to push, and they've gone for the Ziggs to do that.
Terrakio picks up the Ziggs, though. We did see the Ziggs for him versus... Ult, there we go. Had a brain fart. Versus Ult, he actually whipped that out, and I think it was game 1 and 3 he played it in. It was the Dark Harvest as well. Played for the lane push. I believe he even ran the Demolish to get those extra plates.
I'm actually not sure if he did, but I definitely...
No, his jungler ran Demolish.
Yes,
so
but
Euan might run it.
If I remember, you should or even can still run Demolish as the Ziggs here, and I think I'd like it because then you could take Bone Plating secondary against the Syndra who's looking to burst you out. Bone Plating, a great anti-burst rune. I think I'd like to see that here. Maybe even he's currently hovering the heal. Wouldn't mind seeing that change to barrier, but I guess does roughly similar things. Just to avoid being burst out, and then he can play around his jungler that bit better, push forward, help out the Ivern, avoid that Kha'Zix.
Divinus even hit on how he's been kind of playing around with these Dark Harvest champions back when it was the Dark Harvest we're currently playing on and not the live Dark Harvest. And he was saying Syndra, Lux, Karthus all do very well with this. So with that Ignite looking to go very aggressive, looking to go for the kills, we can see that actually they did swap out the heal on the Ziggs for a cleanse. Oh. So there has been a slight change there. But what I do want to really hit on here is Officer Naughty on the Nami. We saw him on the Nautilus 2 games in a row in the finals. And he also played, I believe, the Braum. Yes, he played the Braum. So it was 2 games of Norton, 1 game of Braum. We saw him on these tankier frontline supports, and it wasn't particularly the best showing from him. He getting caught out in maybe silly positions or going for hooks underneath turrets, and they even had a little bit of a bully with him when we were chatting to them earlier backstage about, sometimes he plays a little bit too far back, so they've given him a champion that allows him to now play further back in this Nami, who's just going to look to heal up Flubber.
I think the big thing is it's not only that you can play further back and that's nice, but you can also play... I'd be more looking at the lane as something they can aggress with, because the all-in with Nami Lucian, that is a lane bully. You're able to push forward. We talked about this previously. One of the reasons that you see Ezreal lower in priority, the reason I mentioned the Draven ahead of him is because the other laners are always going to have pushing priority, and that'll give them control over that lane, and that is something of a worry when you are coming up against an aggressive jungler as well. That gives you a lot of control over the map, potentially.
Well, the teams have taken that defensive line along the river. No one's going for an invade. No one's going to be spotted out quite yet. So the Clyde Claymores will be starting up on the red side, and the Portsmouth Pirates are standing champions, 4 titles under their belt already. Looking to make it a 5th one in a row. They're starting up on the blue side.
This is a standard 5-man fan. Zyra hanging a little bit further back, just going a little bit safer again. And this is just a very defensive start, covering all those jungle entrances. And the big thing you notice as well is that Ivern didn't have to commit to either side, because of course you don't have to leash for Ivern, one of the nice things you have with that champion. So I'm interested to see if you go for something of a 3-buff start. Looks like they're going standard. I'm just going to go for the blue buff, because you can of course start top side as Ivern and try to invade, get both buffs at the start.
See, you have to track the clear here on you, and it looks like now he's going to move over to that red side of the jungle, not going to be invaded by Shaven Tortoise. There was a ward placed down so they could spot him if he did try to go for that, so looks like Euan's just going to try and smite the red buff, pick that up, and then go back towards that bot side and clear out there.
Yeah, you see what they're doing. What you're doing is the Kazakhs now. Shaven Tortoise is moving across, making sure he can actually
already
contest
found
this.
him. Euan's low. Euan's forced to flash. Shaven Tortoise holds fire for the moment, but he's going to be gifted the Scuttle Crab, and Euan now flashless.
Smart play, just looking to contest that crab instantly with the Ivern. The only way you can get there is if he either smites very early or stays at that level 1 mark. Having stayed at the level 1 mark, very, very easy to just get that flash.
And look at this, Divinus even has push in the mid lane, so if they want to go in, they can, they do have that priority. But now they're just stepping back, going back to Shaven Tortoise, getting up his blue buff and clearing out the rest of his jungle. But Officer Naughty, he's low here. Europe's putting the poke in, and Flubber, he's gone forward with the piercing light, taking a lot of damage from Patsy. And the bot lane for Pirates take a pretty unfavorable trade.
I mean, I said Nami could play forward, preferably not 1v1ing the AD carry early, but you see the strength of the all-in as the Lucian turns it around, and that's why you're seeing that heavy priority on the Lucian in the AD carry position.
You're seeing the power from the Zyra plants as well here, just able to poke these two down so low. Healing away, chugging on those potions. You can see it's the Doran's sword for Flubber versus the Doran's blade, versus the Doran's shield.
I mean, it's kind of a sword.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a very short sword, if you want to think of that. I think all knives are kind of short swords in their own way.
Is Doran's blade a sword? Or I thought it was a sword more than a dagger. I didn't think it was a dagger.
I think it's more of a dagger.
Because I think it's meant to be like a wooden sword and shield for the Doran.
It's definitely not wooden.
Yeah, I know, but it's meant to be like that, like a small kind of kid set.
I don't know. It doesn't give us a good size comparison in the little art it has.
I'm going to say I don't see many daggers that have the wrist guard.
Yeah.
I can't remember what it's called on the hilt.
I mean, it's something like... I know that's what it's for anyway, so yeah. Fair enough.
Well, Flubber trying to lifesteal back up. Does have to be careful, though, because Patsy is trying to poke away. So Naughty burning through that mana bar with the ebb and flow, healing them up for the moment. As Europe still pretty okay for the moment. He's got about half mana, working towards obviously wanting to get that tier as soon as possible, but what we are seeing is the heal Ezreal, not the teleport Ezreal, which sometimes you do see this heal, you see the teleport on the Ezreal, so you can leave lane, get that tier, and come back to lane as quick as possible. But
I think it would be far too, I guess, assertive in this lane. I think you'd really be relying on their all-in not being as strong as it is. I think heal's a lot safer in this matchup, particularly.
Well, Rhydona, he's getting invaded, the shields are on, and the bush is down, looking for the Q. Does actually land it, but Rhydona's able to make his way out. Did have to burn the flash, though. So we continue to look towards this bot lane as Flubber and Officer Naughty continue to get poked out here.
Yeah, and some things we haven't talked about, we are seeing the return of the Kleptomancy on the Urgot. So we'll play very far forward.
Flubber's ignited! Looking for the damage. He's going to flash away. Still holding out life for the moment as Euro's burn is coming forward. And in goes Shaven Tortoise with a first blood.
That was extremely close. Actually, Officer Naughty blocked that last Q as well, which would have killed the Lucian. Really nicely played from the Pirates. Get themselves first blood, but actually taking a bit of damage in return. Be careful now, Patsy.
Just a little bit. Doesn't have flash, so they can't jump onto Patsy quite yet. No ignite available, and Flubber just trying to heal up as much as possible, trying to catch this CS deficit back. The plants get summoned under turret, instantly taken out. Teriyaki running a little bit low on mana, and Divinus has been able to shove him. You can see the CS lead starting to amount here. Wants to work towards it, but Patsy in for a lot of hurt. Flubber can't quite get the damage out, and the plants almost kill Flubber in return.
But that is the last of the mana bar for both sides. Just going to try get this wave under control before they back off, but Ezreal returning. Might be able to pressure this.
A bit of a scary situation. After he walks away with that assist and the kill gold and the CS, sorry, he's been able to pull himself out. A small CS deficit, but it's about to get pulled back for him.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this from the other side, you actually see you got that tier in the Ezreal now. You have this Lucian coming back with the Vamp Scepter, so again, it's just increasing the power of the all-in from the Lucian, while the Ezreal is more of a neutral change. You're not getting a huge amount there. It is just going to allow you to farm from further safety, whereas Patsy is really the one who's doing all the damage at this lane.
Yeah, Patsy's really poking out here. Europe's just free farming. Shaven Tortoise has looked to have found Hoffer as he flips him back, but Shaven Tortoise jumps in. Good knockout comes through from the ultimate. They're chaining the CC. Hoff is starting to run very, very low, and Rydona goes bang! 2 kills to Portsmouth Pirates.
That's nice. You can see just getting in the way with that big tanky matchup, but good damage to follow. This helping the Kazakhs further snowball. You're looking to play this very aggressive matchup, and this is how you do it. You want to pull ahead, and then I want to see more invades coming onto that Ivern, who Euan's doing a good job of keeping himself safe for now, but his team is starting to feel the brunt of that force from the Kazakhs.
Holding out for CS here in this bot lane, but Teriyaki joined with Euan. They're going to make their way down. They have that Mega Inferno bomb available to them. These plates are still up, so the turret not under threat yet, but Flubber and Officer Naughty, they're in a dangerous position. Flash is going to get used instantly. Flubber is ducking and diving, but he's going 1v4 and gets taken down by the bomb. Teriyaki able to answer back.
Yeah, that's all 4 members down there, so they're actually going to continue this push forward. In the meantime, it's going to be Syndra trying to push up in the mid lane, not even going to attempt to respond to this in the bot lane. They just decided that the numbers are gone. This is the way they're going to play it. You can see Kazakhs is going to clear out his bot side as well, so this is likely going to be the first turret played over to them as well as that kill, so a good roam down that isn't really responded to well from the Pirates either.
But the response here is Divinus' CS, 70 to 50. He's got himself a 20 CS lead.
But with the wave pushing in, it's going to be actually relatively nullified here, so that's what I'm saying. The response just isn't as good as what they got out of it, so a good move by the Claymores there.
Alright, well, Lost Chapter's been picked up by both his mid laners. Teriyaki has run that cleanse, but hasn't had a need for it quite yet. Hoff already burnt his ultimate a little bit earlier on, as Teriyaki was able to pick 6 minions up from that wave that crashed in, so not fully able to catch it back for the moment.
Certainly it is still, of course, the Syndra in the lead, but with that kill having headed over to Ziggs, you can say that's pretty much evened out. A kill is roughly worth 20 CS.
Yeah. Well, Flubber forces the wave into Europe, but Europe's going to be able to catch that, so CS lead should continue to grow in the bot lane after Flubber did go down. He tried his hardest to make this work, but I want to have a little look at the jungles here, the jungle deficit and the differences coming through, because Shaven Tortoise 1-0-1 on this Kha'Zix. You have to look at Euan, who's also looking to make his way forward. That's going to be a true shot barrage actually already, as Daisy's been summoned. Drake has been started up at 1k HP. Shaven Tortoise looking to try and get this. Can Euan sail it away? No, he cannot. Nobody's died quite yet in the fight, as only the Drake has gone down. Now the flank is coming through. The Unleashed Power lands onto Patsy, as Divinus not able to quite close him out, but Daisy channeling up the knock-up, trying to land it, but can't make it work, and Claymores going to be able to walk away.
Yeah, you see one of the nice things Syndra can do against Ivern as well is drag Daisy around the fight. Make it a lot easier to move around. And it was actually a well-timed smite there. What they did was the classic Q smite. You timed the damage there, so well played by Shaven Tortoise to secure that dragon. Keeps Portsmouth Pirates going, and again, very even start for both sides here. Both taking chunks off each other.
Yeah, Rydona's done a pretty good job of nullifying this top lane.
Yep.
Been able to just hold out, hasn't lost anything. Did also get that kill thanks to the help of Shaven Tortoise. And Shaven Tortoise definitely being very proactive now on the map, being able to get that Drake. Got a couple of kills under his belt for his team, and
might be looking for the
10
same
minutes
play
on the
top.
clock, and it looks like he might just be looking for that play. Not been spotted quite yet, and Hoff shoots out the Q. Slow them down, they're going to walk away.
Yeah, you can see he's actually spotted on a ward there. Very deep ward in the enemy tribe rush of top lane. expecting something like that from the Kazakhs, knowing that Shaven Tortoise will be jumping in. And that's what you get when you get to these finals. You know, teams that have scouted out each other, they know the play styles, they're trying to counter it. And so far, you can see how both teams have moved around that. Claymore specifically trying to shut down that Kazakhs, and on the other side, willing to move down towards the bot lane. That bot lane that was tested in the semi-final, they're trying to punish here.
Well, looking to get some damage onto this turret here. So they do have that satchel charge. They're just going to get one plate for the moment. Cash that in, but Shaven Tortoise can be able to catch out the wave. But it looks like he actually could be in for a dangerous position. Good diving from ducking from Divinus, but Teriakio going to get jumped onto, throws out the Mega Inferno Bomb just to scare them off. The Pirates are not going to be able to make the play happen.
Well, it scared them off, so I guess mission accomplished there. They're happy. You see the last chapter as well finished on the Ziggs, means that you're not struggling in terms of mana, but again, neither is Divinus in the mid lane. You can see that Syndra, a lot more damage currently. Really putting a lot more pressure down at this stage of the game, but with those tower plates under threat, you can see how good this Ziggs pick is once he's able to clear out the wave, once Divinus isn't in his way.
Well, Divinus is now worth a bit of gold. 450. So a bit of a bonus incentive to go for him, but for the moment, he's quite okay as Euan's going to secure his chicken camp. Look to CS up as much as possible, but you've seen this aggressive AD picked up, this early spiking AD for Flubber, and for the moment, he's not actually been able to make too much work for it. Rydona just working away on these plates.
And as you can see how big Demolish procs are, especially on tanks, of course, because it does scale with your health. But now we're going to use this tank for the CC potential. Hoff under threat, playing safely around it, but not safely enough. Here we go.
Oh, Divinus gets a kill in the top lane, in the mid lane, but Hoff, he's getting jumped onto. Looking to chain that CC. Rydona does not have the ultimate, but they're slowing him down. Health bar already low, working towards the speed shine, the flash, the smash, and the dash. Shaven Tortoise finds the kill. 4-1 to the Pirates.
And a lot of that on the Kazakhs again, who's going to be able to push up for another plate in that top lane. Under a huge amount of threat, you have the TP from Hoff, which may have to be used just to save it from even more going down there.
Teriakio closing in on getting his cleanse back, so that kind of threat level is slowly dying out, but Divinus does have one level on him for the moment. That CS lead starting to grow in experience as well as gold. As they're looking for the strangling forms, the ultimate gets thrown out in the bot lane. Turret is going to fall here, but the Mega Inferno Bomb comes through as one kill already went down in that bot lane, and Hoff able to hold out. First turret blood does not go over to the side of the Pirates.
It's just looking very familiar from what we saw from the Pirates in the semi-finals. It's the mid, top, and jungler doing great, while the bot lane is starting to be punished, is in that struggle, and I think the Claymores spotted that. They've tried to exploit the weakness, but the question comes down to, is that really enough when both of those other lanes are under that much pressure?
I know, I bigged up Flubber as well, but so far he's had a pretty rough go of it. Patsy, with his Zyra, has been able to just pressure out this lane, but hasn't seemed to have got to Pirates at all here. You can see the gold on your screen right now. Europe has a pretty big lead. That Kleptomancy paying off here.
But what I also wanted to note was that we talked about this when Terrakio locked in the Ziggs. He picked this for the push. He needed to play with his Ivern to avoid the Ivern being picked off. What we saw was instead, Syndra has that CS lead. Syndra was able to push further up and even kill Ivern at one point solo. So far, that part of the draft has fallen a bit short for me.
Well, Hoff is going to get the red buff. The nice side of Ivern gives you gifts.
He gets to share the buffs as opposed to just having to give them, like all other junglers.
Yeah.
Except, of course, you know, Talia and Evelyn, who like to steal blues.
We earn our blue buffs, us mid laners. Yasuo still gets blue, right? You need that cooldown reduction.
I mean, I've seen the argument for Vlad. I don't think I've seen it for Yasuo, but you know...
No, they're the ones that argue for red buff, and then they have to argue with the AD, the jungle, and themselves. So that becomes real messy, mate. That becomes real messy.
Oh, it's always a fun game when you have to coordinate with teammates you don't know, but that's one of the nice things about the fact we get to cast coordinated play, where these things are actually decided by people who know each other, so you would hope that they do so, they argue for it in a more reasonable manner.
I mean, you use the word coordination. Sometimes, some of the games we've had, I'm not sure coordination was what was going on.
Certainly these teams, though.
Yeah, I'd say you couldn't have made finals 5 times and won 4 of them if you haven't got coordination, so Pirates definitely doing that. As Shaven Tortoise has had good objective control. This is the second Drake for the side of the Pirates. Remember, Drakes since the pre-patch are now spawning faster as well, so more Drakes available. Got that Cloud Drake, got that Mountain. And Flubber, he just gets chunked.
Yeah, and it's all on Patsy Zyra. We actually saw this as a big issue for a few bot lanes during this patch previous weeks.
He really wanted that ward, man.
He got it and took very minimal damage for it, considering the amount of poke you could be taking. So you can see it is just Shaven Tortoise trying to put further pressure down. Still just even an XP to Euan, but is getting more kills. More pressure, but speaking of which, Terrakio now walking up to the Kazakhs. Could be dangerous.
He's invisible. This is going to be the damage. Red to my son, already half HP. Oh, Lordy!
That's the wrong way.
Shaven Tortoise jumps into him, takes him down. 1v1.
Okay, and just gets removed from the game there. You're going to see this push followed in the mid lane. Might look for a tower plate as well, and that's the strength. Actually, the tower plates have just fallen as well a minute ago.
Means they've actually got enough damage to be able to take this. I mean, Euan can't clear this wave. This will be first turret blood. Going over to the Portsmouth Pirates in the mid lane. Divinus now with an even larger CS lead. Look at the top state as well. That wave is going to go... Not going to be enough to take this tower, but the next wave should be enough for Rhydona to get a turret.
And when we were talking about this, when we were talking about the relative difference in some of these leads, we were saying, is that bot lane lead for Clyde Claymores going to be enough? The way these towers are going, it's suggesting it's not in the way. Potentially these kills are going.
Oh, Hoff, you're in a world of hurt now as the Bugman is going to get flipped back. They're going to throw the ultimate in and just smash him down. Portsmouth Pirates pick up yet another kill. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Patsy and Europe fall down. Massive play here for the Portsmouth Pirates, and now Euan on the run. Flubber's on the chase. He's looking for this.
But Terrakio's there as well. This could be the turnaround if they continue the chase.
Oh, they land the Q. They're jumping.
There it is.
The bomb comes down the heels there. Flubber is going to get picked up. Now they're looking to chase. Off the Naughty with a two-man bubble. Has no one to help him. And Terrakio gets the kill. 2 kills over to the Claymores, but they lose their turret in the top lane.
Yeah, but because they committed to that play in the bot lane, maybe that was why Flubber and Officer Naughty wanted to go that aggressive. I'm going to give them some of the benefit of the doubt here in saying that they assumed that they would be trying to defend the top tower. They weren't. That falls. So that aggressive chase that you may think is questionable did technically net them some towers.
Well, Daisy wants to help in on the Rift Herald here. See whether or not they're going to be able to contest this. Looking just to kill out Daisy as Divinus gets knocked up, has that blue buff, back onto the Rift Herald, and now looks like they're looking for a bit of a fight. Shaven Tortoise looking to take this down. He does get his hands onto the Eye of the Herald, and maybe there could be a turnaround, but for the moment, 4 members around that top side, and Claymore's not going to be able to make the play happen onto the Portsmouth Pirates.
I think the Zyra being there was the real dissuasion. They didn't want to go in, knowing the Zyra will throw down the Stranglethorns before going down. Massive unnecessary danger to fight there for the Pirates, and they, I think, correctly assessed the situation and hop out of there with the Eye of the Herald. Pretty handy.
See where they're going to throw that down. They have the option to crack open that tier 2 in the mid lane, or they could use this to alleviate some of this pressure that Flubber's been having in the bot lane.
At the same time, you did just see them get kills in the bot lane. That bot lane that was the one winning point for Claymores did fall.
Bot lane's
and that's got to be a real worry.
Well, which was silly of me to forget. So they do still actually have just tier 2s to press forward here. It's Flubber looking for a bit of damage, but can be able to dodge away as the Essence Flux.
What do you mean by falling? Because you still have that tower there to push down.
Oh, yeah.
I think the minimap was throwing you slightly.
Yeah, the minimap was throwing me. I saw 3 and I was like, yeah, there we go. Good stuff, guys.
Ezreal was sitting on top of the tower. I hate that when you're looking at the minimap and you're like, man.
I can't see the turret there. And it says 3. So I'm just going to assume all 3 turrets are down.
But yeah, they will pressure for this last one. I don't think they're going to use Herald here. What they might do is try pressure under this tower, then use the Herald after that to get a winning push. You can see that it's pretty much exactly what they're doing because Kazakhs is around here potentially looking for the kill, but quick response from Claymores.
That's going to be the Strangleforms to catch up Shaven Tortoise. They're looking to turn it around right here, right now. Dodging away. Shaven Tortoise jumps into the fray. He's still in a dangerous position. He can't jump over the wall. Europe's trying to take him out, and he does get the shutdown as Flubber is going 1v3. They have the Fear Beyond Death down. Can they get the damage in? Yes, they can, as he gets feared up and taken down. 3 members of the Pirates fall, and a double kill to Hoff.
That was huge for them, but the real question for me is why didn't Rhydona TP down there? That
Wait,
could have been a massive
got a
fight.
kill! What?
Okay, he went under and just won the mid lane, but yeah, I was looking towards the top lane and wondering why they weren't TPing down, why they weren't making that a bigger team fight for themselves. Instead, they're going to try pressure for this tower, and with Patsy there, it'll only be half the tower's HP going down.
Yeah, not going to be able to get the turret quite yet here. As multiple members have based up. Divinus has gone to base.
I think Rhydona's just going full split push mode.
Yeah,
he's like, I have Demolish. I can take towers. Leave me alone, guys.
2-0, he's tanky as hell. Yeah. He's quite content. I mean, they lose another team fight like that, and they get an inhib turret, so Maybe.
It's true. It's
maybe
true.
that's the game plan here. Is 16 seconds till the Ocean Drake is going to be spawning up. So far, Pirates have had superior objective control. You know, to take down more turrets, taken down 2 Drakes so far, and that Rift Herald still sitting in the pocket of Shaven Tortoise. Expect to see them go towards that objective as Shaven Tortoise, as soon as it spawns, jumps onto it.
I mean, you have Kazakhs and what looks like the Q Evolve there as well, just so quick at taking out those objectives. Has that Mountain Dragon as well behind him. Really massively helpful for the team. And even with the Q Evolve, you could probably start pressuring Baron quite soon. You have the Blade of the Ruin King and the Lucian as well. And you have a very strong mid laner to dissuade people walking too far up.
Ooh, Divinus might be looking for Patsy. Scatter the Wind connects. He's got the damage. The unleashed power. Divinus gets the kill. Hoff now flips in with the Purge, trying to get the Amphibian Death down. He might be able to get that suck back, but it's not enough as he gets scattered down. A double kill over to Divinus.
Divinus just looking so strong in the Syndra, and I said you had this strong mid laner to dissuade people walking forward. They walk forward anyway. They get punished for it so hard.
And Flubber will finally be able to get his hands on this tier 1 turret in the
He's
bot
carrying.
lane. There he is. He came in. We were chatting to the rest of the team. They all sat down playing, not League of Legends actually. And Flubber kind of walks in. How you doing, mate? He's like, oh man, I've had to carry these guys for the last 7 weeks.
Just off camera,
by the way.
Just off camera.
2-3, by the way. Hard carry.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, there it is. Europe. He is taking a full channeling of that culling. Not enough to get the kill, but this is going to be the turnaround here. Flubber, very, very low. Able to heal back up from the help of Officer Naughty and his Blade of the Ruin King. The second charge does hit into the tier 3, but health bars are a little bit too low here for the Pirates, and they're going to have to step away for the moment.
If they're quick in this rotation, they could try turn this into some pressure onto the mid tier 2. But instead, they're going to try take the farm away over the safer option here, because of course you already have the Zyra going over, who has enough wave clear. Try help the team out in that end.
Well, they have the Ocean Drake as well, so they don't have to base quite yet, but it looks like for now that is going to be the plan.
It's just the one Ocean Drake, man. You gotta...
It's a little bit.
You gotta reset a little bit.
You got a
lot of gold.
I always, like, how does the water from Nami help? She, like, throws water at you.
Yeah.
And how does it hurt someone else but not you?
I mean, for the same reason in Avatar, water bending has healing powers, because they need to make water cool.
Yeah, but you never threw water at someone. It splashed onto them, healed a wound, and then hurt the guy behind them.
Yeah. I mean, you could
the
totally do that.
The only sense it makes is hot water, and it cauterizes the wound, and then splashes and burns someone.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I can think.
Yeah, I mean, it depends what order you're doing it in, because technically the water could be hot enough that it would burn the first person and then only help the other person.
Yeah.
And help the second even. But, you know, I mean, it's magical water. It's magical water. Yeah.
All right, cool.
I mean, yeah, why not? I don't see why.
If Lucian was a household object, what would he be?
In this one, in this game,
yeah,
probably a spoon.
Spoon.
He's not doing a whole lot.
Hey, spoons do quite a lot.
Yeah, maybe he'll come in for dessert, but realistically, he's not. He's not part of the main thing going on.
He's one of those many spoons. You don't know what they do. Different forks for different courses.
Yeah, I mean the real trick to that is you just work inwards. Or is it outwards?
I think you work inwards.
Yeah.
Because otherwise if you're working outwards, you've got to then somehow like not hit the outside cutlery.
We know things sometimes.
Well, for the moment,
I mean, I'm trained to talk about League. My utensil talk is, you know, a little off sometimes.
Maybe before we, move into shopping channels as our next step. After we'll learn a little bit about utensils.
There's the jump in.
They're already jumping in, but...
And there's the jump out.
Just doesn't actually get a kill. Just clearing out the vision. Fighting over this Baron for the moment. Everybody wants control.
Going with double tier as well. You can see the Claymores... You know, if the game extends, definitely have those win conditions available to them. Ziggs also scales extremely well. But Portsmouth Pirates not looking to let the game go on that long. Already looking to pressure out that Baron, have a good few control wards in the area, and are now setting up that split push Scion to head on once more.
It's 24 minutes on the clock, and you can tell Pirates know the next step they need to take. They're waiting for the wards to get burned through from the side of the Claymores. Control this vision as much as possible. And so far, done a pretty good job of it, but the Pirates are only sitting on 3 more wards, 2 of which are on Rhydona, who is in the bot lane.
Still enough to control this area, but maybe not enough for them to feel secure in taking that Baron. Waiting for that Scion, start moving towards the towers, waiting for, I guess, more than just that Urgot to respond to him. You can see Ivern in the area, but is wary of the Baron going down, so leaves that. Now it's Hoff versus Rhydona.
Yeah,
this will be a long one, boys.
It's going to be a hard fight for Rydona, but the rest of the team are just doing up the Baron for the moment. Rydona trying to run away, does have the ultimate available to him, but Pirates are going to have to step away. This could be dangerous for Rydona now as Divinus gets chunked by a bomb. Super Mega Death Rocket and True Shot Barrage just goes so wide, and meanwhile Hoff gets to kill the Fear Beyond Death, and that is going to be a 4v5 for the next 30 seconds here.
They went for the prediction with the ultimates, and it was wrong. You know, I understand it though, given the fact they had no vision. It looks hilarious for a spectator, but given the lack of vision they had, it was a decent idea to predict, but Divinus turns around, heads out the other side, but in the meantime, that is the way we expect that 1v1 to go now, with Urgot now with enough tank busting to get through that Scion.
Shaven really wants to make this happen. Damage is a little low for the moment. Trying to get onto it. The control ward goes down to spot out the vision of Shaven making his way forward. Can he jump over the wall? Can he steal this? Blast cones in. Baron resets. Oh, Shaven does not get the steal away. Takes a chunk of damage low.
You can actually
be able to walk out.
Dragon healed when he went for the Q smite.
Oh, so unlucky.
Tried to follow it with the W, but it just wasn't on the same timer. Euan got that one off, so a Mountain Dragon each, and that's an important one to be able to pick up.
Especially for the side of the Pirates if they want to rush down Baron, which they've been trying to do for a while, trying to wait for that opening. Rydona goes back into the mid lane, joins up with the rest of his team. Not been able to pick up too many control wards since the last time, but you can see the control is a little scattered for both teams, and Pirates are stepping forward, trying to clear that out,
for the all-in.
Is going to force the flash. The unleashed power comes down, and Euan is going to be jumping away.
Gets out of there though, but it is flash forced, and that's the strength of Divinus at the moment. Watching this Syndra, seeing if they can make any of these key picks, but they need to once again gain control of the Baron area, once again set up the Scion on the side, and I'm not sure they still want to do it, but
this is dangerous. The Culling's coming down. Off the Naughty gets the kill onto the support. Patsy
that could be enough for it.
Dead. This could be Baron. Rydona, teleport available in that bot lane. Looking to push this up, but for the moment, Pirates are just going to clear out the vision, get some control. They know Euan's about. He's a level down to Shaven Tortoise, so he will be getting out-smited for the moment.
Yeah, you see, this won't work because they can't really commit Rydona against the Urgot. He needs to play much further back, but okay, they have the timer now. They're going for this Baron. Couldn't dance it for much longer, and now you can see Euan managed to dodge out.
Bomb to chunk him out. True Shot Barrage comes down as well, so Naughty runs low. They're trying to get into the pit in time, and they cannot do so. Shaven Tortoise gets himself the Baron, and Portsmouth Pirates walk away.
At the moment, he could have flashed in, or I guess can't flash in, of course. He did actually get knocked up by the Nami tidal wave. But without the flash as well, that was always going to be a difficult steal.
So they're going to lose this turret here. Not going to lose any more for the moment. So for the moment, the Claymores walk away with a turret for Baron, but the siege can now start up. And we are looking at base turrets now.
And look at the gold lead as well. 6k over to the Pirates. So heavily in control on those carries, but a lot of wave clear on the side of the Claymores. That's why you needed that Baron, but okay.
Patsy! Oh, that is filthy!
And that's part of the key wave clear we were just talking about having been removed. Now you could push forward. You have that Baron. You have all 5 members ready. This could well be the game-ending push if they commit.
Well, they are looking for it. Rydona has that unstoppable onslaught available. The wave clear is getting cleared out. The True Shot Barrage goes through. Doesn't actually clip onto a member, just the minion wave for the moment as Flubber throws out the culling. He's looking to clear out this wave ASAP. They want to get onto this turret before Patsy's alive in 10 seconds time. Rydona tanking up for the rest of his team. But for the moment, not going to be able to actually siege. Patsy's back alive.
You can see Terracchio's wave clear on the Ziggs. Just not able to deal with it easily right now.
There's a
trying
big
to
wave
pressure back
lane.
though. You have those waves coming. You're going to send up Shaven Tortoise to Baron up that wave as well. Try split up some of that wave clear.
They
haven't responded to
took
time.
a lot of HP. That's going to be open inhibitor now. Shaven's not going to be able to hang about, unfortunately, for him. But for the moment, the rest of the team quite content. Just sieging up this mid lane. And now they've got Shaven. It's going to be actually splitting in that top lane versus Hoff for the moment, who's struggling to deal with it. Shaven jumps in, gets purged back, takes a lot of damage, and Euan's coming forward. They've got a minion wave to block up, but he gets slowed up by the ultimate. Flashes away. Meanwhile, the mid lane tier 3 goes down. 2 open inhibitors inside the base of the Claymores. Pirates trying to get the first win of this finals on their board as a two-man stun comes through. That's an unleashed power thrown onto Europe. Inhibitor will go down here. Flubber's able to take that out. Here comes the bomb. Only lands onto Rhydona and Divinus, but Europe takes a big chunk of HP. A flash away from the Purge. In comes the Tidal Wave. The decimating smash knocks up 2, and Shaven Tortoise is looking to jump in. That's 2 quick kills. Picked up at the side of the Portsmouth Pirates. Great ultimate. Will dissuade for the moment, but Flubber has gone in. 1v3. He's ignited, and underneath the turret as a double kill for Divinus. Flubber stays alive, and now the Portsmouth Pirates are looking to siege up. Can Teriyakio work with the low health bars? Can he take this down? Turret number 1 is going to go down. This is going to be Shaven Tortoise jumping in. Not enough to get the kill. The Nexus is bare, and the Portsmouth Pirates will take game 1 of this finals.
And you had that Ziggs look, you had the health bar so low across the Portsmouth Pirates, but not enough for Claymores to find any kills. And more importantly, you could just see Flubber just re-entered that fight full health and just took people out on the back line. And that's the problem, especially in the current meta. When you started to fall behind, you could see just the damage difference was so heavily there. It was all based on if Ziggs landed his spells, maybe they could make it work. But really, you could just see the Cinder was just destroying people.
I mean, we were worrying about the Assassin Kha'Zix. No one expected the Assassin Lucian just to turn up and just smash people. Fantastic showing right at the end there for the side of the Portsmouth Pirates as they do get game 1 under their belt. Sitting quite happy as we'll be loading through into game 2 relatively shortly.
Yeah, and I think the big standouts there were, of course, the mid and jungle. I mean, massive shout out to both Divinus and Shaven Tortoise. Shaven Tortoise helped them through the early game, but Divinus, as that hit the mid game, was the one looking for those scat of the weeks, finding people as well, not just looking. And both secured themselves a few kills, a few towers, and most importantly, secured the Baron.
Yeah, it was kind of a bit of a slow, wasn't quite as action-packed as we'd been kind of hung up when we had our little chat with Elle. But it doesn't matter because, you know, it was a dominant win coming forward for the side of the Portsmouth Pirates. While it didn't feel like a hard match like we saw with the Nottingham Malt versus the Clyde Claymores, it was a lot more controlled. They played that macro game. Shaven Tortoise, great objective control. While Flubber and Officer Naughty had a pretty rough bot lane, it didn't really matter because the rest of the team were winning elsewhere, and then they were able to transition that into the bot lane without bot lane actually losing too much.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if they want to start banning the Zyra, because this is definitely not the first time. I believe last week we also saw Zyra was something that started forcing the lane as well really heavily. Honestly, maybe if you start banning that away, because it's heavy, it's such a good way to control, and even later on, the Stranglethorns becomes an issue in terms of zone control.
And he looked a little shaken not on the Zyra in his game versus ult, so maybe force them onto something a little bit more uncomfortable. Curious to see whether or not we see more Nami out of the Officer Naughty, if that was just the response to the Zyra. I mean, you can really take it back and go for the MF support if the Zyra comes out.
That'd be great.
I mean, Dark Harvest is very strong at the moment. You can still run it, so maybe that's the response. There's quite a few options available to them here.
Or even go for full all-in, go Jarvan support.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of gone from like that works to okay, we're going a little hard here. I mean, I saw Officer Naughty's all-ins last week. I don't think the Jarvan is going to be the strongest pick.
Not the way to do it. Fair enough. I mean, Jarvan could poke though if you go for the AP Jarvan support.
Yeah. Or you just ult them, and then the problem with the Stranglethorns is larger than your ultimate, so you're stuck in this prickly pit.
See, I was thinking, you know, the Harry Potter, the Devil's Snare.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
get that. That's a good reference.
I feel like most people probably get it. Harry Potter's pretty well understood.
Yeah, I know. I've been itching to watch it again. Have you ever been to the Harry Potter world?
I haven't, actually.
Oh, I mean, you're in London. I mean, you got to fly home tonight. Just cancel the flight.
I don't think I'll do that.
We're going on a bro date to Harry Potter Studios. You have to book in advance, though. You can't just turn up. But it is really cool. It's really cool.
Fair enough.
Yeah. I'm not selling stuff, by the way. This isn't. I don't work for a tourism company on the side.
Jake often accidentally sells things to you, so if you feel compelled to buy anything you recommend,
recommendends.
Yeah.
You've been working with me too much this off-season, mate.
Yeah, don't take his recommendations seriously.
I mean, take them seriously because I'm not being paid. They come from a place of like genuineness, a genuine love for the product I'm obviously talking about.
You don't think
like
those
Apple
people on the
slices.
shopping channels are very genuine in their love for the products? I would argue some of them have too much energy for their products.
Yeah, because that's forced.
I
I'm
don't
not
know.
forcing it, man. I'm just, I enjoyed my time at the Harry Potter Studios. It was about 3 years ago I went.
Yeah.
Had a great time. The butterbeer. It's not beer.
I
It's
actually
not
haven't watched the
actually
new movie,
alcoholic.
by the way.
No, neither. Ooh,
Yeah.
I have to do that. Yeah. Damn. Forgot that came out. Flubber did just walk past me. He gave me a little cheer. So either that was he had a very successful toilet trip or he's very happy about the win. We'll have to find out.
It's
So we
player
should-
interviews later, I guess. That's something that
Was your trip to the toilet that good that you had to
Oh,
cheer at
dear.
hip friend as you walk past? Back into the zone, back and ready to go as Portsmouth Pirates, as you can see on their screens, are loading up into picks and bans.
Oh yeah, we can actually see that. That's pretty
We
cool.
can see it on our screen, but you
Yeah.
can't see it on your screen. I'll give you a little rundown. Rengar and Singed have been banned away.
Pretty standard. I mean, what we saw in the last one. Again, avoiding some of those comfort champions that might be taken against you. I think Shaven Tortoise as well does want to avoid things like the Skarner because it is so good into most of those carry junglers. So we'll see if this is going to be the same thing. You ban the Rengar, at least Nidalee against him. Wouldn't mind, as I said, seeing the Zyra as something of a response ban. But you can see, I feel like the Lucian will definitely be that first lock for Europe, regardless.
All right, well, for the moment, just going to be the Elise, continuing those bans we saw in the last game. Maybe it'll be another Nidalee ban as Skarner gets taken away from Euan, another comfort pick.
Well, again, as I said, just something that really counters a lot of what Shaven Tortoise wants to do. Okay, so the Nidalee is now up for Shaven Tortoise. That's what we're watching now going into this, but Lucian, the likely first pick here, if it's not banned away.
Yeah, we saw Flubber put a lot of priority onto the likes of the Sivir. You are forgetting something like the Zyra is available. Xayah, sorry. Flubber loves Xayah. Flubber played nothing but Xayah in the
I was
last
actually going to
finals.
move away from this and talk about the Jhin that hasn't been banned yet. That's what I'm watching. Yeah, so with the Lucian and the Sivir banned, I would not be surprised to see the Jhin locked in even first here.
We'll have to see is, yep, Europe's going to get his hands on the Jhin. I actually expect to see a Xayah pick up here for Flubber. Maybe he goes for something like the
Draven.
Kai'Sa as well.
I would prefer the Draven here, but as you said, yeah, absolutely possible that the Kai'Sa comes out.
Well, nullifying that top lane once again. Sion is going to get locked in, followed up with a Janna for Officer Naughty. So maybe building towards that hyper carry.
Unless they want to play the I want to stay as far back as possible lane, the Ezreal Janna, where it's just like, we don't need a laning phase.
I really hope not.
I've seen it a few times, and it's one of the saddest lanes as well, because the only way you could aggressively trade is Janna throwing down the Zephyr, and Ezreal doing all the work after that.
All right, well, that's going to be the Urgot here for Hoff once again. Had a pretty rough start as Shaven Tortoise did come in and get that early gank off, but
it's the nature of that lane, though. It is you need that black cleaver, and realistically, maybe level 11, you want those shotgun knees and a fairly low cooldown for the Urgot to really be able to take control. Especially having fallen behind, it took a little while, but as you saw later on, it's so heavily Urgot favoured.
Okay, well, that's going to be the Ivan once again for Euan. I can't believe we made it all the way here, Arena Clash Finals, and Euan picks Ivan, but that is going to be a Nidalee.
I talked about this in the last Champion Select, but for those who are joining us a little later, or for those who weren't paying attention to what I say, which is also fairly common, Nidalee is the hardest I've heard counter. It could jump past a lot of what he wants to throw out. You slow down the shield, Nidalee chunks straight through it. She's also a great Dark Harvest user. There's a lot of pressure Shaven Tortoise is going to be able to put out, and I like, as I said, this Zyra ban here to reduce the potential control that Claymores have over the bot lane.
Alrighty. Once again, the Malzahar gets banned away from Divinus. That's going to be the Tom Kench this time. Still not revealed what Flubber's going to be playing, what Divinus is going to be playing. I expect to see the counter pick in the mid lane here for the side of the Portsmouth Pirates. Kai'Sa going to be the final ban out here.
So as you said, things like the Xayah, even the Tristana as well is also up.
I mean,
could go for
Draven.
Zig's bot.
Could go for the Draven.
Draven is also up, and Draven's the one I'd prefer, but let's see what Flubber's up for. Don't do Grasp Caitlyn. Grasp Caitlyn is playable on this patch, and it is terrifyingly
Smite mid
non-interactive.
is also playable on this match, by the way.
Yeah.
On this, yeah, that is a thing.
No, Caitlyn with Grasp and a Janna sounds like the most uninteractive lane you could possibly draft, and based on the way the last lane went, I understand it, but I just can't respect it. I just can't.
Well, that's something I can respect. Patsy getting his hands on the Fresh. We did actually see Patsy play the Fresh as well. We actually saw Officer Naughty and Flubber having a problem into Chez's Fresh in the semi-finals versus the Bristol Smugglers. Very dominant, so maybe Patsy trying to channel his inner Chez here, see if he can pull that out. But looking for a mid laner now for the side of the Claymores. They've got 6 seconds to work with, and Teriyakio going to go back to Old Faithful, picking up the Ziggs.
I mean, lock the Syndra again. I think it worked fine. I think it's a matchup you're pretty comfortable in. Unless you want a hard counter, maybe go for something like LeBlanc. That would be something you could play a little further forward with.
Yeah, it doesn't really suit Divinus' style. He normally plays these mages who control the wave, so it's just going to lock in the Syndra once again.
I see. There's no issue with that. You still have that potential even matchup in the mid lane. You have the winning jungle matchup. You have a bot lane that can just force them to not interact. Both side lanes can do that, but can also, I would say, the top lane could play a lot further forward when Shaven Tortoise comes around. A little harder for the Caitlyn Janna to do so.
Okay, where are we at now? So, I want to talk a little bit about this jungle. Obviously, we expect to see a lot more invading happening early on from the side of Shaven Tortoise. Look to kind of suppress Euan on this Ivern. Try and force out the control this way. Where are the win conditions for Claymore? That's what I'm asking here. There was a remake.
Okay, yeah, there was going to be a remake there. Yep.
They'll smash it out nice and quick.
So yeah, Claymores, I mean, they still have, as we said, that scaling from the previous game. Ziggs later on becomes a massive, massive effort to deal with. If you can also get that Ziggs winning the mid lane as well, he takes towers very quickly.
Yeah.
You can then kind of roam out to the side lanes with him. And that gives them a lot of control over the map. And as we've seen with preseason, once you start taking down some turret plating, you could really see that snowball quite quickly. Something I've talked about in previous weeks, and something I mentioned again for preseason, I'd like to see a little more focus on getting an early Rift Herald.
Yeah.
Because if you get that before that 14-minute mark, you could take out a huge amount of turret plates instantly. Massive gold swing for you as you join it, and then you could continue to push that forward. And again, that's what I want to see. These gold swings being used as proactively as possible.
It's going to be all about these platings early. We didn't actually see a turret go down with the plating still on in that last game, but we did see a fair
all
amount
of the plates
we see most
drop from top lane.
Yeah, so a lot of the plates did fall off as well in the mid lane, I believe. They got quite a few plates down there. Bot lane lost a couple, so there was still a lot of plates, but did add like a fair amount of additional gold here into the game. So these early snowballs that the plates offer are going to be so big, and I have to see whether or not they can make this work and how they're going to be able to do that. Because Rydona, with the demolish, with the early help from Shaven Tortoise, was able to get all those plates and slow down that lane, slow down those shotgun knees.
Yeah, and that was the big thing. You actually saw the Scion is able to push really far forward, and then once that demolish proc comes in, it's pretty much an instant, at least one turret plate right there and right then and there. So as once the Urgot's bullied out, you will always gain that bit of gold.
Well, we are loading back into picks and bans. We don't need to bring that up for you, though, so we're just going to quickly smash through that. You can look at our faces for a little bit more. How's your time been here on Arena Clash? You've made it all the way through the season to the finals.
Yeah.
You get come to belong to Stratford. Which is,
not bad, right?
It's right. Good.
But, I've been enjoying it. Been enjoying having to fly every week a little less than less than everything. Travel's obviously a bit hard for me because I still, of course, live back in Dublin. So, it's fine. Aside from that, once I get to the events, I get to enjoy them.
We got for food after every show.
Yeah, we go real classy, sometimes KFC, sometimes McDonald's.
That's like, KFC's when we're feeling real classy.
Yeah.
It's time to step our game up a bit here.
Yeah.
It's been pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
It's nice to come to a shop because Season 2's finals for Arena Clash was in a shop, and that was the front of the Portsmouth shop. So the Portsmouth Pirates, we did actually do it in the shop while they were winning the cup. It was cold. We were right by the front door. It was snowing outside.
Yeah, just off that story alone, that's part of the reason I made sure I had an outfit that included a jumper just in case.
Yeah, Stratford fortunately has an upstairs section where the arena is, where we're currently sat
it's fairly warm. I'm just
as you can
committed
see,
to
the
the
computers
jumper.
behind us. Denying someone from playing Fortnite, I assume.
There were a lot of people playing a few games behind us.
There were a lot of people playing Fortnite earlier.
Yeah. But then we had people playing League, so it was fine. It balances out.
Right? Yeah, I mean, you told me, actually, while we're on the subject of League, and, just a little bit of fun, what did you get in your shop? Because you told me about the Pike.
Yeah, I got the Pike skin. None of the other skins really stood out to me. I actually got Samsung Talia, isn't bad, but not really what I'm looking for.
Samsung Talia is a nice skin. I mean, she's got gutted as a jungler, and you're a jungler, so...
She's playable as a jungler. I wouldn't. She's definitely worse, obviously, but
yeah,
she's not as bad as some people would believe, but yeah.
I'm okay with mine. It wasn't as good as my last one. My last one, I got 50% off like all my skins. I got like Lightbringer Carthus. I got Cyberpop Zoe. I got the Sweetheart Lucian skin. I got 2 other really good
Sweetheart
ones.
Lucian Splash really throws me. It's so... His head is so big in it. It's like right up in your face.
Because he's like forward. He's like leaning in, right?
Yeah, that makes me uncomfortable.
All right, well, we are into the game. Game number 2 is the Portsmouth Pirates now on that red side, looking to take on the Claymores. 1 win in this best of 5 to find out who is going to be crowned the Arena Clash champions. The Pirates 4 times holding on to this trophy. Is this the time where they drop it? They started out strong. Can Claymores challenge them here? As not a whole lot has really changed, just this bot lane.
Yeah, I'm kind of watching for that right now because we did see definitely some struggles from Flubber and Officer Noddy, and it hasn't gone for the grasp of the Undying Caitlyn. Has gone a little more interactive. I wouldn't say much more with the feet footwork. It's still just sitting there trying to farm from afar.
All right, well, no one goes for the invade. That line of defense has been put up. I know you don't like scrimmage. That line of defense was put up.
I mean, I don't hate scrimmage. I don't like it, though. You're right. I don't think it's accurate to what League is, I
don't think defense is good enough. We need to come up with a word for it.
I generally say the protective fan.
The 5-man
fan
their
as well.
side of the jungle.
Yeah.
Jungle fortification. Yeah. I like that. There you go.
It reminds me of when people proposed that because people were kept complaining about early ganks, and that complaint continues regardless of the meta, people proposed the idea of just setting up walls around the jungle in the early game.
Just cage your jungler.
Cage the junglers in. Don't let them interact with the lanes until about 10 minutes.
that is the kind of complaints coming from people that don't know about warding.
Yeah.
By the way, warding exists. Do it. It helps you versus ganks.
Although it did, of course, just get nerfed, so... That made it a little harder, but also wards are free now. Remember when they weren't?
Yeah.
What a time to be alive.
Do you remember when wards weren't just a free thing you got as well?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, yeah.
I mean, when you didn't have... You used to be able to buy them, but also have the trinket ward. Now that's gone. Days are gone.
I miss when no one bought wards and I just walk into lanes knowing they're unwarded. But,
I mean, I play in gold, so that's pretty much the case when I play jungle.
Well, yeah, I mean, I had to climb through gold at one point. How times have changed. People actually respect junglers.
So is Iron in the game now?
Sorry?
Is Iron in the game now? Or the Iron rank?
Oh, yeah, it is.
Oh,
it is. Well, it's not for the patch we're playing this on, but it is for live patch. But speaking of, you see Nidalee down here.
Shaven Tortoise coming through. Spear's going to connect. He gets hooked in. Has that leap, and that's going to be first blood to Flubber. Now Europe needs to be careful as he's jumping away. Just getting that Dark Harvest stack, and now Flubber, like, get off the way, you.
You see the Janna shield there for Officer Noddy as well, as you saw Shaven Tortoise leaving. Keeps him nice and safe, so good. First run down from the Nidalee. Nice and easy gank as well. Just no vision in that area. Weren't expecting the Nidalee to come through. Maybe we're expecting the Nidalee to, as it was in the previous game on the Kazakhs, Shaven Tortoise to try aggress onto the Ivern, and instead makes himself known in the lanes.
Oh. Not spotted on a ward, as he actually got a couple of aggressive wards himself placed in here, just looking to steal away some camps if he can. Euan is hanging about, actually, so this could be dangerous for Shaven Tortoise. He hasn't been spotted yet, but he's going to steal away. Europe's a little bit low, as a Flubber is still waiting around just in case that turnaround comes through as Patsy stepping forward.
Euan should spot him here.
Actually, might just have to jump away. He's used the leap already. This could be dangerous for him. Has that flash. Euan flashes after him. Lands the Q. Looking to take him down. This is a hard counter. I say not. Shaven Tortoise with the red buff is running away. 1 HP. No, Europe takes him down. What a play. Oh, lordy.
Spent too long in the Krugs. Didn't respect the Ivern could be back. Still almost makes it out. But no, eventually goes down. Now it's Divinus.
Divinus is Going to force the tower shot through. They're looking to chase as he gets satchel charge back. Divinus a little bit low, doesn't have enough mana or that ultimate available to him. But meanwhile, they're looking for Flubber. They're looking for a kill. Gets trapped up and the ignite is thrown down. Flubber out of mana, very low HP.
Oh no, they don't get it!
HP! Fly Europe walks away and now Flubber is going to get rooted up. The flash comes down and they're looking for the deadly flourish. Not going to be enough to get the kill. And once again, everybody just limps away.
But it is still, during all these plays, the Portsmouth Pirates still win with that, and maybe they find it. No, they're not getting time!
What is going on?
Oh, they're attempting to find kills, but what they will find is at least pressure on these turrets. In the meantime, it's going to be the attempted response to the top lane. Raidona's low.
Rydona, he's already been burnt through the shield. Hoff trying to buy some time out, slow down with the W. Now Rydona
wait a second.
is going to force the flash here.
Look at the little health bar
HP.
again! This is
What is going on?
insane. Oh dear.
Oh my lord, what a game.
I feel for them. I really
Well,
do.
the last game was slow. If you wanted something a little bit more comical, not
Yeah.
comedical. I'm making words up again.
Yeah. The fact is, you have to say again, and that's the biggest worry for me. Jake.
I'm good at talking, me.
It's only your job.
So oh man. My dad kept getting really angry at me yesterday because we were putting blinds in, but I kept calling them curtains. He's like, "You're not having curtains, they're blinds." And I was like, "They cover the window." He says, "So does
Does
paint."
it really matter?
Yeah, he
I
was
feel
like,
like
"So
that's-
does paint cover the window?" I'm like, "Well, paint the window then, Jesus." I don't mind.
I feel like you would mind if they painted.
I would mind, yeah.
I feel like
natural light.
you're trying to use that as hyperbole, and I just don't think it's accurate. Dude.
But he was getting really annoyed. He's like, "Your job's to talk. You don't know the difference between blinds and curtains." I'm like, "I don't sell
Yeah, I
blinds
don't
and
sell
curtains." What?
There are very few jobs where you just specifically talk about blinds and curtains.
That's what's happening in my life. What's happening in yours?
I don't know. I've not ended up in the great curtain debate with my family, I guess.
It's a thrilling one, mate. Well, looks like Hoff is going to try and pour us into a bit more of an interesting situation as he flips Rydona back.
He just collect up
For his
rocks.
HP, just getting that gold, man. He's getting a lot of it already.
And
Maybe
Euan's back.
looking. Euan is here, but tower shot's going to come down. Rydona going to be okay for the moment.
I mean, you had the fear beyond death. You could have forced that. That probably would have been another kill. But I guess wary of the fact that Rydona has flash, and of course Hoff does not. So let's just play it safe.
You can see Europe's already taking a fair amount of damage here from Flubber and Officer Naughty. So we are seeing this powerful lane coming forward as Rydona's been forced to ultimate just to return to his lane. They're losing plates here in the top side as Hoff has been able to get a solid grip on this lane. That's going to be a flay onto Flubber though, as Flubber's ignited, taking a fair amount of damage as he jumps back. Knockout comes through. That's going to be the heal. They're looking for the chase. Heal comes out from Europe though to make sure he's alive. As in comes the Super Mega Death Rocket. Flubber makes it out with a sliver of HP. Can't chase for more, but the Deadly Flourish gets
that was
dodged
close.
away. Europe does not have that curtain call available yet.
That was a close Mega Inferno Bomb as well. Really nearly took him out because he was centered on it. He actually didn't move during it for a long time. Ends up taking a good brunt of that damage. Flubber just makes it out though.
I don't know if it procced the Dark Harvest. I think he was too high before, so it didn't get that extra damage from the Dark Harvest proc.
Certainly I didn't see it go off, but that's going to be a
Gold.
turret plate going over to the Syndra.
Hasn't been able to base yet, so actually I say hasn't been able to. He's in a pretty good situation where actually did base by the Corrupting Potion and the Dark Seal, so scratch that and boots. There are 4 items in that infantry, by the way. But yeah, we're building towards getting that Lost Chapter as soon as possible as Rydona gets a little bit of free time onto the turret and Hoff turns up to say, no, you don't.
It reminds you of one of the best inventories I've seen starting so far. If you take Victor, I've seen someone do this. They take Victor, Stopwatch, the Stopwatch rune, and then you and Dematerializer. So you end up with nearly full slots at the start of the game.
So Kleptomancy as well. Stack it in, fill it up nice and quick.
Because you end up, because of his hex score, you end up with 5 slots taken if you buy like anything standard. So like if you take Doran's ring anyway instead of Corrupting Pot for whatever reason.
Need those rejuvenation beads in. Well, looks like a bit of vision control is coming through as the Drake was started up by the side of the Pirates, but for now, not going to be able to go for more. We do look at the CS leads here. Shaven Tortoise is starting to pull ahead of Euan.
Only by
He's
about
going
a
to invade,
camp or
but
two.
that is going to just be a kill on to Rydona in the top side. But Shaven Tortoise makes his way forward, lands the spear onto Euan, who shields himself up.
He just doesn't have the damage to get through Euan yet. Needs to get that Rune of Geckos. Needs to really speed up these clear. Start punishing people around the map, because right now, the only person being punished is in that top lane. Hoff has started to pull ahead of this matchup, and we talked about this in the previous one. He had Rhydon on the Scion, stalling at this matchup for a long time because you had that early kill going over. You had that early control of the wave. This time around, you could see that this is already a winning matchup for Urgot. When it starts to pull ahead, it very much continues on that track.
Well, Divinus has picked up his lost chapter now, so going to have a lot of wave clear to work with. Teriyakio also got a lost chapter and the blasting wand in his back pocket.
But similar to last game, we are seeing that CS difference open up in the mid lane. Divinus again pulling ahead in this Syndra. See what they can do here.
He's half HP. You have to keep that in mind. They're just trying to get a bit of turret damage down here for the side of the Portsmouth Pirates.
They're close to another turret plate as well, so it's a bit of a strange change for the Pirates, but not dissimilar to the last game. One of their side lanes is ahead, one of their side lanes is behind, and they have a good, very simple CS lead in the mid lane.
Yeah, consistent CS lead as Flubber able to get a kill onto Patsy. Europe's ignited, the flashes are coming forward as Flubber finds himself a double kill. A Monsoon comes down just for good. And in comes the play in the top side as Shaven Tortoise lands himself the spear, leaps in, Dark Harvest gets procced, he flashes onto him and a shutdown. Shaven Tortoise cashes in.
Yeah, they managed to turn that around, get themselves a nice kill in the top lane. Good shutdown as well onto that Nidalee who's looking to snowball. More turret plates going over in the bot lane as well. It's just looking so good for the Pirates. And you could say, look, it looks like a relatively even game if you look at the kills, but the amount of turret plates going down, look at that gold lead form for the Pirates.
Yeah, the Pirates with 3 kills onto their all-star player. And all these plates in his back pocket is going to be sitting very pretty. Not going to be able to get that third plate, unfortunately, in the top lane for the side of the Pirates. But now they can base off, spend some gold, and Flubber going to be able to pick a Storm Razor and the Berserker's Greaves up on that base.
Yeah, he's pretty much just about, I would say, 1,500 ahead. Because, of course, he has the 1,400 gold worth of items leading. Yep, ooh, just about. 1,300 is what I'm reading there. So, just a little short of what I was saying.
Pretty solid guess, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, you see that he basically has the full tier 2 boots over that Jhin, and that helps you consistently punish on this wave, because you're seeing that it is the Caitlyn just running forward, getting that one auto off and running out before you're getting people back in her range.
And on someone like Caitlyn, tier 2 boots is actually more impactful than on someone like the Jhin. He will get the swiftness boot, so he'll be very fast, but in terms of combat stats that you'll gain, it's not actually going to be the same, where now Flubber has all this additional attack speed, and already Europe is feeling the hurt here. Hook goes a little bit wide, throws out that deadly flourish. Here comes the curtain call. Officer Naughty could be in for a bit of danger. The box is there, the ignite goes down. They've landed all 4 shots as Flubber is diving away from the CC. Does not have that flash available. He's trying to make his way out, and Shaven Tortoise heals him up. Daisy not going to be able to get the knock up, and Pirates only lose 1.
Considering that was the committed TP as well, with the mid lane roaming down, actually wasn't the worst. They only lost the support there, so if they can manage to hold off this push, this could still be fine for them. But now, nearly all 5 members for the Claymores bot.
That's going to be Hoff getting stunned up underneath the turret. The Unleashed Power comes down to heal him up. Redemption comes through way too late as the spear goes out. The bombs go down, and Pirates don't lose a single bit of damage, but they're charging in. They're not done. This is going to be the ultimate. Patsy plays him back. Flubber very low on HP for the moment and low on mana. Nobody's died. Scatter the weak. Mega Bomb comes down. Flubber will be a victim as he falls. It's a 1-for-1, but Officer Naughty has made his way back into the fight with the Monsoon available. 4 members of the Portsmouth Pirates are looking to siege up onto this turret. The minion wave is
they get
the spear snipes him down, even with the Monsoon to heal them up, and that is just all the Pirates need to take this turret down.
Yeah, and that's the Ziggs out of mana as well, so can't even stay in an attempt to wave clear. This could well be this first tower going over.
Can they get this last plate in 20 seconds?
Oh, they definitely can.
Oh, yeah, they can.
Yeah, that's not going to be...
Yeah.
Yeah, and with the Demolish, they can actually kill it before the turret plating falls. Just about. Yeah, they've a good 10 seconds to go. And that first turret goes over to the Pirates. Massive, massive gold swing with... was a fight that looked relatively close to begin with, but that overcommit Urgot under the tower gets dragged in, stuck under it, and then gets killed. And that was just all the Pirates control from there. Get themselves the dragon as well. Now might look towards that Herald as well to continue the pushing pressure down. You see top tower already fairly low, and you have this winning AD carry. You, yes, went down in that last fight, but is still exceptionally strong.
Well, 4K is going to be the gold lead. Make that 3.2. Yeah, sorry. My maths are off. Big gold lead over to the Pirates with all these plates they've been able to get with that first turret blood, and Now, you've got 3 very fed members on your team. You've got a 2-0 Syndra. Divinus has had an insanely good finals, considering the last finals that we saw the Portsmouth Pirates on. Divinus was basically forced onto just Mauser hard duty and let Flubber be the primary carry. This time, Shaven Tortoise stepping up to the plate with these aggressive junglers, knowing that Euan's pool actually plays perfectly into his favourite playstyle of going into these aggressive junglers. And Divinus just had a great laning phase versus Teriyakio. Flubber had a rough semi-finals. The game 1, again, they didn't lose the turret, but it was a hard laning phase. Now he's 3-1 on this Caitlyn. He's got a grip on this game, and Clyde Claymores need to find an answer before this game runs away from them.
Yeah, and I must say, even if it's not just, like, I mean, yes, you're picking into the Lucian. It was always going to be a bit rough, but certainly looking so much more comfortable now. And this is something they actually banned in the previous game. They banned that Jhin away. Definitely something they may want to leave up if they're willing to pick this kind of lane into it.
Well, 30 CS lead over as Europe actually gets himself a kill.
Never mind, ban it.
2 Officer Naughty. I mean, they just invest all 4 members top, sorry, and get himself a kill.
Yeah, you can see I want to look at the mid lane now, which has been pressured in the meantime. Divinus didn't actually leave the lane. And you can see, yeah, that is a fairly low tower. You have this wave pushing in. Teriyakio will be maybe there in time. It's actually going to be pretty close. No, won't be.
That's going down. Divinus is going to be able to set up. Even made sure he tanked the bomb. Turret goes down in the mid lane, and Pirates now 2-0 in the turret score, 7-6 in the kill score. Goal lead 28-24k.
Yeah, I was actually watching. I was waiting for either the Mega Inferno Bomb or maybe jumping forward with the Q, going the short route. But instead takes the safer route, which does, of course, lose the tower in the mid lane. So, start falling behind again. The Claymores not having an early game that I guess they would consider ideal, certainly. And I guess just in the name of this game, especially if you look at the difference of the junglers, just been doing much stronger early pressure coming out from Shaven Tortoise.
There's 4 members hanging around this top side. They know this is the last turret to go down. Very low HP on it for the moment. And the Claymores desperately trying to hold on versus the Pirates Siege. For the moment, Europe gets a speed buff, jumps away. Here's Shaven Tortoise, gets spotted out. Spear connects, and Patsy just loses half his HP.
Yeah, that is a low thresh. You have to back off now as well. Might actually be caught out by Divinus. I'm watching him on the side. Could find himself a pickup with a good scout of the week here. Well, Stead gets picked off himself. Yep.
Yeah. That's going to be a bomb, actually. They're really committing. Lots used. Trying to scare Pirates off from starting up the Rift Herald, as it will be despawning fairly soon.
I mean, you still got a good bit of time from their point of view, but...
Do it, Shaven. Do it.
He's got it.
Do it. Not going to land the spear.
Short.
Not close enough.
Still wouldn't mind seeing this Herald move back towards. They still have decent health bars, decent mana bars on the side of the Pirates, and not a huge amount of ways to siege up those tier 2s properly. Might just try set that up with Caitlyn, but no, I think this is a smarter move. Move back towards the Herald, as you said, before it despawns.
Yeah,
Don't leave
crack
that
open
happen.
these tier 2s with the help of the Rift Herald. But for the moment...
Your siege is still incredibly strong. The issue is you're playing into a lot of wave clear. Rift Herald helps combat that.
And maybe you can force them to try and contest this. Which at the moment it looks like might be the case, but Rift Herald will be going down very, very soon as Divinus gets rooted up. Europe's looking for him, has to be careful. Unleashed power comes forward. Divinus goes low, but the Ignite's going to be enough, and Divinus gets it. Teriyakio flashes in. They're beyond death at max range. Hoff shuts him down.
It was a good shutdown, but really, I mean, that was just Europe taken from 100 to 0. I'm not even sure if a Q landed. That was just ult with Ignite.
Yeah, that was. He missed the Q. But he had an extra ball from the Q.
Get Syndred.
Outplay button.
But certainly, I mean, I guess somewhat earned from the fact you have had this lead amassing for a time with Divinus, who has been pulling ahead in terms of CS. Even into this Ziggs, who has good shoving power. I guess early on is, of course, somewhat mitigated by those mana costs, but still.
And remember the stakes of this game here, Tyke. Winner of this wins the arena. Well, sorry, no. Winner of this, if Pirates take this win here, they force this to match point versus Claymores, and that is them 1 win away from going as the 5 times Arena Clash champions. Claymores desperately trying to hold out here. If they can win this, they basically force it into a best of 3. You get that kind of reset point. You can look to extend the series, but for the moment, the Pirates are in a good position. They've got a good spike coming through as the rapid fire cannon is finished up on Flubber. Divinus closing in on his Morellonomicon.
Yeah, I mean, for a Caitlyn who's looking for that 3-item spike, having 2 this early on, very good for her. It's much easier to continually play forward, and I think just playing around the traps as well becomes easier when you have that rapid-fire cannon. Will give them good objective control as this Baron's spawning, as they may be looking to set up a siege with the Rift Herald as well. See what the Portsmouth Pirates want to do. First things first, they are getting vision control over that Baron area, especially having just taken the Dragon. That won't be a big concern for them shortly.
This could actually just be... Okay.
Little afraid to play too far forward. They don't have full vision into the enemy jungle. But as you said, could well have been just a quick pickup.
I mean, with Dark Harvest, I think that's guaranteed if he throw the ulti. But could have been caught out. Flubber, meanwhile, able to push up this top lane. Work its way in towards the turret. Rift Herald hasn't been used yet. As you can see, Shaven Tortoise just flashes in, gets himself a kill. Now they're looking for the roots. Deadly Flourish is going to be enough as Shaven Tortoise gets taken down. The Monsoon's not enough. 2 kills. Instantly picked up. We've got a teleport coming forward. Rhydona has entered into the fray, but 4 members are chasing him down. He flashes over the wall. A bomb connects onto the back. He loses half his HP as Divinus goes for Teriyakio. The heal comes through from the Redemption, and now Divinus is forced to run away, dodging away from the Deadly Flourish, but a flash comes forward. That's going to be a gate scan of the week, but he's still trying to run away. Divinus is diving and ducking and dodging, but he can't make it happen as he's being shot down, but he's running away. Has that flash not available to him, gets yet another scatter of the week. Rhydona joins up with him, and Divinus makes his way out. Claymores pick up 2, and Pirates lose 1.
Still not a good play for the Pirates, who are looking to gain control. Instead, you can see the amount of damage that comes out between Jhin and Ziggs. Absolute massive burst. So yes, the Nidalee's able to get into the backline, take out the Thresh, but one tiny bit of CC is enough for just the instant 100-0 turnaround.
21 minutes on the clock. The gold lead is still in the Pirates' favour. The Loris shutdown did just go down, though. That's something you do have to keep in note. Divinus lost his, so did Shaven Tortoise. Their bounties were cashed in. Bit of additional gold into the Claymores as Morellonomicon and Luden's Echo have been finished up onto Teriyakio. As Morellonomicon just got finished up on Divinus, so they're pretty much matching items here.
You can see the Ziggs, I'd say, getting a few more shutdowns in there, considering that the Portsmouth Pirates had that early lead, but still maintain themselves the 4k gold lead. So they still haven't actually fallen behind here. That is something, of course, you should be noting, but I think the big thing for me is they still have that siege potential, but I'm watching Teriyakio, I'm watching Europe, seeing if they can burst people out. They have a lot of damage between them, and they have good protection with that Ivern and that Thresh.
Looking to try and push the Rift Herald in as quick as possible, see if they can get that charge out. Looks like it will be able to charge onto the tier 1, but tier 2, sorry, but not going to be able to actually get any more with it as the wave is crashing in here. Pirates trying to siege up as best as possible. 5 members aside have joined up here, as that's going to be a scout of the week. Justin to Hoff, though, he's relatively tanky for the moment.
Just has a big health bar that they do not have the strength to get through right now. Always difficult in the mid game, dealing with those large health bars. You can see Rhydona taking very little damage as well. Just going for those quick rapid fire autos in the tower. This is the siege potential of the Caitlyn, but wave clear still strong, but just not enough to remove the Portsmouth Pirates from that tower. They managed to pick it up.
What's the next step here, though, for the side of the Pirates? Is looks like they're backing away. Drake's not up for 1 minute. It is going to be a Ocean Drake. Baron is on the map as well.
I think they just clear out the waves, try to control that area, get themselves that dragon. They still have good control in the Baron area, and that's where they should be looking to move towards. Right now, they just don't have the damage to take it out. Maybe waiting for that 3-item spike on the Caitlyn so you can get those traps down and really chunk people out when they do hit them.
We can see the bases have come through. Flubber actually
Well,
gets
that's
flashed onto. Oh, Hoff takes him out with the ultimate. 600 gold in his pocket. Flubber is down. This could just be a chance for them to go for Baron Nashor now.
Yeah, that was an excellent ult for it, and flash as well, just instantly taking out that Caitlyn. Very key portion of their damage at this stage of the game, and I think Shaven Tortoise would actually be better off hitting the Baron. Yeah, it does. The shield actually hits it, so ends up chunking at Euan that way.
If a spear hit, you wouldn't have been saying that, though. Spear would have hit for a lot.
Yeah, that's true. But it didn't hit, so my decision would have been better.
Well, actually, it looks like they're collapsing here onto Hoff. Rhydona does have that ultimate available, but Hoff's able to base
just
out.
for the dragon here, really. They're looking.
Control as Patsy throws out a hook. Does need to be a little bit careful. Scatter the weak connects on.
You can see between Guardian and just the shield that Ivern gives, kind of struggling to actually get much chunks out of people when you don't have as big a lead as you had in the previous game on that Syndra.
Well, Drake's getting started up here for the side of the Pirates. Claymores hanging about. Red buff is available for the taking for someone. It does look like the Ocean Drake is just going to be gifted over. That's double Ocean now for the side of the Pirates, which is bigger. They have more regen. These sieges can last a little bit longer versus the Wave Cliff from Teriyakio because they can regenerate health back and mana.
The issue is, of course, they're dealing with a lot of all-in potential as well with the Ziggs and the Jhin. Even though Ziggs, of course, is a big poke-based champion, because he puts out so much of that so quickly, especially with that Dark Harvest, it has to be something that's respected that isn't necessarily easy to regen off if you land more than one Q together.
25 minutes on the clock here. Baron. Still anybody's game. As you can see, Pirates are definitely setting up around this Baron. Got a couple of wards down in the pit and around the area, but not got total vision control, which makes it hard for them to actually go for this play. As Flubber closing in on that Infinity Edge on the Caitlyn. That's when we'll really see him start to come alive.
Yeah, and even then, AD carries just are not strong. Okay.
That's going to be the curtain call. Landed 1, 2.
Zones away, I guess.
Yep, just a zone, but Divinus can now start to clear. Deadly Flourish actually connects. Hoff throws out the Fear Beyond Death. The ultimate comes through the Monsoon to heal him up for the moment as Hoff, trying to stay alive, gets scattered and stunned, and the Spear connects. That's 1 kill. Instantly over the side of the Pirates, but it's going to get answered out in the 1-for-1 as big auto attack lands onto Shave and Tortoise, but not going to be enough for them to chase for more. It's just a 1-for-1 and a turret for the side of the Clyde Claymores.
Given the way this was going, though, you could see the Claymores are just becoming stronger and stronger as the game's been scaling forward. Teriyakio, just huge amounts of damage on the Ziggs, and it's the same for Europe, who looks very comfortable on this Jhin. You're starting to see now why they banned it in the previous game, why they were worried about it.
I mean, they talked about it in the before the game started today, where they were talking about what are going to be their picks and bans, and one of the things they said they were very scared of was this Dark Harvest Jhin, and you can see why. Able to do so much work, even though the ultimate wouldn't seem like the most impactful thing. It zoned Divinus away long enough for them to set up for that play.
Yeah, I think now I'm still watching Hoff have a much better game in the Urgot as well. Has to be careful not to play too far forward as the damage from the Portsmouth Pirates also increases.
My concern for the side of Claymores is the later this game gets, the tankier that Sion gets. And Jhin, with only 4 auto attacks, will have a little bit of a harder time to deal with that. But
yeah, but you just set up Urgot on the side, and he has to respond to that, and that's where the issues come in. I'm watching how Caitlyn and Syndra deal with it.
Well, Baron was attempted, does get spotted out.
Yeah, I was going to say, weird that they didn't set up a trap line beforehand, but they set up one now.
I think they just went snap straight onto it.
Yeah.
Didn't want to waste any time, see if they could sneak it away.
Short answer is no, they cannot. It is actually spotted out by the Claymores.
It was a smart
start
decision
moving back towards it.
Smart decision to step away. Now they're stepping back onto it. Infinity Edge, free item. Caitlyn is going to be able to shred through this fairly quickly. Euan has found an avenue in, though. Takes a couple of auto attacks. The spear goes wide, but Flubber, with that red buff burning, is chasing. He flashes in, and Flubber finds the kill. Now the flank is coming forward. There's a teleport. The traps are just thrown out by Flubber. They're putting the damage into Hoff, and Hoff goes down. A double kill for Flubber. The super mega death rocket. Inferno bomb even goes down. And Savinas is in the middle of free. He throws out the unleashed power. It's a double kill. In return, he gets picked up, though, and now they're chasing. Patsy is running away. Rydona knocks him up, and Patsy's going to go down. The Pirates have found absolutely everybody but Teriyakio, but he can't run for long as Flubber has a red buff and the movement speed and damage to take him out. It's the shutdown and the full ace for the Portsmouth Pirates.
And it's got to be the Baron. They're turning around towards it now. They have that big tanky member to tank it up for them, and they have the damage there. Good cover for them. This is going to be the objective control they needed, and once again, this could be the way they edge out in this game when there has been so much wave clear drafted against them.
Still a relatively slow Baron for the moment for the side of the Pirates.
Yeah, well, still relatively slow respawns on the side of the Claymores, though, so yeah, not a huge concern.
But does show how much of a way they've got to go before they're going to be really massive damage threat. I mean, you saw what Flubber was able to do in that last fight. He knew that was his moment to shine, and he, you know, so far, once every game he's had one where he's really been able to show off what he's capable of doing. And with those 3 kills in the Baron Nashor in his back pocket, he's going to just base up and look to pick up his next item.
Yeah, and again, I think it's Shaven Tortoise is someone you got to look at. I mean, he carried the early game for them in previous games. I would say came close to doing so this game as well. And now is being that big assassination threat who survived that fight and then started jumping from champion to champion. making sure that they are being taken out in good time for the Portsmouth Pirates to secure that Baron.
And with that Lich Bane coming through as well, he's got the Sheen at the moment, but building towards that Lich Bane.
Could technically go for the more defensive build, the Iceborne.
Oh, spot out the fact that the red buff started up. Shaving Tortoise wants to try and steal this away. Does get it with the smite. Very close.
I think probably is about 10 seconds on that smite now, but maybe they're not worried about the contest too heavily. Or it'll be back up in time.
Triple Ocean. Gonna get a lot of regen now here for the side of the Pirates. I mean, it's thematic for the Portsmouth Pirates. Have a bit of wind, a lot of ocean to work with.
You know what? That's fair.
Yeah.
I like it. Yeah. No.
You looked disappointed, and I was like, you can't be disappointed in that.
A little disappointed, but you know what? That one's. I mean, it's hard to respect puns, but I'll give you some points for that one.
I wouldn't even say it was a pun. I said it was thematic. You know, it kind of suited this
It is
style.
a pun based on the theme, I would argue.
You could say pun.
Some form of wordplay. Some form of wordplay.
Yeah.
Anyway, we are seeing now the siege continue. This is how we saw them win the previous game. They got the Baron and they just turned that into a massive siege.
Yeah, well, they're able to get one turret down very, very quickly. Looking to push up this wave once again. Flubber takes a lot of damage, but heals up. Mega Inferno Bomb does connect, and he takes a big chunk, but they're also going to throw out the ultimate from Europe, trying to get himself a kill onto members, but right down he
doesn't even get through the shield.
He's just a meat wall.
You just call him a meat wolf?
Meat wall.
That makes so much more sense.
Even though he's in a mech skin, but
yeah,
normally a meat wolf.
I think that was the. There's been terms for that when they have like heavy tank lineups, where it's like someone in the meatballs. I can't remember who it is.
Spaghetti and the meatballs.
Yeah, something similar to that.
Oh, Teriyaki gets a shield from Euan to make sure he stays alive. Siege is starting up. That's the ace in the hole, going to get tanked up by Hoff.
You see the amount of poke that comes out this version now. They've got the Nidalee instead of the Kazakhs. Does make it a lot more scary.
Europe's just healing up here, still continuing the siege, and with this Ocean Drake, you can see the Pirates are just continuing to heal up. This will be the inhibitor turret getting cracked. 31 minutes on the clock, and the Pirates are inside the base of Claymores, and it looks like they're not looking to let up. Patsy loses half his HP with one auto attack as Flubber. Oh,
okay.
No!
That
gets chunked.
That was saved by the Ivern shield in the middle of the combo as well. Without that, that would have just been a straight 100 to 0. It's the classic QE auto combo.
Ow.
Yeah.
Ow. Well, they're not done sieging here. The Pirates are looking to crack open yet another turret. That's going to be the Demolish Block. Ultimate comes through by Teriyaki, looking for those plays.
Flubber.
Spears connecting in. You do need to keep your eyes on Flubber, though, as he's able to pick one up already. And Monsoon to heal the team up as the Unleashed Power by Divinis is able to find one. Into the back goes the smash, and down goes the double kill. That's going to be 2 for Divinis, as Pirates are looking to siege up the base. The inhibitor number 2 is going to be the focus. Flubber stepping forward without a care in the world, pushing up the waves, looking for the glory kills. The Portsmouth Pirates may have just forced this all the way to match point in 2 games. Turret number 1 not even going to be the focus for the moment, because they are looking for the kills. Shaving Tortoise flashes in, but the turret number 2 is also getting started up. The turrets are low, and the inhibitor will be bare. Respawns are going to be coming through fairly soon, and the health bars are low. Divinis falls. Flubber still going to hold out for the moment with the shields, and that is going to be game number 2 over to the Portsmouth Pirates.
Okay, that one a bit more controlled once they got that Baron this time around. Well played from the Portsmouth Pirates. And you gotta watch them there. That was really impressive the way they closed it out at the very least. But it was very close up until that point. You could still see how they were scaling back into it. The Claymores were seeing those openings, but once they got one fight in favor of the Pirates, that was all it.
I mean, Portsmouth brought their own pirate with them. He's sitting over there. I don't think he's paying attention to us, but
no.
They have a man with a pirate hat. So maybe their lucky charm is all they needed to get this win.
Yeah, I mean, I always like that idea that people bring out their own mascots. I remember, was it Mad Lions who did that for European Masters?
Yeah,
they had the
did.
dancing lion.
Well, what would Bristol Smugglers have? Would they give a knife?
Giant octopus.
Would they get an octopus and give it a knife?
Yeah.
Cool.
And I think rum?
It has rum and a gun.
Yeah.
I don't think it actually has a knife. I think it's a sword, but that's actually scarier.
Yeah, it reminds me.
It has even more reach.
Have you ever seen the I think it's a short video of the guy who invented just the unstoppable machine, where he just set this tentacle and just attached a knife to the top and just clicked it, and then he's like, oh, I didn't think of a remote off switch. So it's just this tentacle flailing about with a knife for a while.
Why would anyone make that?
I don't know.
Do people not think?
I assume it was just for the case of the video, but, you know, maybe he invented this and just didn't have the foresight of, hey, I should probably have a way to turn this thing off.
Well, we're going to cut to a quick 5-minute break, and when we're back, we'll be back to find out who is going to be able to take out the Arena Clash finals, or if the Claymores can hold out. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in 5.
I want my keys go. Then I want my keys going.
And welcome back to Arena Clash, live here from the Stratford Spartans' very own Belong store in London, as we have the Portsmouth Pirates with 2 wins up over the Clyde Claymores and closing in on their 5th title as the Arena Clash champions. But it's not all done. It's not all doom and gloom. It's a best of 5. Clyde maybe can make that miracle reverse sweep happen, and if they need to do it, they need to do it now.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen some of the openings that Portsmouth have left. You've seen that the potential to take a fight is there, but I think a bit too much reliant on scaling. Need to see that early game really step up, and the first person I want to see step up at the side of the Claymores to do that is Euan. You need to be getting those early ganks down, at the very least matching Shaven Tortoise around the map.
Yeah, I mean, Shaven Tortoise, I think, has been one of the major factors that has really gotten the Portsmouth Pirates going with his early games, been very impressive. I think last game, Flubber was able to step up to the plate and really kind of hard carry from mid-game onwards, as you can see him joining up to the team right now. That's a pretty happy man. He had a great Caitlyn game.
But that's the big thing. It's Shaven Tortoise is setting them up. I mean, in that game 1, you saw Divinus being the person to step up in the mid-game. This time around, you saw it was Flubber. Next time around, it could be whoever. But the big thing is they need that early game to go well, so someone is set up for success. And I think Shaven Tortoise has done a really good job of doing that for the team.
Well, I said it in the last game, but I think Divinus has been consistently strong for the Portsmouth Pirates. He was very good in the semi-finals as well. So it's nice to see that they're not just investing solely in Flubber, and the other members of the team are able to
do stuff for
I
was actually surprised they invested in Flubber much at all in the previous game. The only time they did so was when Nidalee came down, only because it was unwarded and pushed very heavily. I think when you see that Caitlyn Janna, perhaps expecting them to play, relatively low jungle attention there, and instead get punished for that.
Well, we're into picks and bans. Singed and the Rengar are going to be taken
Okay,
off
I'm going to go
so far.
wild guesses here. I'm going to say Skarner is banned, and then we may in fact see Elise, and then it's the third ban where they actually sometimes change it.
Yeah, I expect to see another Zyra ban. It was very annoying for someone.
But they didn't ban that till ban phase 2, and that's what I'm looking at. Maybe you see Claymores go for that earlier this time around.
Once again, Claymore sticking to their bans. They're really, really investing in Shaven Tortoise, and I think he's kind of proven the point of why.
Yeah.
Because he has stepped up so far today.
I'm actually surprised we haven't seen him on something, even push back to something like the Kayn. I think Shadow Assassin Kayn quite good with Dark Harvest. You have to remember this is, of course, 8.23, where Dark Harvest has yet to be nerfed. It's only been hot-fixed. So it is still absolutely strong, and there is the Zyra ban, because Portsmouth Pirates, I think, rightly worried that it would be locked in early for the Claymores.
Well, Claymores will get that final last pick, as they are on the red side this time, and it's going to be blue side for Pirates. Yes, like you said, Lucian is going to get taken.
Is Flubber comfortable enough to pick up the Jhin?
I would say he is.
That would be a good response here.
It's weird because it's not really what you expect from Flubber. Flubber likes these kind of mid to late game hyper carry style champions. Likes the Xayah, likes the Kai'Sa, likes the Caitlyn, stuff like that. The Lucian it was a harder lane for them, but for now, just first picking the Janna for Officer Naughty. Want to go for that protection again. Officer Naughty definitely had a better game in game 2 than he did game 1. As Euan, he's been playing the Ivern. It's time for the Zac.
Well, what you see here is the Singed, Skarner, Zac had been their 3 bans every time. This time around, decide to move that Zyra up in the pecking order. But I talked about this in the first game when we saw it banned. Zac is very prone to being invaded. I've heard a lot of coaches describe it as pre-6 Zac is not a champion. As a slingshot range is too low, he doesn't have an ultimate to drag people back into the team. He just is not very impressive. So if Shaven Tortoise goes for his standard style of aggressive jungling, which we could see here with the Nidalee unbanned, that should be putting a lot of pressure onto the Zac.
I mean, Rhydona, once again, just going to lock in that Scion. Quite comfortable, even though he is taking it into the Urgot, and last game was a pretty rough start for him, and mid-game was also very rough. He's okay sacrificing himself just to this nullifying duty, and that is going to be what he goes for. As finally, I've been taunting everyone with this Xayah. It's finally going to get locked in. This is one of Flubber's main play champions in the last season. We are finally getting to see it now. Going to be paired up with Officer Naughty on the Janna, as Hoff gets his hand on the Urgot once again.
A lot of self-peel, or a lot of peel, I should say. Self-peel with the Xayah ult, of course, but then, of course, the Janna, one of the best disengaged supports in that sense. Good at getting people off him. See if that helps out Flubber, just really control the game, as you said, that mid to late game, but realistically, we haven't seen late game yet. Could be another mid-game win. This time around, as you see, I could see you smiling at. The Syndra gets banned away because this improves the chances.
There's another
the
ban.
Lux.
It's either going to be the Cardiff or the Lux. And Malzahar's still open. I actually kind of expect to see the Claymores ban it. But actually they go for the Nidalee. Not scared. They're more scared of what Shame Tortoise is going to be able to do. But this does open something like the Kha'Zix for him to get his hands onto. There's a fairly decent matchup into the Zac. And let's see what the final ban for the side of Pirates is going to be.
See, kind of managed to get rid of the Jhin, so that'll make them much happier in that potential control of the lane. They get rid of the Sivir as well, which is good for controlling the wave. Maybe something like the Tristana, the Caitlyn here, or even things that we've seen looked at before, like the Kai'Sa. I just don't feel people are comfortable enough in the Draven. I don't expect to see it here, but generally it is something that has been picked up a bit.
It's going to be the Caitlyn for the side of Europe. Now Pirates looking for a jungler, looking for a mid lane. I expect to see something very aggressive in the jungle here for Shaven Tortoise, like the Kha'Zix.
Could even go for the Kayn here, because of course you could take Red Kayn into this comp is excellent, because you have those three health heavy champions on the other side. The Kindred is also a very standard counter to tanks that aren't going to be responding to the Kindred, trying to take marks early.
Double ADC here for the side of Pirates. Going to be lacking a little bit in the wave clear, so maybe the Malzahar, if it is going to be what Divinus goes for, would actually struggle a little bit.
Malzahar would make a lot of sense.
The wave clear is not quite as instant as what we do, as it's going to be the Orianna for Divinus. He lied to me.
He did. He said Lux was happening.
He literally looked at me. I went, you're 2-0. You promised me if you're 2-0 you're going to play Lux. And he went, I'm going to play Lux. I am fed up of mid laners promising me Lux and then not playing it.
Yeah, it's a shame she's just not a great champion.
Aurelia gets picked up here. So, reverse sweep coming in. I am now all in the boat of the Claymores. Teriako, you are my last hope. Help me, Obi-Wan.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at this thinking, I mean, you have this double ADC.
To be fair, Aurelia into Lux is one of the most disgusting matchups Lux can play. She gets absolutely dumpstered in that matchup. If you miss Q, you die. It's horrible
line
matchup.
picking Lux in general is just a horrible idea, but I'm looking at this more so and thinking that that's an awful lot of AD the Claymores have drafted themselves. Yep. So Sion will become unkillable quite quickly.
No. Incoming AP Zac. That's what we're getting here.
I mean, I've seen it. Can't say it will be enough. I mean, the issue with things like that is even if you went for something, it would be burst based.
Yeah.
And Sion just has enough health to cover that.
Exactly.
So just stack armor and still be unkillable.
And you also just get cut down by a Kindred who can kite you with the Dance of Arrows.
Yeah. Like, there's many reasons you don't pick AP
Zac.
There's many reasons you don't pick AP Zac. I'm saying that even if you did, it wouldn't fix the full AD problem.
Yes. Yeah.
And that's what I'm looking at here. The Sion, as the game goes on, will just become harder and harder to kill. Even Kindred and stuff, a lot of people, I would expect to see maybe a bit more of a focus towards the Ninja Tabby as opposed to the Berserker Greaves, but I guess it does depend on how comfortable these guys are.
Well, just having a little rundown of the summoner spells, nothing too unexpected. Flubber is going to be running the Fleet Footwork alongside Europe, as pretty much everything is as you would expect.
Or as you would expect.
Glacial Augment on Patsy, so nothing too exciting in the rune department.
Yeah, but I mean, the game itself is what excites us, Jake, you know?
Yes, exactly. We live for the game. So we are loading through onto the Summoner's Rift for the third time today. Portsmouth Pirates are 1 win away from bagging their 5th Arena Clash title in a row since this tournament started up.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to argue with just the flat dominance they've had over the Arena Clash for so long, and it looks ready to continue, but as you said, you are firmly in the boat of the potential reverse sweep. I'm a little less convinced, if I'm honest, but we'll see now. I think the picks here still favor the Pirates, especially if they play similarly to how the previous games have gone. I'm most interested to see how Divinus changes now that he's on the Orianna. Does that affect how controlled that mid lane was, especially, as you said, with something more volatile like the Aurelia having been locked against it?
It's actually an Ignite Orianna for Divinus, so he's really like, right, if you're going to jump on me, I'm going to just try and kill you.
It's interesting because previously when we see people wanting to punish the Aurelia, you have seen things like Grasp taken into it. You just consistently punish out the melee. range of the Aurelia, but going for the more standard area, I would say, on this Ori. I think the most memorable version of that was when, I think it was Larson at European Masters, took a grasp of the Undying Fizz into Aurelia.
Yep.
Which is a weirdly standard counter. My favorite, of course, Aurelia counter being Tryndamere, mid lane. But I wasn't expecting that, we'll say.
Yeah, I may have forgiven him if he picked Tryndamere mid, right? Like, that would have been enough for me to go,
again,
okay,
you
know
remember,
what?
this was blind picked, so you would have had to really hope Aurelia's the next lock.
I mean,
then
if Teriyaki is picking the Aurelia into a Tryndamere, then obviously he doesn't want to win, he wants to go home.
Yeah.
So, actually, I'm still standing with it though. It's the only way I would have forgiven him.
Fair enough. In the meantime, we're seeing a bit of poke forced both ways. The level 2 rushed by Europe. And Patsy there.
Yeah, it's going to force Flubber and Officer Naughty back a little bit in this lane. Shaven Tortoise going to pick himself up a crab. So Euan's going to be able to answer out with the next crab.
That was the mark though as well, so nice pickup for the Kindred. Getting that early mark. Good RNG in the favour of the Kindred, as far as I can tell.
And look at that! The first Infernal series of the entire finals spawning up in this game. So far, Claymores haven't taken a single Drake. No, they've taken one Drake.
They've taken one.
One Drake. Where the Pirates have taken about 7 at this point.
Yeah, and even that dragon was heavily contested. Went into a smite war. So yeah, certainly the control has been heavily in favour of the Pirates.
Well, see how good the slingshot is. Stun will connect onto Divinus. He's looking to get pinned up. Looks to jump away. The Qs are on. The Ignite is ticking, and Divinus will be able to walk out.
If Euan had landed that Q, that would have been a dead Orianna, or at least the flash forced. But instead, ends up just being able to walk away and actually blows the Ignite from Terrakio. So overall, summoner win for Divinus. But certainly, let's be very careful in that lane now.
Oh, Hoff takes the Decimating Smash. He's out of mana, so Rhydona actually looking to run him down. Gets the Grass Bark and Burst Blood. Goes in the mid lane.
That wasn't careful in the lane at all. That was the opposite of what I said yet to do.
See, if he played Lux, I'm not doing
that
this
would have
again.
You would have just died in the first kick.
That would have died, yeah.
But certainly, yeah, no, that was just way too far forward. I talked about that. You're in the low health bar. You can't play that far up into an Aurelia who's going to be able to play forward into your face. And CS lead starting to form for Terrakio. Nice turn of favour based on the previous games.
Yeah, maybe if Divinus had flashed initially when the Zac shadow appeared above him, there would have been a chance where he would have been able to stay in lane and not lost too much, but he's going to be able to catch most of this wave. It's down a fair amount. This is the first time we've actually seen Teriyaki with a CS lead all series versus Divinus.
But also the first time we've seen them move away from the matchup of the Syndra Ziggs, so maybe starting to see that these players may be a bit more evenly matched than the previous 2 games might make you think. But really, of course, we have to give a shout out to Euan. I talked about this, he needs to step up. He needs to be there in the early game. And now on the more comfortable, Zac has started to show up there, has made his presence known, and has helped out the one matchup that has really consistently gone against them in this finals.
And maybe that's why we've seen the Zac being consistently banned away here from the side of the Pirates, is they are worried about what Euan can do on this champion. As for now, is hanging around that bot lane, maybe looking for a play. Europe has been spotted out on a ward, so they don't know there's any vision down there quite yet, as the Pirates are hanging back, staying equal in CS in this bot lane.
See, just the priority, as per usual, is in favour of a Caitlyn, who's able to just outrange everyone early on. Doesn't have, of course, isn't against something like the strong all-in of Illusion that might be able to respond. And just has the safety if they go for an all-in of Tam Kench just jumping away. They have to be careful.
Trying to make his way down to try and contest this Scuttle Crab. Shaman's going to be able to pick this up. Just the ward goes down now. Stun does connect. That's going to be Divinus jumping on. Does take a good chunk of damage off Divinus, though. He jumps and flashes away from the Vanguard's edge.
It's a good flash, but again, Euan spending very little effort here and getting a lot. He just jumps over the wall, throws out the Q. That gets him a massively good trade for himself. And his mid laner as well.
Has ultimates. He's feeling a little bit comfortable now. Shaman Tortoise making his way in, trying to jump towards him. Shaman Tortoise actually just taxing the wave now, as Rhydona wants to continue fighting. Bit of a split decision, but they're trying to get that damage in as the Purge goes down in that top lane. Hoff low on HP, and Shaman Tortoise looking to get himself the kills. Rhydona is the one to pick it up.
Yeah, as you said, that was a bit of a split choice on that one, but it eventually turns into their victory. But I think Hoff also saw why they might have been split. There was that potential to turn around if the Kindred was hit, but now this should be a dead.
The camping is going down. The shockwave, not enough. Teriakio picks up yet another kill on the Aurelia. And they are just camping this mid lane, man.
But that is the kind of champion you want to be camping, one who can pull further ahead. But speaking of camp, that's
Pirate doesn't have his hat on. This is it. It's going wrong as Hoff is going to go down. Shaven Tortoise this time gets the kill. Mid lane's falling apart. The Portsmouth Pirates pirate has taken his hat off.
But in the meantime,
snacks out of it.
It is the top lane that just pulled ahead for the Pirates. And that's huge. They're going to be able to get some tower plating. But the biggest issue right now is it is now the Dragon under pressure.
Oh, Flubber gets a root up
Good
onto
amount of
3
damage.
members. They're looking for the damage. In comes Euan. He's ignited. Going to have the Cell Division forced out. 4 members coming forward. That's going to be the heal. They're looking to get it, but that is going to be the Cell Division forced. Flubber can put that damage out. He's trying to get as many of the blobs as possible. Patsy gets the stun down. That's going to be one quick kill. Flubber flashes away, gets caught in the traps, but now in comes Divinus. Does not have that shockwave. Actually, a lie. He does have the shockwave. There's 3 members grouped up. The Drake is still started out here. He gets the shockwave onto 1. Divinus tries to get the shutdown. He gets taken out, but the Drake is still started up. Claymores lose 2, gets 2, and they get the Drake.
And in the meantime, a huge amount of turret plates go over, but it's actually dead even in terms of gold, and the Claymores are the one with the Dragon. That was a long trade back and forth, but because they managed to get the shutdowns onto this may actually help the Divinus in the future to actually control that lane that he was being camped in. So while it doesn't look great for them off the bat, this could be a step back toward control.
Yeah, where else to use that Rift Herald? Could get that first turret blood. Shaven Tortoise putting a lot of pressure onto top side now. As Flubber unable to get the damage he needed into that.
That looks weird.
Feather, whee!
Right up into the air.
I wonder if it lands near him. Oh well.
Generally the auto does follow.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if the feather would actually. Yeah, good point. I don't think the feather would follow that far. Or certainly I don't think you can call feathers that are far away.
You can, from anywhere.
Really?
There's unlimited rage on feathers. They just normally time out before they get to a ridiculous level. Meanwhile, Flubber and Officer Naughty are going to be able to get a couple of plates here. Maybe 3 if they're lucky, but they've got 2 so far.
But Euan's here to make sure that third one shouldn't fall without response at the very least.
I mean, they're going to get that third response. Here comes the response. Got that knockup. Teleport's coming forward. That's going to be multiple members. Monsoon interrupted by the Q. Flubber does have that ultimate available. Throws it up in a minute. Nope, just goes down.
No, he does not. I was wondering, because I thought they might commit to it now that they had the TP in there, but they decided, nope, that fight is not going to go our way.
Rhydona teleported as well.
Yeah, that's what I was like. I thought they were going to further commit to that, maybe throw down, as you said, the Zai ultimate. Instead, nope. Sion's just here to clear the waves.
Well, let's have a little look at where everyone else is on the map. As you can see, Shaven Tortoise making his way towards the top side. Flubber also heading towards the top side, so feeling a little bit uncomfortable in the matchup for the moment. There's 2 turrets, but only have 2 plates left here, as they're still not falling off for a little while yet. So Divinus trying to catch himself some ways, having a rough laning phase this time. It's the first time we've seen him really struggle. Did obviously get that shut down earlier on.
Yeah, but certainly is still very far from feeling comfortable in this matchup. Teriakio doing a great job of forcing him back, consistently zoning, but now it's bot tower.
Great lane swap here.
Yeah,
Double ADC, we're going to be able to get that last plate off. Turret will go down. Even Rhydona with his Demolish is also going to get a couple of plates in the bot lane. So first turret blood gifted over to the side of the Portsmouth Pirates. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, that's going to be the last plate falling off there. And Rhydona
can commit to this. No one is nearby.
Yeah, not stepping back quite yet. Patsy, though, gets caught out. They're looking to put the damage in. Gets rooted up with the Blade Cooler. He's running low. That's going to be a kill in the mid lane as Oriana finds one. Divinus able to pull it back, but Hoff is there. That's going to be a massive ultimate coming through by Shaven Tortoise as Hoff trying to get alive, but he can't. As double kill gets picked up and Flubber gets a route onto 2. Trying to get another one. No double kills gone down in the mid lane. This is just going wrong for the Claymores. An ace comes forward. Another turret goes down. And the Portsmouth Pirates are looking to get even more plating here in the mid lane.
And that's a 4K swing. You can now move down towards that Herald. You can use that to take the last of the plates, and have taken every single turret plate on the map if they move towards that Herald right now.
This is so big for them. Another plate falls off. Flubber's going to be able to get the base.
Look at the gold swing.
This is just a massive gold lead. This is more like the Pirates we know and love from all of the other seasons of Arena Clash. putting their foot down. Great lane swap results in an ace and 2 turrets, and potentially every plate in the game falling off.
Yeah, and I want to stand out. The big standout to me, aside from, as you said, the strategic lane swap, the big thing for me is, in the meantime, Divinus just solo killed Terrakio. And that's what we were talking about.
Yeah. He killed Euan afterwards.
He turned it around. We were talking about this when the shutdown went down. This is bringing it back towards the Portsmouth Pirates potentially being in control. Well, if that play didn't, I don't know what would. And this is where they're going to start forcing the pressure. They have that Rift Herald. They should be able to force, as I said, every single tower plate that was on the map right now.
Eyes are going to be on Europe and Terrakio here, as they're looking to make the play happen onto Divinus. Dodges away from the sun. A 3-man shockwave into a 2-man knockup. Divinus is looking to get a kill. Patsy pops the great health, but it's not going to keep him alive for long. He gets gobbled up and spits Divinus out, as Terrakio is just way too low. Rift Herald will get summoned in the mid lane, and there needs to be some kind of defense by the Claymores, because the Pirates are looking to swashbuckle and steal their way from everything from the Claymores.
And that was the member you camped, and he's now close to being able to 1v3 outplay you. That's got to be a massive point of worry, as it's another tower going down, and the siege going to be backed off for now, because that's a dragon coming up, and it's a massive amount of control. 6k gold in the lead for the Pirates.
And they're looking to equalize out more kills here as a Purge goes back. The root is there. A 3-man knockup. That's the big steal coming by Euan. As it's a 1-for-1 so far. Another 2-man knockup comes through, and Cell Division is going to get forced out. Flubber pumping that damage out. Doesn't quite have Blade Cooler yet, but he does get it back in time. He's ignited, trying to stay alive. Ace in the hole is going to get tanked up by Divinus, and Rhydona still on that front line. The health bars are just way too low for the side of the Portsmouth Pirates, and they can step back.
Okay, so it was well played by Euan to get into the backline and drag everyone back in, with the Aurelia ult catching people in that. So massive good zone control from the Claymores, but this fight could still go wrong for them.
Divinus has Shockwave. He does have that available. Instantly jumps on. Doesn't get that off in time as Terrakio gets himself one. A big shutdown into his back pocket. A flash comes down from Rhydona, and he is going to be forced away.
Well played by Terrakio, jumping past there, trying to avoid the big tank in the way of his actual target. Gets onto Divinus, as you said, big shutdown and potentially the dragon over for that play.
That could be double Infernal for Claymores, because Pirates overstayed. Instead of basing and getting their health back for this fight, Divinus not alive for another 7 seconds. 3k HP onto that. A Shaven Tortoise jumps in a little bit too early, throws out that ultimate, gets purged back. They're looking to get the damage onto him as much as possible, but I don't think they can, as Europe takes him down. This is going to be 2 Infernal Drakes to the Claymores.
Well, in the game of throws, you win or you die. And right now, there's a lot of death happening. That is... I don't know what the thought process is here. It feels like there really isn't one.
Yeah,
so
they need to a little bit there.
Yeah, they need to drag it back. They need to calm it down, because I think that's what's happening. They've gotten overhyped. They had this massive swing in their favor. So they start overstaying. They start making these mistakes, because this is match point for them. They want to just continue it out. They want to finish this out as the undefeated champions of the final.
Flubber bought a pickaxe on that base along with a dagger, so actually he puts himself a little bit further away from getting his Hurricane as soon as possible.
Yeah, I guess just looking for that flat damage maybe. Or is going a very strange build, potentially. I'll hold off on any potential strange builds until we see what that item's finished into.
I mean, that's like second item Infinity Edge if he really wants to build anything.
Oh no, the strange build I'm worried about is Gwinsu's.
Oh god. That would be strange.
Not great in Zaya, but it's possible to build it.
Is this the on-hit Gwinzus?
Yeah.
Maybe.
It'd be a bold choice. I guess you are against a lot of tanks.
Yeah, that's
that's
the only reason I could justify that.
As I said, I'm going to hold off talking about it until things are locked in.
Until I see that amp tome, it's not going to be a Gwinzus.
So, on the other side, we're seeing more. Well, I say more marks going over. A few marks going over to the Kindred, who is relatively low marks, but certainly has had a decent impact on the game.
Yeah, let's get mark counter here.
It's only 2 or 3, isn't it? Oh, 4.
He's got 4.
Okay. Must have gotten one in that fight as well, because generally you're not supposed to get it after 4 onto the crab. But
4 must have been the last one from that crab then.
Yes.
2 from kills, 2 from crabs.
So we'll see now. I'm waiting to see which way they try to force this, because they should be able to siege up now. They want to get deeper vision, but it's actually good defensive vision there from the Claymores, holding out their own jungle. You can see vision wards across their own line, keeping them at least somewhat knowledgeable. And of course, without Baron being spawned, there isn't a huge amount you could do aside from pushing that vision line and try to pressure tier 2 towers. But because you are strong enough as the Pirates, you should be able to do that. you have that potential to push forward. You have that mid-tier 2 taken down. You should be using that to kind of spread out. But I think what they're very wary of is the fact that they just got caught out by the Aurelia and Zac in a zone like that.
Okie dokie. I don't know why I started that transfer. Thank you for passing that over to me. And I say okie dokie.
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
It's alright, dude. I mean,
Oogie boogie.
I feel like that's most of it. Actually, the weirdest thing I noticed recently is I was out looking at, you know the pop vinyl things they have in a lot of the game shops? We have that thing coming through, and I noticed that I could only ever find Oogie Boogie without the suit. So it was just like the full pile of bugs that is the inside of the Oogie Boogie suit, and I have no idea why. It would be mildly horrifying if it was more than just, I don't know, it looked like chewed Smarties, but you know, it's fine. Still weird that they wouldn't just give him his little pillowcase thing, though.
Sad times.
Yeah, right?
Really sad times, my dude. I'm not massively into those.
Yeah, I mean, I just find it hilarious that every time I go there, there's all these really obscure ones left. I assume the popular ones just get taken immediately.
I mean, yeah. Yeah.
It's always like this character, but in this specific suit that was worn for an episode.
Yeah. Or the limited edition glow-in-the-dark ones were only meant to be available in one shop.
Yeah, and that's what I'm wondering about, you know? It's like the limited edition things are hilarious, really. But I'm watching now for, again, I'm still just waiting for them to siege up here. And that's what the issue is. Because they haven't found an opening, they haven't found an avenue. It feels like they're effectively just sitting there being like, well, this game has just turned into a bit of a barren waiting room. I guess we'll farm in the meantime.
Yeah, it was a very explosive start to the game, but it kind of slowed down.
And the biggest issue I have with that is if you look at the gold leads, it's gone from a 6k lead to a 3k. They've halved that lead because the Claymores and the Pirates have just been sitting there stalling out.
Oh, Divinis going to be able to move to the top side, catch a wave or two. Hoff 0-4 on the Urgot. Had a rougher game than he did in the last one. As looking for the collapse. There is a stretching strikes coming up. They're looking to try and get onto a couple of members, pull them in, kidnap them back. Not going to be enough of the damage as Flubber's pumping that out. Shaven Tortoise flashes away from the Fear Beyond Death, and now it looks like the changes are coming through from the side of the Claymores. They're delivering them in. Ultimate goes in. That's big. Europe already finds one. Euan is very, very low. A root comes forward as Flubber is just chunked out of the ace in the hole. Now they're looking for the chase as Teriakio has the Q, picks him up with a double. The duelist dance is there, and now they're chasing on for more. The knockups are coming through. That's going to be 4 members up, but Rydona cannot do it. 3 kills picked up by the Clyde Claymores.
And the big thing for me there is, why is your mid laner split? Why are you joined up as a 4-man missing the Orianna? Because it just leaves you open to engages like that. Now, I guess their only response now is to try push up the waves, remove some of the potential wins off that excellent play from the Claymores to punish.
And the Claymores have just had fantastic Drake control, but it doesn't matter because they have 0 turrets, and you can see the Pirates now sieging up this tier 3. They might even be able to open an inhibitor here. Looks like they're going to step away. Respect for Teriakio. Kaz got that kill pressure, and now they're looking for it. The duelist stuns him up. Ultimate comes forward. You can see Divinis does have the ultimate available. Can go for that big shockwave. Chunks 2 members in. Shaven Tortoise is not going to go down, and Teriakio looking for the kills, the shields, the turnaround, a 1-for-1 trade here by the side of the Pirates.
It just about gets it, but well played from them to at least turn that into the 1-for-1. Teriakio still extremely strong, so that's probably a good shutdown for them to pick up after that fight. But again, it's just way more back and forth than it should be. And you look, again, another half taken out of that gold lead. Now only 1.5k in the lead. This is getting very close to just being an even game.
You can see, still not finished an item for the side of Flubber. He's got himself that Zeal pickaxe and the Energizer. It's not called an Energizer. Oh, it is called an Energizer.
Kirchi's Shard.
That's the one. I just call it the Energizer.
I mean, it does give you the energized auto, so I get where you're coming from.
Yeah. Charges him up. He's like a little Duracell bunny.
Yeah.
Except a bird lady.
Those Duracell ads were weird.
I mean, they're still going, mate.
Are they?
Yeah.
I rarely watch ads anymore. I don't really watch live TV as much anymore.
No, they showed up on like a YouTube video the other day, and I was like, oh, hello, Duracell. How are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, I guess people are probably moving away from batteries in general, though. Which is probably a good thing.
Yeah. I mean, rechargeable batteries are all the rage, I hear.
Yeah. Regular batteries, maybe not the best, but, I mean, still a lot of things have to use them.
All right, let's have a little look at the state of the game as the Claymores, 20 minutes on the clock, still unable to take a turret, and they're looking to siege up here. Idona, with the help of Shaving Tortoise, doing their best to try and stop that from going down. Haven't been able to take a turret out, but this could just be the engage. This could just be that turnaround. Decimating Smash only locks up one. Shaving Tortoise chunking the damage through as Flubber gets a kill onto Patsy. Now, can the Pirates look for the chase? They don't have the ability to close.
You have to remember, this turret was left very low.
Turret is low, like you said, and Rhydona zoning away the members of the Claymores. Flubber can step forward once this minion wave collapses in.
Aurelia's
They don't
on the flank.
actually have too much wave clear this time. Remember, you have an Aurelia, not a Ziggs. This could just be an open inhibitor. 22 minutes on the clock. The Pirates have cracked open the base. Shaven Tortoise takes a big chunk. Ace in the hole, gets tanked up. Flubber's the one to take it as he goes into the air with the Blade Cooler, trying to pull them back. Only gets onto one. That's going to be a fear beyond death for one already as the Monsoon is there. Teriyakio gets a kill onto Flubber. It's 2 kills, and the stun is going to come forward. They're chasing on for more. A double kill gets picked up by Hoff, and now they are looking to try and get a kill on to Shaven Tortoise, but he's out of there. Rhydona, he's also out of there.
Yeah, but this could be the Baron going over. And the big worry for me is you have a Janna. It should be nearly impossible for Zac to engage on you. You just throw out the Q, you have the Monsoon as well. You only need to time that with the slingshots, but instead, Euan's finding these opens because Janna's getting chunked out by just walking on a trap in that case. And that massively costs them here.
Shaven's trying to get in position to steal away this Baron, but being zoned away by Teriyaki. He dances over the wall with a Q. Coming up fairly soon, but Hoff is here, and he has found out Shaven Tortoise. Looking for the purge back, as Shaven is going to have to ult early. They're trying to get the stuns and the damage layered into him, and he is just going to be taken down. Euan is able to find the kill. 3k on the Baron, and the Pirates are not going to be able to answer out or get the Baron steal here.
And this game has been thrown back and forth so many times, and I gotta wonder what is happening to these guys. They had that control, they just completely lost it. And were they just not expecting it with the likes of the Aurelia? Like, a lot of questions are thrown out here, but more importantly is the Claymores found those openings. They punished them and are now in the lead. They've managed to pick themselves up the Baron, and in the previous 2 games, that Baron was the decider for the end.
And I think one of the big things is win or loss, Claymores can walk away fairly happy with the fact that they didn't just get hard stomped 3 games in a row. They have actually been able to challenge this to the point where they've now pulled the gold lead back, and that reverse sweep I hinted at could very well happen. A Monsoon is there, and an instant double kill for Hoff. Just not going to be able to go for more. I thought we were going for more there, but we're not. Don't worry.
No, but the big thing is, like, again, you have that ability to respond in time, but instead you get picked up by the stretching strikes, so good response from Euan to just instantly go for the extra bit of CC, but
good route by Flubber.
It's just the Claymores just playing so much better around the champions they have. Now it is them looking for this siege potential you have with the Caitlyn, with 2 members down as well.
And one of those members is Divinus, the wave clear. Flubber pinned under the tier 1 in the mid lane. Infernal Drake number 3 is spawning up, and the Claymores could very well take all 3 Infernals that have spawned this series.
Not
this
even
is
going to
be
very,
contested. Very big. There is no contestant available, like you said. This is going to be the Drake going down. Meanwhile, Teriyaki are able to take down a turret, and that is a Mountain Drake spawning next.
I mean, you can't spawn any more Infernals at this point. 3k now, starting to put back in the lead for the Claymores. It's the first time we've seen them swing the gold lead back in their favor. We've often seen that gold lead reduce. But this time, they've managed to find more openings again, and this comes back to Euan playing much better, especially on the Zac that was previously banned against him.
Looks like for now, they're just trying to hold out, stem the bleeding for the side of the Portsmouth Pirates, and this is not how you wanted this game to go. You wanted it to be a nice 3-0 versus the Claymores, but Claymores are doing everything in their power to stop that from happening, as they've now pulled themselves a 3k gold lead, the first time in 3 games where the Claymores have actually been able to have a gold lead over the Portsmouth Pirates.
Certainly at this stage of the game anyway. It's like you have that 3-item spike in the Caitlyn. Xayah lagging behind on that, not able to afford the same. And you just have everyone looking so much stronger than their counterpart. And that's got to be the big worry.
And a GA on Teriyaki as well. So big. He can dive into the fights even kind of without cost, because he can resurrect buy time for his team to then reposition around him and save his life. Claymore's sitting in a very pretty position. You do have to worry that the wave clear might not be enough, but they do have that anti-siege with the Caitlyn traps and just the flank that Teriyaki is able to put down.
Yeah, and I think they haven't gotten far enough into this game where this full AD is really going to cost them either. Right now they're just spiking so heavily. And at this point, they're probably going to beat people to armor pen if that became an issue.
I mean, Flubber just took half his HP with a headshot from Europe. Has to be some kind of defense here. Divinus not doing too much damage, just got the Morellos and the Ludens building towards the Banshees. Vettel is shaving towards
that's enough.
You go get just pulls you out, mate. You're dead.
I mean, just getting chunked out, and that's exactly what happened previously when Officer Naughty got picked up on the trap. Not respecting the Caitlyn damage, and it comes back to bite them.
Completely does. Inhibitor is going to go down. Looks like Claymore's actually not going to stay. Not going to look to push for more. Respecting that, and Officer Naughty needs to start catching more of Euan's engages like he just did with the Tornado.
Yes. I mean, that's at least saving them from losing the game right here and now, but may not be enough at this stage. Maybe little too late.
Oh,
Terracchio
a little bit low. That's going to be the ultimate to pin him back. Flubber's going to get stolen away. A Monsoon to heal him up, and Terracchio takes him down. 2 quick kills. Get picked up on the side of Claymores. Europe takes a chunk from Divinus on the Oriana, but I don't know if they can chase for more. A shockwave as Patsy gobbles up one. They're looking for the purge. They're looking for the damage. Divinus gets taken down by Terracchio. Another one gets picked up as the cell division is going to be forced out from the side of the Claymores. Rydona is the only one to stand as they can't hold fast. The tank is going to go as he melts down. Terracchio is on a killing spree, and the Claymores get an ace. They are beaten down, but they are most certainly not out yet.
They have the ability to push in here, but they're pretty slow. They have these 3 tanks available. It's all on Aurelia to push in, but they have the super minions joining them. Will they have the time to take this out? Without the death time, it's hard to say. You can see now Zaya and Jana are up.
They have to make this happen. Looking for the stun. Does get dodged out. Hoff tanking turrets for the moment. The Blade Caller comes in for the root as Euan is going to get gobbled down. Patsy gobbles him up to make sure he's alive, but the 2 turrets are down. They're onto the inhibitor.
That's gotta be it.
They're looking for the kill. They're looking for the win. Flubber has to make this miracle happen. Divinus is coming through. He shuts down one. The flash comes forward, and Claymores hold on.
Bringing it back. No clean 3-0 here today. Whew. That's
what I wanted to see.
Yeah,
that's what I wanted to see.
And you can see, this is the Claymores we remember. This is why their semi-finals looked so swingy. It's once they had a lead, they knew how to end very quickly with it. And they use it quite well, but the issue is, at one point, you had a 6k in the lead Portsmouth Pirates, and they just completely threw that into the hands of this Euan engages when they have something that specifically counters those.
And I mean, I think we saw why the Zac was banned in the 2 games leading up to this on the side of the Portsmouth Pirates. They don't want to let that go through again.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I still have question marks around that. I feel like they had the Janna, they have the ability to disengage that quite easily. Instead, they get caught out multiple times. It's just, as I said, a lot of question marks, but you still have that match point. You still are 2-1. The reverse sweep is now possible, but far from guaranteed.
All right, well, we'll be loading through into the game fairly soon. Flubber has let his hair down. He's ready. I think that's the first time I've seen him without the man bun.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's been a while.
I've never been much for man buns.
No?
No.
Neither.
No.
I'm too skinny for one. I thought about it once.
Oh, I never meant for myself. I meant on anyone. No.
Not a big fan. I'm taking the label off my bottle so I can have a drink, because that was a tough game.
Yep. Yeah, we're just chilling out now between games. We need to bring it down because
it's the reset. Yeah. Claymores, they did get that 1 win under their belt. They need to keep that kind of performance up if they want to find that reverse sweep versus the Portsmouth Pirates, but not going to be the 3-0, not going to be the dominant win.
Yeah, and the 3-0 is so that's what throws me, and I've mentioned that a few times, so I'll bring it back to where we're currently at. It's 2-1. Yes, that game went poorly for you, even though it could have gone better. You had that very clear avenue.
Yeah.
Now maybe look at what went wrong, what changed from the previous 2 games. I'd be looking at the mid lane as well, something that was camped quite heavily by Euan. If I'm the Claymores, I'll be sticking to that if I'm looking to make that reverse sweep happen, because clearly that massively shook what the Pirates do.
Yeah. Well, teams are getting into the lobby, so we'll hopefully be going into picks and bans fairly soon, as a couple of them maybe just need a potty break after that last one, because that was a hard game. Mm-hmm. I think you have to look at this mid lane. Divinus has been consistently strong in all of the games and then just fell apart at the seams after he got a lot of attention put onto him from the jungle, from the side of the Clyde Claymores, and it felt like Flubber just was unable to really get those kind of hard carries going, but it looked like it turned around.
Yeah.
Divinus didn't get completely smashed in lane. They're able to take every plating in the game pre 14 minutes, get a massive injection of gold. Like you said, 6k ahead. And then seemingly opened up the inhibitor, and it went wrong from the inhibitor outwards.
Yeah, and I'm waiting to see what the response to that is, because you had avenues to beat that. I think, again, there was a lot of issues where they just weren't respecting Caitlyn's damage. They were just playing into her range quite easily, and while I know it's long, it's not that difficult, or certainly not as difficult as it was made look. So the response has to be not just from the draft, but from the play. I think I want to see more early aggression back to that from Shaven Tortoise, back to getting in those lanes earlier than Euan.
Yeah.
Certainly when Euan's on something like Zac, that should have a very difficult time doing so.
Yeah, I didn't feel like the punish was really there by Shaven. I wasn't a big fan of the Kindred. None of the Lamb's Respites seemed to really be
even
on
in
the
terms
right
of
point.
the basic counter, you got very little stacks.
Yeah.
There wasn't a huge amount going on.
Yeah, I mean, I think he had about 5 or 6 stacks by the end of that game.
Yeah.
But he got some early stacks. It did look like at one point Shaven was potentially enough to actually kind of keep that game going, but as it moved later, the Urgot just does so well into the Kindred because you just pull them out of the Lamb's Respite.
Again, I would come back to exactly what I said. I would have much preferred something like Red Cane, something that could be that front line for you guys, because clearly you were lacking that, because I felt that Rhydona's too immobile to jump right in front of everyone with Urgot in the way.
Yeah.
And the other issue you had was then either Officer Naughty would play too far forward or someone would get caught, and that was the big question mark for me, because I feel like that shouldn't be happening when you have the ability to counter those engages.
Well, we'll have to be seeing what's going to be going down into the next picks and bans, because these teams are ready and we should be firing up fairly soon. My eye is definitely going to be on these bans. Are we going to see more attention come out from the side of the Claymores towards the Portsmouth Pirates jungle and try to pinch Shaven Tortoise again off these kind of aggressive junglers? Didn't play the Kha'Zix last game, wanted to put in the time on the Kindred. I think he's played a different jungler every game so far. Yes, he has. So maybe he just doesn't want to get bored. He's playing different things.
The thing is, you were playing into this massive tank line, and that's what I think people should have been drafting for. And I feel like there was something in that. The Kindred is good into tanks, but we just didn't see that come online because they didn't get to that point of the game.
Maybe Divinus finally picks Lux. Stops playing with me.
Given the way this has gone, I'm gonna say that's a very doubtful, unless the matchup's extremely good. I'm also gonna say I probably would have preferred the Malzahar that game to the Orianna. Might have helped them turn around a lot of those plays, or at least force the QSS when the gold was falling behind.
That's one of the big things, is if the gold falls behind, you can get that additional gold on forced out of people because of the fact that you have force them to take the tax of the QSS. But we are into picks and bans finally for game number 4, as the Claymores are looking to start up a reverse sweep versus the Pirates. Rengar once again is going to be banned away.
Yeah, I feel like we're still going to see the standard bans. It's those third bans where things get really interesting. Of course, you now have the ability to first lock the likes of Lelouch, the likes of the Jhin for the Claymores. Also that Zyra that was taken away from them last time.
Okay, Singed once again at Hoff. Don't want to be dealing with that. Claymores, what are they looking to ban? Probably the Elise. Yep. Realistically, they've banned the Elise pretty much all the time. Not going to give Shaven Tortoise that.
Now we're going to see the Skarner and Zac bans. I feel like you have to move Zac ban.
Yeah.
I feel like clearly, even though you picked things that you were not able to execute on those, time to go back at this and say, let's crack them, just stick to those bans of potential.
And I think, Zyra was annoying. It didn't lose them the lane, it just made it a very Flubber a little bit further behind, but from ran away Flubber severe, played it in. We haven't seen it today yet.
Cutting out there for a brief bit. Yeah, we still have the side. We do see that first lock. As we expected, that going to be picked up there.
Yeah. A picture of me is getting pointed at. Alright. Whoa. Urgot. Right, dope.
Probably, I was wondering, because they were locking the Scion, able to be a good front line for them in most of these games.
I know it's Aatrox still has a... If I'm right in saying that, but then as it moves late, it nullifies him.
Yeah.
See, first time we've seen him on one of these beefiest, which we saw him play in semi-finals. Every game he played the... And that, my friend, is a Nunu.
That is, I think, a much better pickup for Euan. Is going to be able to get that early pressure down with the Zac taken away. I think it's a really smart pickup here. And you can now ban things away that might be able to take it out. But again, it's just a big tank.
You have to, but you can't let Trundle through. Trundle
I think Trundle's really good into it, but
yeah.
Trundle is someone we see fall out of favour in the jungle, but if Shaven Tortoise has that in the back of his mind, potentially, as you said, would be a good counter.
I mean, the pillar just stops your snowball, but the only problem with that is Shaven Tortoise likes carry junglers. Unless he goes like full AD Trundle.
I've seen Triforce Trundle before. Definitely
I feel
possible.
Like it's maybe not in the wheelhouse of what we're expecting to see in this game, but Aurelia and the Syndra are going to be banned away here. Malzahar still left open for someone like Divinus. That is going to be the Scion ban from Pirates.
Okay, so denying that usual matchup we have in the top lane just in case. As you said, could move back towards the Aatrox. See which way Hoff is feeling about that matchup relatively shortly.
Alright, one more ban. What will it be? It's going to be the Nidalee towards Shaven Tortoise. Makes sense. He had a very good game 2 on it. Don't want to give that over to him once again.
I think, yeah, you just didn't have a specific ban you needed to take away from them. Makes sense. You should be locking in a jungler here because you know you're coming up against the Nunu. Wouldn't mind seeing probably AP heavy Gragas, knowing Shaven Tortoise's style. I think that would make sense here.
There it is.
You need a good bit of damage to follow this up, though, because even though Urgot's like a decent amount, I feel like Divinus will be fine if you go for something like the Malzahar, but definitely needs to follow up with at least a decent, comfortable bit of damage there.
Alright, well, let's see. Mid laner and top laner for the side of Claymores. What do you pick into the Urgot here now? Gonna be the Malphite.
I'm
That's
tentative.
Hard lane for Malphite, but if we are going to look at advantages, your ultimate is very good for engaging fights. Terieko going to take his favoured Ziggs. Have 3 games on it today now.
I'm wondering if they respond mage in kind, or if you go again, as I said, for something like the LeBlanc, something that can punish that a little harder, or even just back to that Malzahar we discussed.
I mean, Divinus often gets forced just onto Malzahar duty, so most likely going to be the pick. A little sad for me. This is where we end it.
But potentially necessary. Goes for the Lysandra instead. That's strange. I think generally you see Lysandra picked into assassins for good reason. It's good at nullifying those. This is a very solo, all-in focused on specific people.
Yeah.
I think that's very strange. I mean, you're against a good 2-carry comp with a lot of peel, so it is a little unusual to see this much focus on that, but we'll see if they can make it work with the Gragas, with the Lysandra, that potential to pick people off.
Okay, we will see. I'm assuming, do you still run the Aftershock even though you're not into like these assassins?
Yes, generally. I mean, it allows you to jump into the center of a fight, which is still, of course, massively useful.
Yeah.
I think it would be very unusual to see anything else.
Okie dokie. 12 seconds till we load into the game. Teleport being finished up onto the Venus. Most likely going to be the Aftershock Lysandra. It's going into the full engage. Now, we need to pay attention to Flubber again. Last time we got on Caitlyn, he went 3-1 in lane. Was an absolute animal moving into the mid game.
The Janna backing him up, though. That was what helped out hugely. This time going against the Janna. We'll see if the Braum is good enough.
Can the Braum be the front line they need? It's going to be... It's curious. I'm curious to see what you think about the Lucian Janna, because obviously Lucian Braum is typically what we think of for this lane. Like, you think of Lucian Braum as like a really strong lane, and then like Janna Caitlyn would be fairly safe, but they've just swapped supports from what you would actually think they would have. How does this kind of fare?
Well, Lucian still is the really strong all-in and can avoid some of the poke thanks to Janna's shielding. So that's, again, I think Lucian is the one who has more control here.
Yeah.
But if Officer Naughty can jump forward, block some of those autos, be this big front line, as you said, and then you turn around and stun, get the trap under the stun member, you can still have a good trade back and forth, but definitely requires that little bit more. And looking across the board now, I think what stands out to me is the Arcane Comet on the Malphite.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
I'm wondering.
pokey.
I mean, generally when I see that, it leans towards an AP Malphite. But we'll see now.
There,
Oh,
they get the base land, they get the damage down. One more auto attack and he's stunned, but Europe flashes away. Not the start you want with Lucian.
It's pronounced Torakio. And they're getting mad up about it.
Torakio. I always call him Teriyakio. We're getting told.
Yeah,
that
he
by
can't
production.
say. He just says chicken teriyaki every
Chicken
single time.
Teriyakio.
But it is Terrakio.
Minions have
If he plays Lux, I'll call him the right name. How about that?
Yeah, that's fair.
I've been promised Lux way too much.
hmm
I'm not even going to try. I'm not even going to make that deal with anyone anymore.
No one's playing Lux. Just not gonna happen, dude.
They'll all be bad at it anyway. Don't understand the complicated mechanical champion for this Lux.
Fair. I mean, not fair, but
Not fair.
I'll say it is anyway. See, Shaven
Point your
Taurus
mouse in a direction, headbutt the keyboard.
Actually, the other interesting summoner we've seen, or the interesting rune, I should say, is that Dark Harvest on the Gragas not going for the standard Predator. So is then almost certainly leaning for that very heavy AP burst. So, as we were saying, is going for that full all-in potential. Wonder if they'll be able to make that work, especially I think it'll be very focused on a mid-game win to make that work.
Also, not got the Shamrock Malphite in honor of you.
Yeah,
the
Shamrock
finals.
Malphite is the best worst skill.
I mean, you can go speak to Hoff about it now, right?
yeah,
Like after this series,
it
like,
is
"Hey, mate,
so bad.
why aren't you playing Shamrock Malphite?
I mean, I know why. It's even for a low-budget skin, it's awful. I mean, the way I'll always put it is, it has to be really low down the list when they forget to update its splash when base Malphite gets updated.
Yeah.
That's
I think that was the charm, though. It's just how bad
that's
it
what I'm
is.
saying. That's the positive. It's so bad.
Oh, Euan hanging about. As you can see, Divinus is leaning towards the side of the map where his jungler is on. Hasn't actually got the claw. Takes W. Has the aftershock for a little bit of bonus. Flashes away. Dodges away from the snowball.
I mean, they forced the flash, which is all they were really going to get from that play anyway. So I think pretty happy. Maybe could have just eaten that with the aftershock and then tried to walk out of the play with the Gragas nearby, but maybe not super comfortable in that 2v2.
Still relatively squishy. Now that 3 has been hit on Divinus as well. The flash a little less needed. Obviously, you have that claw for escape.
Can be cancelled by CC though, so has to click it at the right time. I'm watching that for... I think really you're watching this matchup for that level 6 where you have that all-in potential. Of course, the cleanse taken against it will reduce that somewhat, but could maybe go for a roam across. That's where we'd see something forced.
You can see Flubber and Officer Naughty for so far. Like the Caitlyn does. Just pushing that lane in to Patsy and Europe.
Yeah,
The sieging potential is pretty strong here for Pirates in this bot lane.
yeah, and I'm watching to see if they go for that potential all-in as the Lucian, because that's where they're strongest. They don't want to take these short trades. They want to just maybe try poke out and then avoid some of the shields, but it is just when they get that press the attack down that Lucian looks strongest.
Okay. Looks like Rydona's coming in. The biggest snowball ever. He's going to land as he flashes into it. Looking for the root here as the snowballs are coming down.
Yeah.
Rydona is going to be first blood, and Holt is the one to get it.
I mean, yeah, he tried to flash over it, flashed into it instead. It was always going to be bad from that setup. And it's now Euan who makes himself known earlier on this Nunu.
Last time we saw Officer Naughty playing this Braum, he actually cancelled quite a lot of his auto attacks. He even complained about it on Twitter as Flubber actually taking a fair chunk of damage here. Does obviously have that fleet footwork to heal him up. As he's just
That was you see, the press the attack just really chunks him out and even increases some of the damage he takes after the fact.
Yeah. Definitely a tense game for Pirates. If they lose this, they know it's going all the way to 5. Considering they were on match point last game and they had a 6k gold lead, took an inhibitor turret. It felt like they had done it in a 3-0. But the Claymores said nope and denied them as much as possible. As Officer Naughty actually jumps into Europe, lands out the Winter's Bite, just a couple of stacks in the concussive blow, but...
I actually like that play if Shaven Tortoise hadn't just walked off.
Yeah.
So maybe just a little bit of a lack of communication there. But now
Shaven actually,
Tortoise-
maybe he's the one in the bad position now. Does not have that flash. Already had to use it as Patsy's making his way down. Belly bops away. It's not going to be enough as Teriyakio takes him down. Divinus unable to roam in time.
Yeah, I mean, he'd use the, as you said, the belly bop onto this crab to reduce those resistances and gets collapsed on by 3. Knowing the area to respond.
Oh, Divinus.
Makes that pretty difficult.
Jumps away with the claw.
And there's Euan again, just having a better game than Shaven Tortoise right now. Has more control from the lanes as well.
Rydona on this Urgot. Down, up 10 CS, sorry. Down a kill. Into Holt. Hoff. I keep calling him Holt for some reason. Hoff.
See, I'm watching this Lysandra pick, and I'm wondering what they're going to do with it, because previously, I mean, before the last game, Divinus had been a massive shining light for the team. He'd been helping them carry, and instead now they relegate him to the Lysandra, and the rest of the lanes don't look that strong. So he has to make these plays. He has to make this Lysandra pick. I want him to convince me with it, because right now, I'm just confused as to why they'd move towards that over even the likes of the Malzahar, who would have had more agency in the lane.
Yeah. Well, Flubber is going to be able to catch this wave as it crashes into his turret. Actually, just bounced off the turret. So it's kind of stuck in a position where actually maybe they could freeze it. Can't see the actual state of the wave to be 100% certain on that. There's only 2 Dark Harvests in this game. How far we've come.
Makes sense, though. Now, Euan responding to top. And I kind of like this, because we talked about how weak the Malphite is into the Urgot. So trying to nullify that somewhat, sending up those ganks. It's so easy, of course, for those snowballs to hit someone as big as the Urgot in the way.
Oh, Flubber. And Officer Naughty once again. Continue to control the push in the wave, but not actually going to be able to pull out a CS lead here as Europe's able to catch most of this. Flubber takes a gust of wind to the bottom.
To the face, more so.
Well, it's back to him.
Either way. Bit of damage being thrown down.
Why is the bottom in the middle of your body?
Do you mean, like, biologically why?
Well, they call it your bum, your bottom.
Yeah.
But it's actually in the middle of your body.
I mean, depends what position you're in, I guess.
True, but the average human standing...
Yeah. I don't have a good answer for you right now, but I can go find that out if we have a break.
Cool. Get back to me, maybe next Clash.
Yeah, maybe I'll tweet it out at you. Don't worry about it. These are the important questions that we need to ask ourselves.
This is what we ask. Why is your bottom in your middle?
I'm not sure I'd define it that way, but I understand the question now that you explained it, I guess. Roughly. Now we're seeing the potential.
They're looking
all
for the
in.
flash belly bop. Do not get the explosive cast in the right direction. The monsoon gets cancelled out.
It's flash for flash, though. The Lucian had to flash out of that play, but still.
I think the body slam hit the minion.
No, I think it hit him, dude. I think it hit both him and the minion.
Oh, okay.
So I think he was CC'd up and he managed to flash out. Could be slightly off on that. Maybe that's why the flash was used or was able to be gotten off, but...
Oh, looks like the Claymores want to control these Drakes. Seems like this has been a big part of both of these games, is the Drake control. Has been what has won and lost games. As 3 Infernal Drakes were picked up by the Claymores in the last game. This time, not going to be able to get that first cloud as it spawns, as Divinus makes his way down to deny the Drake.
Yeah, you can see he was able to move down, but they could maybe have turned at him. They had 3 people in the area. And it is just a Lysandra with no teammates coming, but of course, maybe not knowing where Shaven Tortoise was exactly made that a little bit scarier for them, so they decided to back off.
Shaven just picking up the red buff at the moment. Building towards the AP start. Is what we have seen is the AP into tank, but sometimes just go into the full AP.
Yeah, it's almost certainly going to be the full AP because of that Dark Harvest take, but...
He is way too maneuverable, that Snowball.
It's the longer you go, the easier it is to turn.
So Naughty gobbles it up with the Unbreakable. Gives time for Divinus to free push in this mid lane as well, but it looks like Shaven Tortoise looking for a play. Ultimate out by Hoff. They're looking for the body slam. Do connect it. No explosive cask available. And Hoff forced to flash, and Unstoppable force his way out.
I mean, just picks himself up the Dark Harvest stack at least, though. In the meantime, Divinus is getting going for some of those turret plates.
Did get two, didn't quite get the third one off. It looks like Flubber trying to contest this here. As Officer Naughty steps forward with the Unbreakable. That's going to be the Cloud Drake picked up on the side of the Claymores. Now they're stepping away.
Now, I thought Shaven Tortoise was going to try and move towards the Herald and turn that into a trade, but instead just going for the Crab first off. I would have liked to see this Herald started up earlier. I said I'd like the pre-14-minute Heralds, I think, are quite strong, but instead we see them just run away from it. Deciding it'll take too long or do too much damage. Some combination of that, I'm sure.
Well, Flubber's actually been able to pull himself ahead in the CS department, but this wave will crash in, so it should roughly equalize up. It's not been particularly seesawy ADC role here, but I mean, what you do want to keep an eye on is Flubber will need a little bit of time. Caitlyn typically has a little bit of a dip in her power spike. Wants to get those 3 items under her belt. Stormrazor kind of alleviates it a little bit.
Yeah,
but not enough to...
Yeah.
Versus a Lucian of a Blade the Rune King, a Black Cleaver, your 2 item is going to be... Yeah.
Even the 1 item spike is much stronger for that Lucian, and that's where you got to watch. Waiting to see if they can get those, like we have, again, I want to bring this back to what we talked about the draft. They've drafted this big all-in with Lysandra and Gragas, both heavy in the AP. And so far we've seen Shaven Tortoise attempt some ganks that haven't been the most impressive, the most impactful. They've gotten a summoner. So I'm waiting to see if he could find more openings, get that damage down, and start really chunking people out. Make himself known on this Gragas, because right now is again seem to just allow Euan to make a lot more plays than him on this tank.
I'm going to get some plates off here for the side of Flubber. Got that Stormrazor now versus the Blade the Ruin King. This is that 1 item kind of spike you're talking about for the Lucian. Once he mixes that up with Cleaver, it's going to be quite hard. But looks like Shaven Tortoise.
This is what I was expecting. They want to actually use Shaven Tortoise. They have that potential to chunk out, and I want to see that used to full effect, because they're expecting a fight eventually, because this siege is just consistently netting turret plate after turret plate.
Right, Donor, he might just get knocked up here. Taken down, Euan picks up the kill. Now they're looking for the trade. That's going to be the ultimate coming forward. Europe throws out the ultimate. Sorry, Flubber throws out the ultimate. A Monsoon to boot, but that is going to be the heal use. Shaven Tortoise waiting in the wings with a belly bomb. Explosive cast comes out, gets himself a stun. They're putting the damage down. Flubber finds one onto Europe. Patsy takes a Winter's Pipe, but they're not going to chase under the turret.
That was really funny looking, because I thought they were deciding to turn onto the Janna, but instead he then hits the body slam onto the Lucian. So, bit of a mixed decision there, but it ends up working out for them.
Well, do at least get that plating. Almost denied by the Monsoon, by the Tornado and the bomb.
In the meantime, it's actually going to be the fight top side.
Yeah, Divinus, sorry, does have that ultimate, but can't open up as Hoff is forced to run away. Euan flashed out. No first turret blood's gone down here yet, but we're closing in on it. 14 minutes as the plates are going to fall off in 10 seconds time. It looks like
2 plates taken mid in the meantime for the Claymores, so still the Pirates who are ahead slightly in gold. But you're waiting to see how these team fights kick off, because that's likely what the Lysandra was picked for, but it's also definitely what the Malphite was locked in for.
Yeah. Since Euan put a lot of attention on one lane, so last game it was mid, this game it's been top. Looking to kind of deny Rhydona, but Rhydona now with the Phage and that Kindle Gem. Building towards the Cleaver. So you can see Hoff is trying to deny as much as possible.
Yeah, I would argue that Euan has kind of put his attention, certainly top side. He's been between top and mid, I think, especially because you, of course, have that Caitlyn and Braum to run away from you. But now we have the turnaround.
They're going to flip him back with the Purge. Ultimate is available as well. It has been thrown out already. Ult back by Hoff as he just jumps over the wall to safety.
Not able to pick it up, and in the meantime, it's going to be the siege continued down here, but Euan potential to try shut this down.
Yeah, Euan trying to make his way forward. Flubber maybe greeding a little bit for tower damage here as Europe takes a big chunk. That's going to be the culling thrown out as Shaven Tortoise gets a kill. Top comes the knock-up from the biggest snowball ever. And quick kills picked up by the side of the Clyde. Clyde will be able to at least answer out with first time.
Yeah, I mean, you say that. This is now going to not a particularly close race. And the kill Flubber and Officer Naughty starting to... And it's Lucian and Jan, specifically the Lucian I'm looking at here. That spike and will continue to spike as this scales up, especially as towards that second item. We'll be able to chunk out even the likes of Urgot.
Teriaki working towards actually being able to take down.
Oh, there's going to be another tower.
Divinus maybe makes his way in time to save it. Yeah. Yes, he does.
Just about, but should be very close to just a quick satchel charge down.
Yeah, he's in satchel range. As another Cloud Drake gets picked up. Shaven Tortoise just not being as aggressive and as objective control focused as we've seen from him recently. In comes this biggest snowball ever, lands a knock-up. That's going to be the ultimate out of Divinus, forcing out the absolute zero. The bomb goes down for the lock-up. There's not enough damage. We can see the Rhydona, no ultimate available, can't chase on for more. Satchel will be enough to take that turret in the mid lane, so someone has to clear.
An auto would even be close enough to take that. Terrakio wants to just back off and then reset for that, but I think looking to get that gold before he backs could cost him here because he's very low on the mana bar.
Oh, Flubber's able to take down this turret here. That's going to be a two-man knock-up coming through from Hoff, trying to get that 1v2. Flubber nets back, got those concussive blows to stun him up, and Flubber's able to walk away. Hoff still chasing here, has that flash, not going to use it.
See the question mark things come down on that, but it was very close. I think the big question mark for me, though, is, of course, Flubber still has his heal. So that was never going to be an absolute net win.
Team's greedy for turrets here. Shaven Tortoise running away from the snowball. Does have his cask if he needs to disengage. Able to do so for now, but they're looking for the stun. Throw the root as they pin him in place. Put the minefield, the satchel, and that is just going to be the end of the Fat Man. Taken out in a water fight.
Yeah, and I think that's, again, I'm still drawing blanks on why they would lock in this full all-in combo if they haven't been able to deliver on it so far, and they are now starting to lose out in the game. And while it is still relatively even, it does seem like the Claymores are the ones spiking, and Pirates are just following.
I mean, they just took two quick turrets. There's only one tier 1 turret left in this game, and that is on the side of the Claymores in the mid lane. So it looks like Teriyakio actually could be in for a little bit of trouble here, getting traded onto by Divinus. Throws out the Mega Inferno Bomb. Ultimate's available to Divinus as he's trying to buy time. Flashes in, throws out the ultimate, the Monsoon to heal him up. And what are you doing? You're 1v5, Divinus! Gets taken down.
Everyone in his team was resetting while he made that fight work. Just a real lack of communication I'm starting to see here, but the Claymores, they're the ones who are completely on the same page. They're the ones who are consistently able to make these fights work, able to make these collapses work.
They're going to be able to pick themselves up the Rift Herald. It's not the pre-14-minute one you wanted, but
I mean,
going to be able to get this objective. It's Rhydona standing forward on the front line. Terrakio pretty comfortable with his Luna's Echo. Got a lot of wave clear, that blue buff as well, so can spam bombs for days.
Yeah, you see, maybe this Malphite pick potentially baited them into going a little more AP damage. Because right now the Malphite's having a pretty good time by just stacking pure armor because the AP champions are not going to be able to chunk through him at all currently.
It's a pretty rough position for them to be in for the moment. 18 minutes on the clock. Pirates desperately trying to find their footing in this game as once again they had a gold lead and they're now losing it. Claymores continue to control the map, continue to control the objectives.
But this time at least the power spikes were what was hit. That's what's really making them struggle. But then it comes back to the question I've had about the draft since the very start of this game. But we'll see how this plays out. I'm waiting to see what their plan is in terms of how it comes online because they still have that all-in potential if they can find one of those members in the middle of a fight.
Hoff's able to kind of just do what you do with the Malphite, you know, you sit in lane, you get tanky, and then post 6, you just press R. Now he's level 12, he's got 2 points in that ultimate as well, so cooldown reduction will be reduced a little bit. You can see the Pirates are trying to clear out the vision around this Baron. They don't want a sneaky Baron to go down. There's only 2 Cloud Drakes over to Claymores, but it does mean that they can rotate into this objective if Pirates try to sneak it away a little bit faster.
It's all about the potential all-in from both sides now as Euan and Hoff are there.
Rhydona's going to be, that's it, it's one already. Flubber, 2-man knockout comes through. Explosive cast will interrupt the absolute zero. Officer Naughty trying to buy time. Gleeson Fisher is going to get thrown down, and Teriyakio on that flank. 2 quick kills picked up onto the side of the Portsmouth. Make it free as Claymores are looking to be dominant here. Looking to crack open a tier 2 in the mid lane.
This should be the inhib.
I mean, Divinus is in the wrong position.
You have Herald. I mean, Divinus was splitting against the Malphite, and then the Malphite came up to the mid lane and wasn't the quick response there in time. Now going to be the Rift Herald. This will be the inhib next to certainly.
Oh, it's going down.
Yeah.
This could actually just be the final push here. Portsmouth in a massive power trough on the Caitlyn, not actually going to be able to put enough damage out. Looks like for now they're going to be able to clear out the Rift Herald, but an open inhibitor at 20 minutes puts a pretty dangerous aspect together now for the Pirates to play into.
I was going to say, they don't want to end because, as you said, it is just the 20 minutes. Those death timers were very low, and it will be a 5v5 in the enemy base. Never something you want to take while you're lead. You don't want to throw that lead so quickly.
You don't want to do what Portsmouth Pirates did in the last game.
Certainly not, but now you get them moving towards the Mountain Drake. They actually reset instead, so they're not going to be able to go for this. But you do have Nunu, who can steal, but maybe not wanting to give over his life just for a Mountain.
Okay, Mountain's going to go down. That's going to be one for Pirates. Will help them if they can get their time to get onto this Baron Nashor, but the question is, can they do that? A rapid fire cannon and a Storm Razor picked up for Flubber.
Yeah, and I think this could be, unless there's a massive turn. I mean, I say massive turn. This is one of those lower gold leads we've seen at this stage of the game. This is only 2 to 3k, which, I mean, in 20 minutes is significant, but in comparison to some of the things we've seen before, still definitely the potential for a turnaround. But that's what I talked about in the draft, and my issues with the draft, to clarify, were always they've drafted this heavy AP all in with the Gragas and Lysandra into a Janna who's able to heal everyone up through it quite easily.
Yeah.
So
you
I'm
have to interrupt the Janna, or ult the Janna.
Or maybe just throw your all in the Janna, and then you're left with 2 very strong carries to kill you. And that's where the questions are drawn for me, but maybe they'll get enough damage into them where they're able to take out multiple people with those combos.
He's okay. He's able to purge away.
Finds his way out, at the very least.
There is a scary aspect here for Pirates. They're now scared of the Baron going down. You can see Divinus has been sent bot lane with that teleport available to him.
Now it's going to be moving back towards the Baron.
I'm just trying to figure out what the Lysandra does in this comp is my main concern.
Jumps into the center and hopes that's enough damage. That's the biggest. Yeah, like, you need to maybe reset with the passive, but instead...
Europe actually might get picked off here, but that's going to be one in return. A double kill. Instantly picked up for Terrakio. Now the Pirates have to be in a very dangerous position. Absolute zero. Divinus throws down the ultimate to make sure he stays alive. Puts out the claw. Is going to be able to peel away. The Ignite is on, and Hoff takes him down. They're still chasing underneath this turret as Hoff is going to get suppressed and dragged in by the Fear Beyond Death. A knock-up comes through. The Claymores are looking for more. 4 members are going to fall down as Euan is
Supers on the base as well.
There's supers inside the base, and that will be a tier 2 going down, as it looks like the Claymores are now going to be able to open up another inhibitor turret.
But with Caitlyn and Gragas already respawning, they don't want to force onto the Nexus, but they know that Nexus has to be responded to. They should be able to get an inhib tower, maybe the inhib. They're not willing to stay for it, though.
No, not going to stay for that inhibitor, but they were able to get a good fight once again. And the Claymores, not overgreeding. This is one of the mistakes we've seen from the Pirates, is they may be overgreed for a turret or a little bit extra gold or extra wave. Claymores not willing to play that risk. They know how much is on the line. They know if Pirates can turn this around, they win the tournament. And if you're Claymores, you're going to be sitting very happy in this game. You know, if you can pull this out, it's just one more game. And imagine reverse sweeping the 4-time champions, the Portsmouth Pirates.
Yeah, and what an earned reverse sweep as well. Definitely looking at Terrakio as a big turning member of this team. On top of the fact that Euan has been the biggest change, I would say. I think Terrakio has played well even in some of their losses, whereas Euan definitely stepped up in these tanks, definitely found more and more of those openings. In the early game especially.
24 minutes on the clock. Baron is still very much an option. The Portsmouth Pirates do have that Mountain Drake in their back pocket, so at least they have, if they can find an opening, they can actually get onto the Baron and they can take it down. But Flubber is in a massive power trough at the moment. He's building towards a Bloodthirster as his next item, is right, Donor? With that teleport available, can come in. Baron's going to get started up. Very quick Baron from the Claymores, with the fact that they've got the Consume of Naughty will spot it out with a ward. Shaven Tortoise hanging over that wall. Knockout comes forward. That's going to be the teleports coming in. This might just be the big 5-on-5 fight. Satchel gets thrown out. In goes Divinus. Throws the ultimate onto himself. As Shaven Tortoise comes in, he's not able to steal the Baron. The rocket comes down, and now the fight is on. The Absolute Zero is going to pop on a 3, and the Claymores instantly find 2 kills. Flubber is forced to run away as the biggest snowball ever is chasing him down, but it's not enough for the kill. Now the heal for the speed buff is not going to be enough though, as Claymores are chasing on for the Pirates. Flubber trying to put that damage out, but he has to walk away. Minions are going to be onto the inhibitor soon, and the Pirates lose Baron.
Yeah, and they're pushing forward with those minion waves, as you said. A massive one in the top lane as well is about to be Baroned up. This is where they want to respond first. Europe has to be careful he doesn't play too far forward once again. The rest of his team responding in the mid lane. One of these is going to fall, at least one I should say, as both are being pressured down.
I think both are going to be falling here as Snowball's coming in. Lands onto Rhydona for the knock-up. Inhibitor still alive for the moment, but that cannon is doing work. Obviously, Naughty stepping forward. That's going to be an Inhibitor going down. Rhydona throws out the Q for the slow, but not enough to chase for more. And the Pirates lose their top lane Inhibitor.
They just reset now, though. You have a massive, massive amount of gold on your guys. 5k ahead. 5k you're using very, very well. Push forward now. You had that scaling. This is what we've seen from the, or we could have seen from the Ziggs in previous games. Once he scales ahead and has the team behind him,
Euan is so ridiculously quick now. He's got the Righteous Glory.
I mean, it's not even the Righteous Glory at that point, though. It's just the base.
Yeah,
helping him out hugely. Now
all
we're gonna
right,
pick
Drake
up the dragon on the way.
Yep.
Just push to end at this point. You have Ziggs. You have a massive, massive siege potential, and the wave clear against a Baron is not that strong on the other side.
Triple Cloud Drake as well. They're going to be speedy boys on the side of the Clyde Claymores, and Pirates have to base, have to spend this gold. No Infinity Edge for Flubber yet. His damage is not going to be quite theirs. See what he can get on this base. Nothing.
Well, that's sad.
That is very sad.
But, as I said, this is like the game-ending siege right here.
Yeah, Flubber's still a way off that Infinity Edge as well. Got 1,200 gold in his pocket, so not really going to hit that spike on this siege, and this could just be the game-winning siege for Claymores, unless the Pirates can make a miracle happen. Divinus, ultimate available. If we look at everyone's ultis, they are up. There's going to be supers crashing into this top lane fairly quick, and they've got 2 cannon minions working away at the turret. Half HP for the moment. Someone needs to go answer out into this top side. So it looks like for the moment the Clyde Claymores are quite content, just pushing this wave in slowly here. It's going to be Divinus who goes up to the top lane.
Yep, they have to send their Lissandra on the way. They know the all-in now is much weaker, so they can just push up, turn this into a full siege. She's going to push straight through the traps as well with this Nunu.
That's going to be Naughty, almost going down, but he's able to heal up. A cast connect. Europe flashes away from 2 ultimates to stay alive. Going to be an inhib going down. That'll be an ultimate coming forward from the side of Flubber, but 3 inhibs falling down. The base has been cracked open. The Clyde Claymores are set to try and reverse sweep the Portsmouth Pirates, the standing champions of Arena Clash. Can they hold out for long?
They don't have the wave clear for this. Realistically, I'm just waiting for the Clyde Claymores to shut this down. They have the Malphite ultimate available to them. They have the ability to start chunking through these tankier members, and they have the waves starting to collapse.
Europe goes in, a big chunk of damage onto Shaven Tortoise. Inhibitor turret, Nexus turret number 1 will crumble before the Clyde Claymores. The Portsmouth Pirates have 1 turret standing between them and a 4th game, but Hoff jumps into the fight. That's going to be 1 instantly onto Flubber. Now the Absolute Zero channeling, taking up a massive zone. A big burst of damage comes through his Officer North. Finds himself a trade, a 1-for-1. The turret is going to crumble. The Nexus is just going to be the focus, and the Clyde Claymores have done it. We're going all the way to 5, but it looks like Rhydona's trying to stop that from happening as Officer Naughty goes down. The Nexus falls. The Clyde Claymores push it, and a reverse sweep is possible.
I mean, well played, especially by Euan again. Made that early game work and kept going. That's the big step up we've seen because he's consistently that front line. He's able to be that for them. Even Hoff on the Malphite, I would say, performed less engages than how often those snowballs were hitting, how often those snowballs, even when they didn't hit, were zoning people back, allowing for those sieges to take place. And I'm looking forward to Game 5.
I am very much looking forward to Game 5. It started as what looked maybe to be a dominant Portsmouth game. Clyde Claymores came back once again and push it. We are all the way to 5. This is the first time I've ever seen the Portsmouth Pirates be challenged this hard in a finals. The weaknesses showed from their semi-finals when they played versus the Bristol Smugglers. those weaknesses have been just ripped open for the world to bear by the side of the Clyde Claymores.
Yeah, and I think that's it. That's what I said I had questions about that draft. Really fell short for me. Really fell short for them as well, as it just got quickly torn apart, as you said. And now it's the Claymores looking at that match point. And I think, yes, you say obviously both teams are looking at match point, but it's the Claymores with the momentum. They seem to have figured out what works for them and really what seems to not be working for the Pirates at all.
Yeah, I mean, the Pirates definitely greed is definitely what's costing them quite heavily in this series so far, but this could be it. I have been casting this tournament for 2 years, and maybe this is the moment.
As soon as I come in,
Pirates get dethroned. We only have one team in the League of Legends tournament who rock that gold banner on your arm. If you are the standing champions, actually, if you've won an arena clash, you get a gold badge. And if you look at the jerseys on the arms of the Portsmouth Pirates, it's gold for the winners. So that is a big, big win if they can get that.
Yeah. I mean, it's the pride as well. To be the first people to knock down the standing champions will be massive. And that's what I think the Claymores are currently on the verge of doing. I think they're really set up to do so, unless there's significant changes in the way the Pirates have been playing over the past 2 games.
Yeah.
It feels like one team's adapted, and one team really needs to now at their last chance.
This is do or die for both the Clyde Claymores and the Portsmouth Pirates. Loser of this walks away empty-handed. The winner of this walks away as the Arena Clash champions. And off those last 2 games, I really think there's a good chance that the Clyde Claymores could do it. After watching their games versus Alt, I was skeptical. I'm not going to lie. I had my concerns. I thought the Bristol Smugglers were definitely a stronger team than someone like Alt, and that's why I thought Portsmouth got challenged. But with how stompy the games were versus Alt, it was hard to determine the power level of the Clyde Claymores. They proved to be pretty damn strong. Pretty damn strong.
Yes, I think they've definitely earned, at the very least, a second place. I think they're gunning for first right now.
I think everyone is gunning for first right now. You made it this far. You've made it to the live finals here in Stratford. And one more picks and bans. Where are the adaptations going to be? Where are the changes going to be?
You got to look towards the jungle and mid, right? Because I think the mid lane, Terrakio doesn't have to change massively to make it work. It's really about, can Euan help him get ahead on either the Ziggs or, as we saw, on the Aurelia, something like that, and that allows him to continually snowball the match. And the bot lane has just been a bit of a struggle for the Pirates, even in their winning games.
Yep.
So that's something that maybe they could look to shore up, but on the other side, I mean, it's the Claymores could just continue to exploit it because they seem to have the wider pool there as well.
We really need to see Shaman Tortoise return to these aggressive jungles.
But Gragas isn't non-aggressive. That's the thing.
Sorry. Aggressive play style,
yes,
is the word we want to use. You need to see him return to this aggressive play style as the teams are standing by, ready to prep up before we get into game number 5 of the League of Legends finals. We all came in going 3-1 or 3-0. That's what we're predicting here. That's what I predicted. That's what all the team predicted. I'm not sure what your predictions were. We didn't actually ask
I was conservative because I had no idea how they were going to... We hadn't really seen that much from either team. Both semi-finals hadn't fully convinced me. Yeah. I did actually talk about that before we got into this, about how the Claymores seem to have adapted to the meta a little bit better. They seem to be looking at these quicker games. And I definitely think we're seeing that. When the Claymores fully pull ahead, they have that scaling on their side as well, so they just very quickly follow up with an endgame.
Well, should be going into picks and bangs fairly soon. So, going to be keeping our eyes on that. It looks like the players are standing by. Actually, yeah, they're all there. They're all there. There's just a space. A little chilling, but it looks like for now, players watching the stream want to see themselves. Like, Mum, I'm on TV. There we are. Waving at the camera.
What's the chat saying about me? And then you look at what the chat's saying about you, and then you go, never mind.
Turbo boosted.
Let's not look at that again.
Insert bad word.
Yeah.
Don't read Twitch chat, by the way.
No, it's not a good shout.
It depends, because sometimes Twitch chat is either just complete garbage or it's just the funniest comments. There are sometimes really good comments.
There are specific people that can be funny. I don't think the chat in general.
No. I think if you talk about Twitch chat as an entity, it's not that.
Yeah.
It's not particularly that great. But every now and then, there's just one comment that makes it worth it.
Yeah.
I think the most recent one that stands out to me was our fire alarm last week. on the semi-finals where we had to take a break.
Yeah.
And then they accidentally forgot to turn the mics back on, and so I went, well, I guess the casters didn't make it.
Yeah.
That was a good comment.
was sad.
That guy, the guy has a thumbs up from me.
Yeah, it was pretty funny. I still can't believe the fire alarm went off during our cast. It wasn't even a real fire, as far as I know.
I mean,
We haven't gone back
I felt
there
like
since.
the game was a little bit of a garbage fire, but
Oof.
that was actually a good game.
I think it was.
I think that was actually a really good game. It was like a really tense moment as well. It
Yeah.
was barren, it's tense. It was like, winner of this goes through, and then, fire alarm.
Mhm.
That's what we needed. What we needed.
Hopefully we're set
See,
to get into
look,
games
this
soon.
is where it's gone wrong. The Portsmouth Pirates pirate has taken off his pirate hat. He's run out of snacks inside the hat.
I've run out
As
of
soon as
snacks
the
too. I never
Yeah,
brought snacks,
you know what? I
which is
didn't
how
bring
quickly
snacks.
I ran them out.
I
Yeah.
kind of was invested in this not being a 5-game series,
Wow.
so I didn't eat. I've had breakfast, and it's now 4 o'clock.
Yeah, I've had breakfast as well. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Could do with some
I'm
food.
wondering about our time for our dinner date we were planning.
Yeah.
We
Sad.
are running late. But it's worth it, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be
This
a
has
good
been a
series.
This has been a bloody good series.
Yeah, I'm glad that it is a good series and not just a 5-game stall.
Yeah, I feel like I'd rather miss lunch and have a great 5-game series than have a 3-0
I mean, I'm not flying till
board
later. We'll
game.
make it work. Dude. Don't worry.
Yeah, you just miss a flight or two. It's fine.
Yeah. I mean, I almost missed one of the flights. I did have to sprint through an airport.
Walking distance. Technically,
You'd have
it's
a long
walk.
you'd have a long old stride to
It's
make
a
that
long
work.
old walk.
You know,
but
there
it's still
is a
walking distance.
sea in the way, Jake.
Well, can you walk on water?
Not gonna lie, haven't tried in a while.
All right, well, give it a go.
Yeah.
If it doesn't work, there's this thing that happens when you walk on water, and you can't. You fall into it.
Mhm.
And
That
then-
actually happens with most liquids.
Yeah, that's what happens with most people, but occasionally.
Well, no,
there's-
with most liquids.
Oh well,
No, I mean most
No,
people. I
custard.
guess most people probably fall through.
if custard, you can.
That's to do with its shearing strength.
yeah,
it's a separate
isn't
thing.
it how hard you hit it as well?
Mm.
So if you're like,
Technically, the
Do you have to be slow or
technically the
quick?
definition of a liquid though is something that has no. I think it's something to do with its shear strength, or how it shears.
so is custard not a liquid? Is it a solid?
It in the instance
very soft
in
solid.
the instance where you impact it, it solidifies
Oh,
effectively.
okay. So it's a
I think.
liquid originally.
Yeah, that's my basic
We-
understanding of it. I can't remember
Man,
my
you can tell we're
materials
5 games
definitions.
into this series now. We're
Yeah,
talking about.
it's been a while since I did my
liquids and
materials
solids.
module, so not
Yeah,
getting
did you not
examined
build
on it,
anything
hopefully.
out of custard in your days as an engineer?
I didn't. I don't even like custard that much. I like it with things. I think
I
it's terrible
can't
by
remember
itself.
if I like custard. It has been a very long time.
You
like,
can't remember.
It's been that long since I remember I used to like it, but I'm not sure if I'd like it anymore. Like I don't know.
It's pretty much like it. Yeah, it's kind of like sugar soup.
Yeah,
Like
I'm not sure. That doesn't sound appetizing.
it goes well with like cakes and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, one of the ones I'm always hesitant on is Turkish Delight. I'm never sure. Like
I like
eat Turkish Delight, and I'm like, that ain't bad. But then I'm like, is it? I'm
Yeah.
not sure. And I can never make my mind up on whether or not I actually enjoy Turkish Delight.
I like it. It's good.
It's pretty good.
My issue is what they.
Let us know what you
certain
think about
flavours.
Turkish Delight in Twitch chat.
Yeah.
We said we won't read it, but you know.
I mean, you can
Interaction for
you
the
can let
sake of
production
interaction.
know, and we might watch the VOD later.
Yeah, to be fair, production do read a lot of that stuff
Yeah.
to us, but we don't actually have a line to them at the moment. So someone might just go, and that
Yeah.
means they like Turkish Delight, and if they go, it means they don't like Turkish Delight.
Or they probably just want us to get back into game because we want to get back into game too, guys. We are unfortunately left waiting as
We
well.
are into picks and bans, so should be getting into game nice and
Yeah,
quick.
but can't we skip those first 4 bands? The ones we know are going to be the exact
I'd
same.
like, where's the changes? Are we going to see a Rengar ban?
It's going to be Rengar, then it's going to be Skarner, then it's going to be
Elise.
Elise, then it's Zac.
Then it's that. Oh no, then it's
Sometimes Zac
it's
changes.
Sivir maybe, and then it's the Zac. The Zac is on the side of. Oh no, it is.
No,
yeah,
yeah.
Shaman.
I had it. They banned the Ziggs. Okay, maybe deciding that Euan's going to have a good game regardless of which tank he's on. They're not going to ban that many. That is the potential thing. That
I
comes
didn't
out
like
here.
the Lissandra.
Oh, I feel like I was pretty vocal in my dislike of the Lissandra. Dislike seems a weak term for how
I'm still
much.
not sure I would have liked the Malzahar
like it.
in that game either, and that's not just because I want to Lux.
Malzahar would have been so much better.
I actually think the Oriana would have been a better pick.
I think
If
I
you
think
could burst and then just go to the tank Gragas.
Yeah, I mean Malzahar is just. I mean even just the AOE silences, the fact he just does consistent damage would have been just so much better for them. Realistically, that game fell apart though, thanks to Euan just consistently finding openings and the same not being able to be said for Shaven Tortoise.
Now the Civ is open. We could see that for Flubber. Looks like for now, though, they're going to lock in the
I was going to say,
Caitlyn.
if they first lock Scion, I'm going to be very upset because that's not contested. They'll just lock the Urgot into it. That's fine.
I mean, Rhydona didn't look overly comfortable on the Urgot. It wasn't the
word
best
for it.
performance.
Yeah.
Yes, it is a word for it. I am so surprised that Jana has been this hotly contested in this tournament.
It's a bit of a strange one. I think it makes sense, though, if you saw that Officer Naughty's and Flubber's best lane was Caitlyn Janna, so take that away from them. Just in case. Go maybe Janna Jin here.
Hoff's going to get his hands on the Urgot. Now, is this going to be the Scion, or are we going to see something a little bit different? You still can go for the Ornn, it's a losing lane. I mean,
I just don't believe we're going to see anything different. I think it would be good to see something different. Okay, maybe. Okay, so they are potentially committing to that now because they decide to get those early lock-ins that are more important to them, like the Syndra, the Kazakhs as well, is going back to their early games style.
Okay. Once again, Euan gets his hands on the Nunu. We can have a little talk about the Nunu Kazakhs in a minute. I do want to keep my attention on the picks and bans here because this is very tense. There's a lot on the line for these teams.
Well, obviously you banned Scion here. I think that just makes sense. I think Rhydona looked very uncomfortable when not on the Scion.
Okay, well that's going to be the Braum. Taken away from the side of Officer Naughty. His Nautilus is still open. It's the reason he's called Officer Naughty.
However, we did see that be certainly not as impressive as would be liked in the semis.
Let's see. Bans definitely getting well fought out here by the Pirates. Aurelia taken away. Don't want to give Torekio that.
Makes sense that, especially you are going into the Syndra, you have that ability to reduce the damage coming out from that ultimate.
Nami once again taken away. We saw Austin Naughty play that in game 1 of the series.
Okay, so the Rhydona's almost certainly being pushed towards the Scion here. So that's, I guess, Claymores are fine with that, knowing that they can just win that top lane at a certain point anyway. The Jhin is still available. That's what they can go for.
It's not anymore. Jhin is now banned.
Probably a smart choice, I think. I think Europe looked very strong in it. Especially with Terrakio able to follow up something he might be comfortable on as well. Terrakio having both the mid laners we've seen thus far from him banned, though. Ziggs and Aurelia gone.
It's on him to change. Going to see what he picks. Obviously that Orianna, which we saw from Divinus, is going to be open. And that is a Jinx pick. For Europe.
That's... No, not a huge fan of Jinx.
Not a big fan?
No. No.
That's going to be the Scion for Flubber now. One more pick for the Pirates. Looking for the support for Officer Naughty, and he's locking in the Nautilus. It's coming back.
Okay, so Terrakio running low on the champions he might want to go for, but I mean, the best pick here is something like Echo or Vlad. But I don't know how Terrakio's feeling about that. See the comfort probably sapping away with some of those bans.
Definitely thinking it through. So much is on the line, and a Vel'Koz gets locked in the mid lane for Terrakio and the Clyde Claymores.
I think this draft, at the very least, goes right back to what the Pirates were strong with. And if Shaven Tortoise can now move back towards being more present in the early game, this, I think, very much favors the Portsmouth Pirates, because that is a rough bot lane with Jinx Janna. And the mid lane as well, we've seen how strong Divinus can be on the Syndra. Top lane's relatively neutral. So if Shaven Tortoise can step up now ahead of Euan, that's where they win. But on the other side, that's how Claymores try to bring it back.
And how does this game really work here for the side of Euan versus Shaven Tortoise? The Kazakhs versus the Nunu. What are your expectations coming into this game?
I mean, it's hard for the flat 1v1 to really go either way. The damage just isn't there on either side. So I'm expecting the mid laners to be a big influencing point of that. And I want to see where that comes through. If you get maybe the long range of Vel'Koz might be a big help in that. But we've also seen some really good Scat of the Weeks from Divinus. So I want to see how the wave is controlled, and that'll effectively give us a read on how the jungle matchup might be played.
We'll have to be keeping our eyes on these junglers. Game 1 to 3 was decided heavily by how Shaven Tortoise played. And I think it's safe to say that Euan has bounced back hard since getting his hands on the Zac. 2 games on the Nunu now as well, so Game 3 was a little bit more hotly contested between the junglers, but Game 1 and 2 definitely all about Shaven Tortoise. Game 3 and 4 heavily about Euan on the Nunu. Getting this Nunu once again in Game 5. Gonna have to see exactly how this goes and whether or not they can pull this back.
That's it. This is the match point for both sides. The potential upset coming out for the Claymores, but I mean, I want to come back to what I did touch on. I just don't think Jinx is a good pick right now. I really think, as hyper carries go, she's one of the weakest.
Yep.
Her one strength, and the only reason I can maybe think of her as useful, is if they somehow get that lead in lane, she could take down towers quite quickly, even early on, with the machine gun. And that could help them start to snowball because you get some tower plates down.
And they have the double range lane as well, so they can poke off Xanaut and Flubber down, but obviously Flubber does run that fleet footwork, so he has a bit of additional sustain to him. It is going to be a harder one for the side of the Claymores in this laning phase.
Yeah, but I mean, Terrakio, they both have the potential to control the lane here in the mid lane, but we've seen Divinus in matchups like that absolutely stomp against the Ziggs. So I want to see if Vel'Koz is a better match, or certainly Terrakio's Vel'Koz is a better match for Divinus' Syndra.
Okay, no shenanigans this game as the Claymores are going to be starting up on that blue side. Red side start for Shaven Tortoise, so junglers should be kind of following each other, mirroring each other through the jungle. So we'll have a very quick clear with the chomp, the bite, the consume available to him. Got it on the third one.
Yep. I mean, it's consume against consume and adapt. Makes sense. I think, like, I'm just waiting to see if Shaven Tortoise can have that effect, because I'm looking for the openings and lanes, and they're not that easy to find. However, we have seen him able to gank towards the top lane even against this matchup, so maybe that's where he starts with after he takes that blue.
There's the Dark Harvest Vel'Koz as well, so it's not this Glacial Augment Vel'Koz we saw at the beginning of the tournament. So you're going to be looking to proc that as much as possible, and Vel'Koz has a pretty decent way to proc that with his ultimate. Obviously, when it burns to a point, it's just going to go bang, and a big chunk of damage is going to go missing. So Redona into the Kleptomancy. Urgot going to have a pretty rough go of it.
In the previous game, we actually saw them move back towards the Unsealed Spellbook, something we didn't talk about, but didn't end up helping him hugely. Wasn't able to find that much grounding in the laning phase. Now we're seeing the standard of the Caitlyn pushing up. The Nautilus now behind her.
Junglers are on that top side of the map so far, so maybe we see some action breakdown around there, but Euan typically kind of picks 1 or 2 lanes and he kind of hard camps them, while Shaven Tortoise, when he's been proactive as a jungler, has been all over the map. He's like a bad rash. He just spreads everywhere, gets constant control of objectives.
That's a weird rash you got there, dude. An objective controlling one.
Yeah. I mean, no, I'm not even going to go into that. You know what?
Let's drop that metaphor
Let's just
real
run away.
Solid call, solid call.
Sometimes I make him. Hoff gets the purge. Oh, interrupts the decimating smash at like the last frame possible there.
Certainly thought just before the knockup, and now we're seeing, I mean, as expected, Caitlyn just runs ahead of this lane. There's not a huge amount Jinx can do. And that's where I'm left guessing. Maybe if Euan makes his way down there is something they could do in a response.
Yeah, well, Hoff looking to base up, spend some gold. Obviously that Kleptomancy has given him a bit of bonus gold. Has that teleport available to him, so he's just going to buy the Corrupting Potion now.
Gonna go
so
for the gank.
Ruby Crystal, but this is going to be the gank onto Divinus. Divinus does have that flash, biggest snowball ever. Not going to make his mark as Divinus this time respects the gank and flashes away early.
I mean, forces the flash out of the Syndra though, so pretty happy from Claymores, going back to what they did well, which is just force around this mid lane to start with as Euan just makes himself known, map around.
Forcing the flash out early as well, as Terrakio closing in on that 6 now. When that mark gets hit, and the flash is down. You could just look for a repeat gank, throw out the ultimate from the Vel'Koz, and just melt through Divinus on the Syndra here.
Yeah, just less of a response there. Less of a response available now without the flash. Good combo though from Flubber. Starts chunking out Patsy. Right now you are seeing a very slight gold lead opening up for the Pirates just from CS alone. You see that in the bot lane. The top lane is a bit more even than you might expect, just because of course the Kleptomancy procs as well help even that out somewhat.
Thank you very much, Observer, for showing us that.
Even the Kazakh's starting to pull slightly ahead, stealing some camps now on the way.
Yeah, he's about to get spotted out by Euan. Could get collapsed onto. They've pinged out, but they're going towards him. Shaman Tortoise is going to be able to pick that up. Consume goes down, and Officer Naughty makes his way forward to make sure that Shaman doesn't just get picked up for first blood. 5 minutes on the clock, closing in on that 6-minute mark, and so far, nobody's gone down, nobody's died. Both of these teams playing with a lot of respect for each other. Have had one gank from Euan, which successfully forced out Divinus' flash.
I feel like we should clarify as well. His full name is Officer Naughty. It is, I believe, just too short. I believe it is just too long for the client to take.
Yes.
So yeah, ends up getting left there. Just an Officer Not. It's a bit sad to get dropped. I was found that I know there was a friend of mine in the Irish scene who went by Stark, but he wasn't able to use that name because I believe there was someone in the OPL who had it, so he had to go with a completely different name.
I remember Stark.
Yeah.
Well, Mountain Jake's getting started up here by the side of the Portsmouth Pirates. Looks like the contest might be coming through. This might just be the fight. Are going to see the Pirates pick up the Drake as the flash is forced out from Officer Naughty. Now they use the Lifeform Disintegration Ray onto Flubber. He's taking a lot of HP as Europe can't get that last auto attack off, and now they're looking to turn it around. Stun and a root goes onto Europe and nobody dies. Drake over to the Pirates.
My word, Jinx does so little damage.
I mean, she does have a door and
she has
shield,
no
to
AD
be fair.
built. Yeah, it would have actually taken 2 autos, by the way, to actually take out the Caitlyn there, so wasn't maybe as close as potentially thought, but
even with the Janna steroid,
it's just nothing. No, just doesn't do enough damage.
I know, I played enough Janna at the end of last season to know that. Back on Ardent was a thing.
Oh yeah,
a good thing anyway. Whereas
Larvins.
Divinus actually going to dodge away from this snowball. Euan is spotted out on the control ward. Divinus tries to get the Scat of the Week down. Does. She'll land a little bit of damage. A volley of snowballs comes out, but Euan doesn't land it. Minion wave going to crash in here to Rhydona. Should be able to catch most of this wave as Sion has a pretty good time at clearing waves.
Especially with that Bammy Cinder finish, should be even easier. And so far, I think Portsmouth Pirates having full shove potential on both side lanes has made it pretty easy. Actually, I'd say it's even in the top lane, of course. Sorry, it's the full shove potential in the bot lane is what I was talking about. Has made this a much easier matchup than it has been some of those previous games.
Well, no plates have actually fallen off here. Looks like a gank is coming forward for Euan. Great hook comes out from Officer Naughty, looking to root him up with a snowball volley. Flubber going to get forced away, jumps away as a zap connects, and now they're just looking to go into Officer Naught. Misses out on the ignite, misses out on the super mega death rocket. No! That's going to be one for Europe as they're answering back into the top lane. Hoff throws down the ultimate. He's trying to stay alive, and he does hold out fast. That's 1 kill for the Claymores with no response from the Pirates.
That's really good for the Claymores. Again, I said if Jinx managed to somehow find a kill, the biggest strength is you can quickly take down some of those plates. But on the other side, you also have a good demolish proc there. Starts hurting that tower as well, but now here's going to be the continued engage.
Flubber's getting knocked up. He's on top of the traps. Europe gets himself a second kill. 2 onto the Jinx. Might even be able to get himself a couple more plates after the fact this is all done. As Teriakio down in CS in this lane, but first turret blood could very well go over to the side of the Claymores as Hoff is only just leaving the base. There cannot be a contest coming forward from the side of the Pirates, and that would be a plate number 3 falling off. The race is on for first turret blood, and it looks like Pirates are going to win that race, sorry. But the Claymores not quick enough to the punch.
Yeah, just about, but a lot of gold over to the Jinx, who needs a lot of help scaling. The person who really benefits more from the gold on the other side, though, is that Kazakhs. So I'm wondering if you now get Shaven Tortoise showing up now into the lanes that much stronger. That ability to assassinate now there. Hard though, especially given how tanky his counterpart is in the jungle. You can see the 2 kills onto Jinx. Still a long way to go before Jinx is massively useful, but has that Storm Razor, should somewhat help in that lane. Caitlyn as well, somewhat suffering from the same lack of power in the same areas, so may help Europe.
I mean, an entire item over a BS sword and a longsword is it's a pretty big lead, but Flubber is going to be able to get a fair amount of damage on. That shield may have been enough for them to actually stop the plate from falling off from Patsy. Have to see in a minute how that lane is doing. Is Teriyaki able to clear out this wave with relative ease? And yeah, oh no, wasn't enough. It slowed it down though.
Gold's in favor of Pirates, but again, as I said, a lot of that lead is onto the Kazakhs. So I want to see him now pushing forward, now finding the execute, especially even in the mid lane onto this Vel'Koz. Hasn't been pressured at all, but Divinus can maybe help out in that regard.
Yeah, Divinus got his lost chapter. You can see Teriyaki is looking to base up here. Curious to see what this build will be, as you don't have the Glacial Augment Vel'Koz, and I haven't seen...
It's pretty standard. It's like the Luden's Morello.
Yeah. Standard AP mage. Okay, Drake will be an Infernal spawning. I think that was Infernal. Maybe a Mountain. Mountain! There we go. Thank you. 13 seconds till that's up. Have to see if Pirates can get their hands on that. That'd be 2 Mountains for them. That'd be great for taking turrets and getting these plates off as soon as possible. Hoff taking a big trade versus Radona. Loses out pretty hard there. You can see Flubber looking to work his way up. Stormrazor still finishing on the Jinxes. Flubber not being able to finish his quite yet.
You see not the spike that you might expect from something like the Lucian, something like the Draven. Just doesn't really pack that same punch when it's on someone like the Jinx, but still, of course, helps in terms of these quick trades. And we expected the jungle and mid matchups to be more volatile, but they've actually slowed down quite heavily.
Yeah.
A lot of gold, I should say, has gone over to the Pirates side.
Euan is down in CS though, quite heavily compared to someone like Shaven Tortoise, but he does have his 2 assists to his name. Teriyaki going to be gifted a blue buff, while it looks like the Pirates are looking to start up this Drake. 2k HP, doesn't look like a contest will come through in time. Traps will dissuade Euan from jumping into the fact. And 2 Mountain Drakes get picked up by the Pirates. We've seen so far that control of these big objectives has been what has decided a lot of these early games.
And I'm watching now for how the Clyde Claymores look to respond, because yes, as you said, the jungle's pulled much further ahead for the Pirates. You have this pretty stagnant top lane, you have a mid lane that's slightly fallen behind the Syndra, not hugely. For some reason Syndra still has that bounty. But still, I mean, it's a noteworthy gold loss, so now Hoff being picked off in the rotation, potentially.
Yeah, Shaven threw out the ultimate, trying to keep him alive. That's going to be a lot thrown down, and Divinus just picks him up. Life Bomb, Disintegration Ray. Not going to be enough coming through from Teriyaki. And a turret goes down in the bot lane, as the plating will be falling off in 30 seconds time.
Yeah, that's just more gold over to that Jinx, starting to look to actually hit a spike. And I said, one of the weaker, probably the weakest of the hyper carries from the top of my head, but still a hyper carry in her own right. So good if she can get towards those later game items.
Berserker Greaves. Looks like a Zeal should be coming in as they're standing on the base for just a second. Flubber going to be able to get a plating just before they fall off, and that turret.
I mean, that's actually huge. That almost evens it.
Yeah. Have to see what he bases on. It is the Zeal for Europe for now. He's down in CS. Does obviously have those 2 kills though, to add a little bit of bonus gold.
The extra range might make this a little easier for the Caitlyn though. And of course the engage potential is there with the Nautilus. The ability to just throw down that ultimate onto these very immobile carries. Like you're with Vel'Koz Jinx.
And again, Flubber picks up a pickaxe instead of like at least the components for a Zeal, which obviously gives you the raw damage but does slow down your kind of next 2 items. I mean, it speeds up technically the Infinity Edge, but you're not getting a rapid fire cannon quite yet. And this is what he did on the Xayah, and it made him feel relatively weak until he kind of got a little bit later in it, just slow down that spike as Patsy lands the slow off the Nort, throws out the Q, doesn't quite connect it. Euan's waiting in those wings here as Europe is tickling off the Naughty.
The one thing I was going to say is it does increase those Storm Razor procs, and that does give you those that quick trade potential. So I wonder if that's maybe the reasoning behind this. See now.
Europe. Just not doing anything to Nort. I feel like if he had Ninja Tabby, maybe I'd be like, okay, that kind of makes sense on those autos. Nope, that is
cloth armor.
He has
sir.
one cloth armor. Divinus has actually found out Euan, and Euan's just going to get unleashed power onto. Divinus takes him down. And a crab for Shaven Tortoise, ain't quite happy.
I mean, I guess the cloth armor against Jinx is a lot better than the no magic against the Syndra. Did not help at all.
I mean, Syndra's gone Lost Chapter, Oblivion Orb.
It's the full M pen.
Yeah, that is.
With the
that is. I am
shoes.
going to shred you, dude. As double Mountain Drakes makes taking down this Rift Herald fairly simple. And that kind of like power trough for picking up the pickaxe is going to be nullified now, as should be able to get a charge out, get some turret damage down. Just to see what the gold is going to be spent on.
I mean, it's 3k in the lead for the Pirates. They're pretty comfortable in this, but we've seen them lose a 6k lead before, so this is far from done for the Claymores.
Yes. And last time they got all the plating, Claymores were able to turn that game around. Were able to find that big engage, that big win, and it looked like Pirates were just going to be able to close the series out for 0, and they got caught with their trousers around their ankles at their inhibitor. As it looks like already Hoff's coming in, the flash goes down, they're looking for Officer Nort, he's forced to flash away, the biggest snowball ever, does not find its mark as the trap by Flubber will stop the engage.
That was close, it's pretty close to just clipping on the Nautilus and might have helped them continue that play, but as it was, You're got ultimate down for nothing. I'm watching here though where the response is from the Claymores, because right now it's just try to farm up, try to respond. And this is my worry is this seems very reminiscent of games 1 and 2, and that's where the Pirates just continued pushing.
Patsy,
no real response, and
Patsy.
It's a
He's
bug.
in for a danger. Well to hurt is he's going to get caught out, half his HP. Forced to flash and run away as Euan uses the knock-up as well. Overgreeding for wards.
I mean, you say that, it isn't their own jungle. It is just that one brush that has been camped multiple times. And that's what I'm, again, just kind of not learning from mistakes there. Or certainly seems that now the Pirates have gone back to that comfort zone.
Able to get themselves a Mountain Drake. The Pirates definitely looking revitalized after a crushing game 3 and 4. As Europe trying to hold fast here, throws down the traps, but just tickling here. As Flubber does take a tower shot, so it takes a big amount, but looks like Euan's coming in. This might just be that fight off the Nort low. Super Mega Death Rocket comes down. That'll be an ace in the hole. Monsoon to heal them up as Hoff throwing out the damage. The absolute zero is enough for Hoff to get him, to get himself a kill. Trying to chase for more, but not going to be able to find that opening. Claymores find 1 kill.
I mean, that's good, though. They've been falling behind consistently for the past while. They finally find a potential pick. And you can see Terracchio's looking for more. The Lifeform Disintegration Ray is available.
Yeah, he's going to throw it out. Flubber takes a big chunk. Divinus takes a little bit on the end as well as Rhydona. Still very tanky, but Divinus is going to get flashed onto. Europe's looking for the kill. The Unleashed Power takes him down, though. And now they're chasing. But it looks like they're thwarted as the Claymores are going to walk away.
So close. But that's what you get for thinking you do damage as Jinx. Get shut down instantly.
Also, like, just a quick note to production, you decided to have a meeting next to me. Like they didn't know. Like you've not worked with me for 3 years. As Euan is going to get taken out. Shaven Tortoise takes him down.
Okay, the Pirates trying to regain control of this after falling down somewhat. Again, the Claymore's helping out in that regard with the full assassin Jinx assassinating herself.
Trying to channel your inner Flubber there. That is sad. Nunu's death animation is one of the saddest ones. It's up there with the Dragon Trainer Tristana as well.
Yeah, that's probably the worst. That almost cancelled it. That would have been a real sad cancel for them. Instead, they are just going to get this
that
big
Giant
tower.
Shield is not going to do squat. Absolutely not, guys. Can they actually get this down before it gets the second charge off? It looks like the answer is going to be no. They don't actually have Europe quite nearby. As you can see, they're making their way in. Second charge will not be cancelled, and going to be able to get a big chunk onto the tier 2. Backs are coming forward, and it looks like Claymores going to have to step away. The Hurricane has been finished onto Europe. Wants to build that Infinity Edge third, and then Jinx really does start to kind of pick up pace, and that's where the power spike starts. Doesn't end.
Kind of.
That's where it starts.
Yeah, it's... yeah, there's a reason I don't like Jinx in the current meta. Sure, her power spike is, hey, look, she does things other AD carries do now.
After 3 items.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just not as well as most of them, I guess. But
I mean, the thing she does do is reset well in fights, you know, constant kiting.
If you get things going, yeah. I mean,
yeah.
You could also play... I mean, I know Sivir was banned, but for example, Sivir does that by clicking ore instead of needing to kill people.
Yeah. Okay, 20 minutes on the clock. The Pirates still maintain their gold lead here over the Claymores, as they really, really do not want to go down in this style. Reverse sweep would be so, so big for a team like the Claymores to unthrone the Portsmouth Pirates.
Dethroned by most people standard in the English language, but I definitely agree with the sentiment. If you can manage to do that, someone who's won 4 times in a row, managed to take that down. It's such a massive, massive, even morale boost going into the next seasons, but more importantly, more immediately, it's this season you want to take.
You don't want to say next season because Pirates seem to face someone different every season. This is your season. If you want to be the standing champions, if you want that big buff coming into the next season of Arena Clash, you want to get that win under your belt.
See what can happen. I think this Baron will be the big decider, as it has been in previous games. Double Mountain over the side of the Pirates, plus that Kha'Zix. A lot of potential objective control. I think they'll wait till they find a fight them.
That's going to be the power of the Jinx. Able to kind of get onto this turret with the machine gun. You can kind of crumble through these turrets, but the wave just wasn't in their favor, so not going to be able to actually pressure for more. Shaman Tortoise makes his way up to clear out the wave as well.
Also, with no real deep vision, playing that far up is pretty dangerous.
Yep.
So they do back off. In general, just going back to safer play, which I think is dangerous for the Pirates. They should be looking to play further forward. They should be looking to continue to push their advantage. Looks like they're going to try to do that through this dragon. The third Infernal, or second Infernal, sorry.
Can the Claymores stop it? They are the only one who's had an Infernal this entire series.
You say that Pirates already have an Infernal.
Prior to this game. I do not retract my statement, I extend it.
Yeah. I appreciate it.
Alright, Claymores grouped up. Ultimates are available for everyone. This could be a big fight. Pirates recognizing that, want to just push out this mid lane. Try and get some control there, as they have control closest to the mid lane for the moment. And they know that someone from the Claymores will have to walk a very long way if they want to tidy that out. As Hoff is trying to clear out the wave, as it's probably the smallest snowball ever.
In the meantime, you have back to the split push Scion. Those demolished Brock's doing work.
Oh, they're going to start it up here.
But maybe too late.
Drake, already half HP, going to get picked up in favor of the Clyde Claymores. Absolute zero on the multiple members, followed up by the Monsoon. And I thought this integration ray is going to disintegrate everyone on the side of the Pirates. Rydona is going to be the first one to fall, and the rest of the Pirates are going to be forced to run away.
Yeah, and that's great for the Claymores, who managed to pick up both the dragon and a few kills in the back, but maybe one more going down.
Oh, that is going to be Hoff as Flubber takes him out. Sniped.
Just about. But they managed to secure it, and that's huge for them. Plus take his flash down. They're going to try to continue this siege up. As the Pirates still with the gold lead, but you're seeing those openings. You're seeing the Claymores find those picks, find that team fight especially. The burst is still there.
You're seeing the greed here. Pirates sent their top laners to go push a turret and then got engaged onto and decided, let's continue fighting here. They did at least answer 1 for 1, but in comes Euan. Misses out in his chicken camps. They're gone, unfortunately, for him. But you can see it's getting to a point where Jinx is going to be a threat. I know it starts with 3 items, but it does. You do become that threat.
You're getting towards 3 items. And that's something.
Oh man, you're still way off that Infinity Edge. Okay, don't worry, Jinx isn't going to be a problem for another like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
But the problem is the rest of the team are. They're enabling and giving time for Europe to consistently auto-attack and shred through your front line.
I mean, you also have Urgot, who's very good at dealing a lot of damage quickly. Vel'Koz is doing a good chunk from afar.
And so the Claymores are catching where Europe's kind of weaker early game is on this Jinx by covering it with the rest of their picks and playing well around it.
They have the scaling somewhat with them. I mean, you still run into issues later on, especially against the amount of burst potential still there. I'm waiting to see how these Barons go down, because I expect the Pirates should have such a good time of forcing this. They have that double mountain, but I think are very wary of especially the Nunu steal.
Okay, rapid fire cannon, BF sword and pickaxe with the Storm Razor in Flubber's inventory, so he's got himself pretty big lead over what Europe is currently sitting on, but Europe is still yet to base since we last talked about his item. Closing in, trying to get that Infinity Edge as soon as possible.
Still a bit off, I think. I actually don't know what components he's currently on, but yeah, some of these waves will be able to help. Yeah, still a little bit off. Needs probably about another 600 odd gold. In the meantime, the pressure's being put out by, I think, mostly the Vel'Koz here, the Urgot as well, helping in the side lanes, of course, but once people are grouped up, you're seeing the Vel'Koz chunks probably being the most significant.
You can really see the kind of worry that both of these teams don't want to throw everything out the window, so they're both playing very tentative, very safe. Don't want to aggressively go forward. As was 26 minutes on the clock, only 6 kills over to the Pirates, 5 for Claymores. Also waiting for Europe to actually get a couple of items in his belt. A Death Rush is set up here by the Pirates. Tornado's not going to spot it. Neither will the Vel'Koz Q.
Oh, Patsy may walk right into it.
Patsy should have learned his lesson. As Divinus.
Death Rush does not last as they trap it up. And so it kind of... Officer Not goes to the pick and just can't quite find it. In the meantime...
Biggest snowball ever. Divinus is going to be forced to run away. Naughty flashes in. The knockup goes wide. That's going to be the depth charge as the fight is going to break out. Officer Naught is going to be the first one to go down. The Life Bond Disintegration Ray picks up one as well as Shaven Tortoise is able to answer out. It's a 1-for-1 fight, but instantly they take them down. Dodging away from the Super Mega Death Rocket. Not going to be enough to chase for more. 2 kills for the Pirates for just 1 for the Claymores.
But you have that double mountain and you've taken out the enemy jungler. This is the time to start trying to force that Baron. All on Vel'Koz, really, to try stop this.
No ultimate available. Jinx still not got that Infinity Edge. Can they hold fast? They throw down a pink ward just to spot it out for the moment. That's going to be a big chunk of damage onto Flubber inside the pit, but the Baron will go down over to the side of the Pirates, and no one from Claymores is going to be able to answer out.
In the first 2 games, it was that Baron that decided the game. If they can then turn this into the siege, this could be the game ender.
You're desperately trying to get some gold in his pocket so he can get this Infinity Edge to scare off the next fight.
It's just not scary, it's just Jinx.
It is just Jinx. That is going to interrupt. No, it's not.
Doesn't quite leash that far. After
Infinity Edge will be finished.
Yes.
But you're now playing into a free item Caitlyn, who is very strong as well, and that is just going to be your jungler, forced to flash and run away. Knockup does land. They use the Fear Beyond Death as well here, as Hoff jumps into the fray. He's going to get picked up by Flubber, and the snowball is not large enough to knock anybody up. It's the Claymores going to be able to step away, and the Pirates are going to get themselves a second Infernal Drake. 2 mountains, 2 Infernals. Pirates are in position to try and take this game, to take Game 5. They were pushed by the Claymores, but for now, they've been able to hold out fast.
Yeah, and this should be a very quick siege for them as well. Even without their Nautilus, they're in a much stronger spot.
Charge is starting up. Ace in the hole. It's going to get thrown out. A good interrupt, though, onto Euan to stop them. The turret goes down. They're continuing their siege in this bot lane. As looks like they're transitioning now for the side of the Pirates into the mid lane.
Yeah, you're just going to look for those tier 2s first. Just try up that gold lead. Taking it a bit slower than maybe is necessary. Still playing this by the numbers. Have to remember that they could well be feeling the tension right now. This is the game that decides if they can maintain their championship status.
The pressure is on for the Pirates and the Claymores. Game 5, match point. The Claymores were able to get 2 wins, and they really want this reverse sweep, but the Pirates maybe pushed a little bit beyond what they expected coming into today. Now looking confident in Game 5. Flubber, 3-1 and 3 on that Caitlyn. You got a 3-0-5 Divinis on the Syndra in the mid lane. Your Assassin, 2-0-4 Kha'Zix.
Just looking much more comfortable than they did in the previous games. I think that's it, and a part of it definitely comes back to that draft, going back to what worked for them early on. See if they can now close this one out. They have a Baron, but they've barely used it for this siege. Got themselves 2 tier 2s, which is pretty minimal considering what they've previously gotten from those kind of pushes.
30 minutes on the clock. Almost a 10k gold lead. The Pirates sitting pretty, unable to crack the base so far. Baron going to be timing out fairly soon as well, so they need to try and pull this trigger soon as Flubber sweeping those auto attacks in. This might just be the engage. The flash purge comes in. The knock-up goes wide. Hop already loses a lot of HP, but that's going to be the life form disintegration ray as Europe is on a killing spree, getting on top of the Nord. Rhydona is forced to flash over the wall, and the rest of the team looking to chase, but the traps will catch him in place. Teriyakio tries to throw out the Q, lands the slow. This is going to be the knock-up. This is going to be the kill. Going over to Teriyakio. 2 quick kills for the Claymores, and they hold fast for the moment. But Divinis is going top lane. He's looking to pressure up yet another turret, but Europe is there to answer out.
Yeah, and Teriyakio with the damage in these fights, he's making it work with the Vel'Koz, where I think honestly this Jinx is somewhat failing, but now has hit that 3 out, and like you said, the damage is more noticeable, and they're finally finding openings, and it was a great flash purge to start it.
Great flash purge indeed. But it's they're not out of the woods. The tree line may be thinning.
Still almost 10k behind. That's
trying to work their way out. This is a lot. And I mean, where is that gold sitting? You can see 1,000 over to the side of Flubber. Divinis has a 2k gold lead as Euan just slides past.
You can see the big one is in the jungle, where it's nearly 3k.
Not particularly the member you really want to have a 3k lead. You'd rather have a Caitlyn with a 3k lead, or maybe the Syndra, as obviously Shaving Tortoise is super killable still. Easy to deal with, lots of kind of shutdown gold. I mean, Flubber's worth 1,000 gold, 950 gold onto Divinis, 450 onto Shaving Tortoise. There is a lot to close that gap if Claymores can get themselves a good fight. We've seen already, if they make the play, the absolute zero just denies anyone from getting onto Europe who can kite his way through the fight until he gets the get excited passive procced.
And what I like about the way they're setting up a lot of these fights is they throw down the absolute zero, yes, but more importantly, they throw down the traps behind it. So if you're trying to disengage from the absolute zero, you're being given very few options. So there is some nice team play here going on.
Last Wisp has been picked up onto Europe as well, so going to start to look to try and cut through Rhydona a lot quicker. Mountain Drake spawns up in 35 seconds, Baron in 40. Triple Mountain with an Infernal Drake, that Baron will liquefy to the Pirates.
Yeah, and I mean, you still have the Nunu to steal it, though. You have that potential for the Q Smite, just massive amount of damage, massive more than even that Kha'Zix with his own Q Smite.
Well, you can see for now, Pirates are trying to get some vision control around this part of the jungle. Definitely everyone's playing with a lot of respect for each other. Hoff looking to try and clear out some of these control wards. The Baron Nash is now spawning. Drake is also on the map here. You can see the Claymores stepping forward into this part of the jungle, into this part of the map, trying to get control of the Baron Pit. Do not want to get it stolen away. They respect what the Pirates are capable of doing. Although the Baron Pit is a fantastic place for the Claymores to fight. You have the Flash Absolute Zero. You have the Lifeform Disintegration Ray, and Jinx just raining rockets in.
Yeah, the thing is, what you do now is you split off, you get that Mountain Drake for yourselves, knowing that they can't run blind into that Baron Pit. And they are just waiting to try poke you off. That gives you the triple mounted, double Infernal. Massive, massive control.
Yeah, Flubber was able to pick up the Mountain, so If Claymores step away for a second, Pirates are going to be able to just melt through this Baron, and it looks like they're going to start it up.
Now?
That is just going down so quick. Claymores are not going to even be able to get in time. Baron Nashor goes over to the Portsmouth Pirates, and Claymores now left thinking, what is their game plan? How do they answer out? How do they respond?
10k deficit. That is...
It's 11k. Oh no, 10k, sorry.
There you go.
That's maths.
Either way, still a lot to build up, a lot to get through. Don't even have the Rabadons on your Vel'Koz to try help chunk through. Still sitting pretty far behind the counterpart of that Syndra.
Hexdrinker finished up in Europe as well, playing with respect towards Divinus' burst, while Flubber has picked himself up a QSS into the fully finished Merc, actually, Scimitar, Mercurial Scimitar, so has the ability to save himself from some of the CC, although it is a lot of kind of slows and stuff like that, so he has to be very careful. Baron Nashor going to be able to buff up the Pirates here. Claymores, what can they do? Can they hold fast?
They need to find another engage like the Flash Purge they previously cancelled out a siege with.
Flash is not available yet. That's a knock-up almost landing onto Flubber. Not going to be enough to actually get it, but the turret is getting sieged up. The scan of the week lands onto 2 members. The Rockets trying to work through the minions here, but that cannon is just chipping away. And this wave clear is just massive. Patsy takes a massive auto attack by Flubber, and the turret will be going down fairly quickly. Now onto the inhibitor here is the Pirates. Looking to crack open the base here versus the Claymores. 36 minutes on the clock. They do finally open up the base, but they're playing respect. They're staying back. Going towards that topside tier 2.
You just slowly remove the options for Claymores to engage. As you take every single inhib, they will find themselves super minions in their base, and even if they win a fight, starting to lose out regardless, as they'll just be supers pushing in onto that Nexus. And next focus is this inhib.
If you don't give them a chance, they will just whip through your turrets, melt through them. The knock-up lands. A big chunk of damage is going to go down, and a knock-up to follow. Life on disintegration ray. The Rocket finds a double kill, and now they're chasing. Euan has popped the Righteous Glory, gets slowed down, but throws out the Rocket. A great trap by Flubber. Will dissuade for the moment. It's just 2 kills for the Pirates. Oh, sorry, for the Claymores onto the Pirates, and now they're looking to turn around once again. Europe missing 1/3 of his HP. The super minions will still to work their way into this mid lane.
3v5 though, probably not the way you want to play that. You can see the damage is there. Claymores can find fights, but it's so difficult for them.
Flash Purge is going to be available now though. Super minions, Baron buffed up here. Claymores holding on. This is going to be the channel. They're throwing out that snowball. Looking for the turnaround, the Flash Purge by Hoff into the middle of 2. He's taking a lot of damage. Decimating Smash is going to be enough to get it. That's going to be the ultimate into the backline as Europe is trying to kite out. The Absolute Zero will slow him down as he gets caught in the traps. The pop goes in, and Shaven Tortoise can't quite get the assassination off. Rhydona goes down, and now Europe flashes in, going golden as Flubber comes up huge. The shutdown for Rhydona in zombie form, and Flubber and Shaven Tortoise are the only 2 who stand.
Yeah, and they just continue this. They almost get taken out. No, the heal comes down. They just about survive, and they're going to continue trying to push forward. Now out comes Nunu.
That was way too close.
Okay, they managed to escape it, but you can see these fights are still back and forth, even after that deficit, because it's gotten towards that late game stage. Elder Drake may be the way to help them out here, though. Spod's at 45, but we said that about 2 Barons that have gone over in favor of the Pirates, and they still can't find a good way to close this.
A 5 Drake Elder will be disgusting. They can cut through it nice and quickly because of the mountains and the Infernals they've got in their pocket. Flubber's got to be closing in on full build off this next base. As you can see, the Maw has been finished for Europe. He's also finished up his Last Whisper item into the Lord Dominic's regards. So working his way towards being... I mean, he's full build Jinx. This is now the moment where he has to sell the Storm Razor, maybe buy another crit item, or like a BF, or like a Bloodthirster or something like that. It's your only hope. But Patsy looking to get assassinated. Not going to be the case. Ace in the hole gets tanked up by Euan as Hoff has jumped in. Teriyakio making his way in, the biggest snowball ever. Only going to knock up one, but Hoff is so low. The life form disintegration ray channeling through as Euan gets a kill on top of the Naughty. A two-man scatter the weak, but the health bars for the side of the Claymores are just way too low, and Pirates are going to be able to continue to fight here.
Yeah, and you have those traps zoning them away here, potentially.
Scatter the weak lands by Divinus. The traps are just doing a great job of zoning. They're throwing everything down, but the teleport's coming through. This might just be the turnaround. This might just be the moment. A trap lands onto Hoff as he takes a big chunk, as you see the damage by Divinus, as he just continues to zone away. The Elder Drake picked up by the Portsmouth Pirates, and the Claymores are now in a dangerous position as they have to fight off the siege, fight off the damage that the Pirates can put down. This is so dangerous.
It's the 5 Dragon Elder, as you touched on earlier. This is so much damage attached to it. This should be the end, you would say, but the Claymores have found opening after opening.
Absolute Zero is going to be coming up fairly soon. If they can hold out for the moment, wait for that. That is the opening. That is the potential turn, but in he comes. Here comes Speed Racer. Not going to find an opening, though.
It ends up backing off. They need to just reset now. Get everyone full health, everyone full build, and try to use this Elder.
Europe. You don't need it. Get a GA, get it like a Bloodthirster, get a second crit item so you have that 100% crit.
There's any number of things that could be the pickup here, but doesn't look like that's what they're going for. You can now get the Elder and the Baron and push forward with that. You're running out of things to take at that point. You gotta push for the base, and the Claymores have denied that time and time again.
I can't believe we're on the third Baron Nash of this game. 41 minutes on the clock, and the Portsmouth Pirates are going to take this down just so quickly. There's not going to be a response in time, although Euan is making his way forward. The Super Mega Death Rocket finds his mark. Euan not going to go over the wall. If he didn't get that, he just would have died, and that would have been game.
Yep. The Elder Dragon already over half used, coming to about a third now. Not a huge amount of time left. They need to make this last fight happen sooner rather than later.
Yeah, Claymores maybe just want to wait it out for the moment. Maybe get some pokes down. Some poke down. As trying to get
only 8 Dark Harvest stacks on Kha'Zix? That's so sad.
That is sad. A knock-up lands onto 2 squishy members, followed up by the Tornado. Big chunk of damage lands onto Flubber from the auto-attack from Europe. His Scatter the Weak lands onto Europe, so he's going to have to walk away, try and get some health back for the moment. All the inhibitors are open, but not downed, as Flubber takes a serious chunk of damage, so he's going to have to step away for the moment. Does have some life steal, so he can heal off the minion waves. And Pirates want to use the last of this Elder, use the last of this Baron.
It's going to be gone. The Elder's pretty much, the Elder's just finishing now as well. They have not been able to use it aside from getting the Baron once.
Whoa! Teriyakio gets himself the kill! What a snipe!
Okay, you can keep going. It's still 4v5. They actually removed one of the Barons. They can push forward now. They've taken out the key carry, or one of the big key carries for the next while. It's past 40 minutes. It's a long death timer.
I mean, Divinus is one of the main people they use to get the damage onto Europe, because Flubber just struggles to do so past the front line.
At least take the outer towers of the mid and top lane. They have yet to be touched, but the Claymores still find themselves fighting.
Oh, my lord. Tier 1 in the mid is standing.
It's over half at the top.
What is going on? Okay. Still not seeing the Storm Razors get sold by these 80 carries yet.
I'm not sure we will, Jake. I think they'll just stick with them.
We're just going with it, dude. Okay, 4 members stacking up. Divinus going to be up in 7 seconds' time. A Death Rush has been formed by the Portsmouth Pirates. It's Patsy.
You've taken out Divinus, and they just didn't push at all. They were still scared of the 4-man. I think that was a massive mistake that may cost Claymores the game. They could have tried to turn that into a siege and just simply didn't.
It's a dangerous prospect, though.
That's
unsettling. Why are Pirates actually setting a Death Rush up? Because I don't feel like this is going to be a thing that Claymores are even going to contest.
Well, they got blue buffed. Game over now.
Good job, guys. Well done.
3rd Baron and an Elder. They're fine.
My favourite thing is when 2 teams both set up Death Rushes that are sitting on the other side of the map. They're coming soon, I promise.
Maybe they're just waiting out 2nd Elder in 2 minutes.
I mean, I actually think that's a win condition here for Pirates now.
I thought the first one was a win condition, but you know,
I thought the third Baron Nashor was a win condition, but clearly I'm wrong.
oh dear. This is what you could see was drafted by Claymores in the previous games that didn't come to fruition. That's scaling.
Death Rush.
No,
Okay.
no, back off.
They know something's up. You haven't seen them for like 3 minutes. Why would you ever walk into the jungle blind when you're like, man, I haven't seen the enemy for a while. I guess
Oh, no.
I guess they're forming a Death Rush somewhere.
He still hasn't bothered to fix himself. Just
You're gonna give yourself carpal tunnel doing that, mate.
they're not walking. Maybe they're waiting the 2 minutes for Dragon. That's literally what's happening right now.
Teriyaki is not full build yet, so they're probably just funneling a little bit of gold. Euan, you're solo.
No. Wait a second.
He's been spotted out on the ward. Oh, he's too scared.
No.
Too scared. All right, there's a ward there. They know that much.
Come on, 45 seconds to Dragon. You're gonna have to walk up that way at some point.
They've been in this bush for like 3 minutes.
This is the play. This is the play. I'm gonna sit down. I'll stand up, all hyped. I just need to wait for it.
Oh, they put the shield on. Zap!
Oh, they checked it!
They checked it! Yeah, Squires, by the way, that's an item. What
All
a
right.
waste of time. Like,
well, you know what? You're set up for the second Elder now.
I guess. I mean, or you could have just done that. Now they're looking for the fight. The knock-up into the absolute zero. One quick kill for the Claymores as the Monsoon heals them up. And now they're chasing. Can they find Flubber? He's kiting away. Pirates lose one member, and it's going to be their top lane. Sorry, their support.
Yeah, but now it's going to be the Elder started up. You have the Nunu to secure it as well. Clyde Claymores are actually going to take an objective in 46 minutes.
Shaving might be able to steal this away. It's already quite low. That's going to be the Elder Drake picked up. The recalls are coming through.
You have Kha'Zix in the base.
Kha'Zix is in the base, just trying to take these inhibs down. Might be able to get one, might be able to get two. He's getting collapsed on though. They're chasing for more. GA finished up onto him as Europe's coming forward. They're turning the corner with the Strift.
He hits it.
Connect. They're chasing the Flash, the runaway. They're going to root him in place with a snowball volley. He gets knocked up and the GA is going to be procced. Minions are onto the turret, but he flashes over the wall, hops over, and Europe shuts him down.
You now have a 4v5 with the Elder. Actually try Siege. Yes, you've lost the inhibs, but you're out of options at that
Their
point.
jungle is dead, and Baron spawning in 30 seconds.
Stop waiting for things and push!
46 minutes on the clock, 47 minutes on the clock now, as the Pirates do get an inhib in the mid lane, but they lose a lot for it.
You have Elder. Go to at least to the Baron, which is spawning in 10. Pick up the objective, then start up a siege. In the meantime, Death Brush 2. This time it's personal.
Oh, Flubber clearing out the wave, just putting the traps down. A lot of damage will land. That's going to be the snowball, scaring them off already. Now they're chasing. Snowball volleys coming forward as Europe looking for that flank, looking for the ability to get into it as Baron is getting started up. It's a little bit slower coming forward from the Claymores. They don't have as many Mountain Drakes, but they are working their way onto it. That Elder Burn is really starting to rip through them as the knockup is turning around. Now they've got themselves one. It's a shutdown onto one as the Absolute Zero is channeling out inside the pit. The Claymores are starting to lose members. The Pirates are coming alive. Europe has to make this happen as the flash comes out. The Baron gets secured as a rocket, and it's only one member for the Claymores standing. Europe has to save the day, but I don't think he can do so.
And they just got it rid of Terrakio on the side. It was Divinus managed to take him out solo while he was channeling the ultimate, and then Europe is now left the only one with the Elder Dragon. But he's got a long time to wait. Those are long death timers, and now it could well be the final siege at 48.5 minutes.
They haven't got their tank, but they do have still Nautilus. 4v5. Super Mega Death Rocket comes out.
Almost takes out the Nautilus.
Almost dies. Shaven Tortoise is trying to get that damage out as Flubber gets a headshot down. Health bars are low.
20 seconds to the rest of the team.
Soon. Europe has to just make this work. He's trying to everything in his power to keep this going. Flubber takes a big crit to the face.
One.
Europe gets one. The resets are there with the get excited, but he can't go for more. Claymores, what is going on?
They
How are
managed
you
to
holding
hold
out?
on.
What is happening?
They're going to keep going. They managed to get the crit. They're going to be able to continually hold them off. The inhibs are going to be respawning.
Holy moly, 50 minutes on the clock.
Okay, we're
This is
going down to
pre-season,
it.
right?
Now either team can go for the second Elder Drake.
Oh, lordy, lordy. Okay, Claymores hold out fast. Well, not having our dinner date, mate, but this was well worth it.
You know what? I don't think Jinx is going to sell that Storm Razor.
I'm inclined to agree. That big crit was actually pretty big.
Yep. And now as we're approaching those, I mean, everyone's end game now, except for Vel'Koz. Vel'Koz is getting there.
I'd actually like to see the Maw get sold for a Mercurials.
It stops what just happened in the previous fight, which is Terrakio getting taken out by the Syndra.
True, very true.
That's the issue.
But he might have not got that low if he'd lifestealed throughout the fight as well. Can
Hard to
cleanse
say.
some of the damage. It's very hard
You
to
have
say.
Morello hitting you, so grievous wounds could be a big problem to that. But in the meantime, we have speedy old Nunu running out.
Is that the Storm Razor, for God's sake?
Phantom Dancer is so much better at this point.
PD, yeah. You could go PD.
I mean,
you could go
wait, no,
Mercurials.
sorry. Let's bring it back. So they did sell the boots, so obviously the second crit item would be pointless. They already have a second crit item.
I still think
But
PD's
you still
better,
go
but
for GA
actually,
or
the
something.
rapid fire cannon was how he got that kill. So
Yeah.
I will stick with Europe on that. That was a big play.
I mean, the rapid
prize.
fire cannon is near necessary when you're up against the Caitlyn as well at this point.
Is this game going to end?
Nope.
I get the feeling like neither team's really able to close this. I mean, if Claymores somehow get an ace, they have to work through 3 turrets just to get
that's
to an
fine.
inhib.
That takes 2 seconds at this point of the game.
You say that.
we're
It comes
trying
to
again.
knock up. Gonna land onto Nort. He's gonna throw down that depth charge onto Europe, who just kites away. Ultimate burn.
He just runs back
And
to
he
base and
flashes.
does it again. That's exactly what's... They just reset the exact same
The
play.
super's inside the base, though. Pirates can work with that for the moment.
Yeah, guys, someone clear them.
Yeah, someone needs to clear that.
There's no wave. Go clear it. Okay, they're going... Yeah.
There you go.
It's,
They're using the Baron on Europe, so he can't clear because he's using it as an anti-siege. Ace in the hole is going to get chunked out.
That's
As Europe actually does take that to the face. This could just be that turret going down. Snowball gets stopped as
he gets it!
Divinus gets the kill. Super Mega Death Rocket comes down.
they take out Divinus. It's 4v5. Dragon spawning in 40. They're going to wait for it. They're going to goddamn wait for the dragon.
Oh, you bet your bottom dollar they are.
No. It's not ending, is it? Okay.
I saw Ireland once 20 years ago. That was before Portsmouth Pirates versus Claymores. What a finals that was.
My family is gone now. There is no one home.
All I know is 72 Elder Drakes and 100 Barons.
Oh dear. I bet it's going to be stolen too from Nunu. That's just the way this game is right now.
I mean, all of the inhibitors are up. Hoff doesn't have teleport, so he has to walk down. The wave will be pushing towards the Pirates. So just clearing that vision out. Divinus not up for 14 seconds, so Clyde have to make this happen right here, right now. Europe takes a
Here
massive
comes
jump.
Hoff.
In comes Hoff into the flank. They do have the absolute zero. Shaven Tortoise jumps in. Not going to be enough to get the kill. The absolute zero is big as Hoff already finds one. It's a 1-for-1 trade though as Flubber is pumping the damage through onto Euan. He's still very, very tanky. And the Elder Drake is going to reset.
Oh,
but
he should
Flubber
get that.
is going to lose his GA. In comes the Super Mega Death Rocket. In comes the Zac the Knock-Up. Flubber's down. And the Claymores are going to look for the Elder. But Shaven is going for the back door into the base, trying to take down these inhibitors. He still has a GA to work with. They're trying to base up.
Stop
They don't know what
basing.
to do.
Just
Are
siege
they
it.
just going to siege? Are they just going to win? I don't know. Shaven Tortoise is going to be able to get an inhibitor, but that's going to be the shutdown. Divinus takes out Toriakio.
And now it's actually Kha'Zix who's on the flank who could collapse on them here. It is Janna by herself, not necessarily
no, not
though.
by herself at all. As the knock-up's here, in comes Europe. Down goes Euan though, as they don't get a kill onto the bug. He's able to jump away with the GA.
It gets the GA procced though. And the fights continue. This is going to be now. They lost an inhib during that, but they have that double Elder, which is massive, massive buff on top of everything else.
I am out of breath.
They need to
How is this-
actually kill people in fights.
How has preseason gone to 55 minutes almost?
Well, we said we had our own micro meta. You happy? This is
This is about
This
as
is
far
it.
away from meta as you can get. Pirates are going to be able to take down this Baron Nashor. There is going to be no attempt for a steal. So they can use that to siege. They've still got 2 Nexus turrets standing. Do have to work into this Elder Drake though, so it's going to be a little bit harder. Maybe they want to time it out, but that does reduce the amount of time this Baron is going to be active. And it looks like for now the Pirates are just going to start hurling down the mid lane.
Okay, you still have 2 members down, but Terracchio's just respawning. You don't have the Nunu, but the Nunu is probably one of the least important members at this stage in the game.
I mean, the Absolute Zero is very impactful to keeping Europe alive. Like, he's just a big slow bot.
Sometimes that's all you need, but certainly have now.
Shield's big. Able to hold out for the moment as Baron. Proving to be pretty hard to work with versus the Elder Drakers. Coming to clear out those waves. Jinx is going to be able to cut through these with 6 items under her belt. Inhibitors not going down, but the bot lane is massive. Such a big wave as someone has to go deal with, so they're going to send Jinx to quickly cut through that, but this opens up an opportunity to get up to the inhib, but Terracchio, half health Shade and Tortoise with just 1 Q.
Yeah, just chunking people out of the fight before it even starts.
Big thing to note is the last few fights Claymores have almost won have been because GAs have been popped and not enough for them to actually follow up. This time, GAs are not available. In comes the Nunu, looking for the biggest snowball ever. Lands it, but the scat of the week is going to be big as Euan is trying to make this happen. Does have the Absolute Zero, and he's going to start to channel it down. Super Mega Death Rocket is going to be enough to get 1. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Making a 2-for-1. It's 3 members are instantly down on the side of the Pirates. The Claymores have done it, and they've held strong. They have failed fast. 3 members of the Pirates go down, and Claymores only lose their jungler.
Yeah, and you have the 2 carries alive right now. You have both Terracchio and Europe. This should be enough for you to at least push up, start removing some of those towers that were in your way previously. But the issue is, on the other side, you also have those 2 carries up. You have Divinus, you have Flubber, who could still win out.
All right, well, they're barreling down the mid lane with the Elder Drake still in tow for a fair amount of time, and Europe is going to cut through these objectives very, very quickly, like you said, but they're still just too scared of what could happen. The traps go down, the Qs come out, and the waves are going to be cleared. The Baron still available for about a third left, roughly matching out on that Elder Drake as well, as this is the second Elder Drake.
Gonna just have to pull off. I can't even get 1 tower. It's gonna reset.
We are closing in on an hour-long Game 5 in the best of 5.
What an ordeal. I feel real bad for the players. They're the ones stuck in this. But it's also their fault. Yeah. So I don't feel too bad for
You did this to yourself!
Yeah. I feel affronted.
Hey, the Stormraiser got sold!
Yay, there it is!
He bought a GA! Finally!
Well,
only took him an hour.
And so only one of the Stormraisers got sold.
Flubber, this is your conscience speaking. Sell that damn item. You don't need it. It's only a good level 1 item. Not level 1. 1 item.
Yeah. I mean, it would be pretty... Yeah, again, that would be a great Phantom Dancer for the Caitlyn. Start running through these fights.
Yeah. Even a static Shiv if you really wanted. Like, not just anything is better at this point. Obviously, you do get that empowered crit, 200% crit, but...
You also get that at 100% crit.
Yep. Also, Caitlyn just hits real hard anyway, so you don't really need the 200% crit. Or is it 180 now?
I'd have to check. I believe it's 180 off the top of my head.
Respawning inhibitors here.
Well.
Oh, lordy, lordy. Tension's on.
Okay, you have the inhibs respawned. You have Dragon in 40. This is going to be a fight. Not going to say it's a game-ending one, because...
Yeah. Oh, we called that a long time ago, mate. We called that about 6 game-ending fights ago.
Because at this stage of the game, they all are. A single pick should be enough to end the game, technically. But just don't seem to be using any numbers advantage as well, or certainly have been struggling to do so.
I'm enjoying the fact that Patsy is full build, while Hoff isn't. Welcome to League of Legends.
Yep.
But, I mean, this is the point where basically no one has a control... There's 1 control ward in this game.
Yeah.
Which the Caitlyn can kill fairly easily.
No! No, there it goes.
Bye-bye. No, there's another one. Euan's got it in his pocket. Shavy Tortoise is in a flanking position. They're on a ward for the moment. Elder's getting reset, but not completely reset. Looks like they're committing for the moment for the side of the Clyde Claymores. This could be very big. Watch out for the Naughty with the depth charges. Already he loses half his HP. Big trap line goes down by Flubber to scare them off. Shaven Tortoise still waiting in the wings. Half health on this Elder Drake. That's going to be the ultimate onto Europe. He's getting channeled out. He's getting picked down. The absolute zeros. There's the Monsoon looking to heal him up for the moment. One shut down already onto the side of Flubber. It's a double kill picked up by Toriakio, and Europe is back into the fray. 2 kills make it 3 for the side of Claymores. Shaven Tortoise unable to enter into the fray. Rhydona's going to go down in passive.
They actually hit
That's
the
going to be the
shutdown.
Elder. They get the shutdown. This is going to be big. The Portsmouth Pirates have the Elder Drake, and now they can turn to Baron.
No, they could turn to end the game. Everyone's actually dead this time.
Everyone but Shaven.
He's stuck with his GA in the bot lane.
He lost his GA.
Yeah. So now you just go back. You push up with the wave you have. You don't need to go back. You have big enough wave in the bot lane. This has to be the game ender.
This could be it. Flubber not alive for 40 seconds. A teleport's coming through. The team are looking to join in. Shaven Tortoise has to find a big assassination if he wants to hold this going, but the inhib is going to fall down. The knockoffs
Screw
go
the
away.
wave.
They're looking
End
for the
this.
towers. They're going in. This could be it. The Clyde Claymores are looking to take down the standing champions, the Portsmouth Pirates. The next turret is going to go down. The Nexus is laid bare, and with a swift win, the Portsmouth Pirates fall. Their reign is over, and the Clyde Claymores are your Arena Clash champions.
I'm not sure about swift win, Jake, but certainly well-deserved.
Swift fight.
The Clyde Claymores.
An
Dethroned.
hour-long juggernaut of a Game 5. And the Clyde Claymores have taken down the Portsmouth Pirates.
They are the second title holder to the Portsmouth Pirates now.
What an end of the reign of the Portsmouth Pirates.
And they were not letting go of it easily.
No.
Gotta give it that.
Neither team wanted to lose that game, and you could see they held out so fast. Europe single-handedly winning the game by stopping the Nexus.
1v4.
1v4 on a Jinx, who you said isn't a champion.
Yeah, I said before 6 items. You hit that about 20 minutes before that fight.
Oh, Lord, what a win and what a game coming forward for the side of the Portsmouth Pirates. You can see the teams there are shaking hands. They're all looking pretty content with themselves. If I was the Clyde Claymores, obviously commiserations to the Portsmouth Pirates.
Of course.
It took 2 years. It took 5 seasons, but you were finally dethroned here in Stratford Belong Arena.
I want to know, was Gathering Storm used that game? That hit 60 minutes by the end.
I feel like, who would have thought that game would have gone for an hour?
Yeah.
Who would have thought? As the Clyde
Damn.
Claymores get an applause as they walk through, passing past all of the players. Just a fantastic showing coming forward from the Clyde Claymores. And Portsmouth Pirates, they fought their hearts out. Game 1 and 2, very dominant wins by them.
Game 3, they almost won.
In Game 3,
that
they
could
almost
have been
won.
the end of the series right there.
But a reverse sweep from the Clyde Claymores was massive.
Yeah.
And it was enough for them to hold.
I think that's the only way you could look at this. It was amazing that they managed to not only reverse sweep it, but reverse a lot of the leads that Portsmouth got in some of these games. They managed to try scale past it and then finally take them down at the very end of that Game 5.
Absolute. That was a masterpiece, that game. It might have not been the flashiest game. It might not have been the most confident win and, the biggest display of mechanics, but holy moly, I was worried after Game 4. I was like, this has been a little bit back and forth. I wasn't expecting Game 5 to be that explosive, that volatile, considering how slow it started.
Yes.
And it just
And that's what I was looking at. I was
edge.
like, I was not convinced by the Claymore's draft, particularly because I said this takes too long to scale. They managed to earn themselves that time. I'd also want to give a massive shout out to Euan, who massively improved throughout the series, even basically taking what was a very similar draft to those first 2 games and making it work with good early pressure. And then as well, as you said, Europe stepping up in many of these key moments.
Well, with that, the Portsmouth Pirates have finally been dethroned. And I think it is time we pass it over to Elle, who's standing by with an interview. So, Elle, over to you.
Yeah, I mean, what an incredible way to kick off our finals. We could not have asked for more. We got 5 games. We got a game that was an hour long. I mean, I don't know how I'm still standing. Honestly, if you had seen me 2 minutes before this, I have been screaming and shouting. It has just been incredible. So I'm going to start things off with, obviously, the Portsmouth Pirates. You guys, I mean, I feel so sad having to say you came up here, having lost, because the performance that you put in was unbelievable. You came here as 4-time champions. I imagine it was just a huge amount of pressure to deal with.
Yeah, the last game was after about 30 minutes, it was very pressure. Like, one mistake basically cost you the game, and playing like that for like 20, 30 minutes is like, yeah, it's draining, like mentally, physically, like. Yeah, it's a shocker, really. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. It's just, yeah, we tried our hardest. We prepped really well, I think, coming in, and then we just went to 5 games, and any team could have won that last one. I feel like we played better first 2, they played better second 2, deserved wins, and then last game it was like anyone's game, which we didn't show up when we needed to.
I mean, I'm going to disagree with you there. I can't say you didn't show up. I don't think anything goes to 5 games and an hour-long game. You guys, you put in an incredible performance. And, are we going to see you come back next season and reclaim this? Because this is the very first time you've ever lost.
Yeah, well, I've spoken to some of the lads. It's my first split doing this, and a couple of them don't know if they're going to do it again, or because some of them have been there since the start. I think one of them's done all 4, maybe 2. So... yeah, we don't know. There might be new faces, might have the same faces, but it will still have the Portsmouth spirit. We'll still get to the final.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Officer Naughty, and congratulations again on making it to final. You guys put in a fantastic performance. Well, we've all just about made it through that game. We're all still just about able to talk. How are you feeling?
I'm just done. I'm so shaky. I came... you put it really well. It could have gone either way. There was points where I was convinced that we'd lost it. There was one point where I got Syndra ulted and flashed into a Caitlyn trap. But then, Ali, Europe managed to do a 1v4 hold on the base. It's just amazing.
I mean, amazing is just not the word. It was unbelievable. For you guys to, at the beginning, we were obviously 2-0, we were thinking, okay, it's going the inevitable way. You're up against 4-time champions, as if that's not enough pressure by itself. Then you pull off the reverse sweep. I mean, it's just incredible. How do you keep going in a game that lasts an hour long?
It's hard because, one misstep and it's finished because the death timers are so long. You just got to, we made sure that we were communicating the whole time. Plenty of sore throats tomorrow, I'm sure. There's lots of shouting going on.
I mean, that's what I wanted to ask you guys about, because it became very clear as it went on that what was keeping you guys afloat was your communication. You weren't falling apart, you weren't scrambling in team fights, you weren't, wandering off to do your own thing. You were a very, very tight unit. Is that something that you've worked on throughout the season?
Yes, so we, as a core, we've actually played together for about 4 years now. So that's really helped a lot with us building up our communication, and we know how each other think in a way and that sort of thing. And we've all got habits, but as long as we know each other's habits, it's all right. We can work around them. That's pretty much.
And what was it like coming in, as I said, coming up against 4-time champions? You were playing the team that have never lost in the history of Arena Clash. So, how do you prepare for that?
I mean, they got plenty of material to watch. They've been around for 4 seasons. But you just gotta treat it as any other match. You can't really let it get to your head too much.
Well, I mean, the only thing that's left to do, I think, is bring your team in. If I can have the rest of the Claymores come on in. Come on in. I'm going to reach behind you. I am going to hand over to the very first team to ever take down the Portsmouth Pirates. The Clyde Claymores, everybody! Well, congratulations to these guys. I mean, I feel bad for the Overwatch teams, because following this unbelievable performance that these guys put in is just a horrible task, but they are going to do it right now. We're all hyped up, we're all shaky and completely full of adrenaline. So we're going to push right on, and we're going to start our Overwatch Arena Clash finals. So we're going to go straight to them now. Don't go anywhere, because we will be right back with Overwatch. Well, as I said, we are right back. We are going to kick things right off with our Overwatch finals. And of course, I've got our beloved Overwatch casters here, John Allen and Blank.
We're beloved.
Yeah, I think beloved, definitely. So let's, oh God, let's start things off by, yeah, it was a circle. Have you ever seen a heart?
No, yeah, never seen one before.
All right, let's start things off. We're going to talk brackets. So we're going to have a little look back at how these teams made it here today, because I think it's fair to say the playoffs were pretty intense. So why don't you talk us through them?
So obviously the Spartans are going to be on the bottom side of the bracket, beating out both the Invincibles and the Pirates. Pirates, a previously strong team as well, so it was notable that they were able to get that. They're on a very good run at the moment, but one of the only teams that they've lost a map to is the Saints, who come on that top side, obviously beating out the Hunters and the Steelers. So it's going to be interesting because they came from the same group as well.
I think we never expected the Steelers to be beaten, actually. I expected a Steelers versus Spartans final, and then the Saints come out of nowhere. And I've been chatting with them today, and they have been putting the practice in, right? And they 3-0 the Steelers, which we did not see coming, and now they're here today at the Stratford Arena facing off versus the Spartans. It's incredible. I love it.
Maybe we're looking for another upset, because I know the Spartans are coming in kind of slight favourites, I would say. I think it's fair to say. They've had a pretty impressive season. Perhaps, if not favourites so much as the Saints were not necessarily expected to be in the final, and then here they are, surprise, surprise, blew everybody away. So possibly we're going to have another very exciting upset. But let's talk about the rosters that they're going to be fielding today. Who should we be looking out for? What kind of strats can we expect to see from these players?
I think the name on everyone's lips is going to be Katonka Toys.
Katanks.
Very, very strong DPS player for the Spartans. Really, really notable for Doomfist play. Obviously, Doomfist being very strong in the current meta has been at the forefront, but there's a lot of players that are going to be in the mix here. I mean, for the Saints, they have got Curio, who one of my MVPs from the duration of the tournament. Really strong support player, and they have some decent shot calls as well.
Yeah, and I think the Magic Marv definitely want to keep an eye on the Saints as well. I think there are a lot of really good players on the Spartans, but Magic Marv plays this D.Va, right? He plays it really, really well, and he's probably the only D.Va I've actually seen successfully eat Gravitons, like, consistently. And I think there were a lot of win conditions for them during those games versus the Steelers, where it did come down to Magic Marv just making those plays, eating those Gravitons, and just playing a phenomenal D.Va overall.
I have to say, as a D.Va main myself, I'm pretty excited to watch that. I'm going to be picking up tips as far as possible. But I'm going to give you first a little bit of a reminder of where we are, because today we are coming to you live from our Stratford Arena. Now, this is our flagship arena. When I tell you it is awesome, believe me, it is pretty incredible. So here's a tour around our brand new flagship space.
Now, I've been to quite a few of these arenas, and this one is just massive. It's huge. You can finish playing, and then I can take my team and go and sit down, and we can have a drink and a laugh and a chat. It becomes much more of a social thing as well as being a gaming experience. Like, everyone I've spoken to is quite amazed by it.
I think the decor is great. I think the design has done a fantastic job. It suits gaming absolutely perfectly. The neon lights are great.
It really kind of high-end. It's got a really nice calming atmosphere to it as well. Like, it's all just very friendly and very open.
Fantastic just to be able to see some friends here and watch everything come together, because every single belong is like a bit of a family. Watching the family here at Stratford evolve is fantastic.
Well, it is time for our second final of the day. I don't know if you've recovered quite yet from the first one. I definitely haven't, but this one is set to be just as exciting. So make sure you sat down somewhere. I wouldn't want you falling over with excitement. So without further ado, I'm going to hand you over to your Overwatch casters.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, welcome to the Overwatch Arena Clash Grand Finals here at the Stratford Arena. My name is John Allen, as you would have just saw if you were watching the stream or paying any attention to the previous season. You may or may not have done.
If you wanted to,
yeah. But if you've been doing that as well, you will know who I'm sat with. It is Blank, of course, one of our favourite colour casters in the UK.
Wow, that's a real nice compliment.
There you go. Well,
just in the UK.
There's your one. There's your one. Enough for that.
Single compliment of the day. That's fine. I'll take it.
But we're going to be looking at the Spartans versus the Saints. we're going to be getting hopefully underway pretty soon with these guys, because as you were saying before, the Saints, they have had a lot of practice time being chucked into the mix in the previous weeks.
Yeah, and I mean, they are really hungry for it, and no doubt either, right? They've made their way through all the groups. They've battled their demons, they battled the Steelers, they made it through. They played versus the Hunters as well. This is a really strong team, and they beat them out. And a lot of their games have been 3-0s, and they are the only team to take a map off of Spartans themselves. So you got to watch out for these guys, because they are definitely in it to win it. And to be honest with you, George, the beginning of the season, both of us, I think, were like, Spartans, they're going to take it. And now Saints got dropped into the mix, who have just been consistently proving during this entire season, and now they're here today, and they are here to win.
Certainly. I mean, they crossed the 7, they made it all the way to London. And,
it's a 3.5-hour journey, I was told.
Oh, it's pretty long, but it's going to be worth it, because they're going to be hopefully in it to win it today. Of course, first place prize.
We got them on the screen now, actually.
Oh yeah, actually, take a look at these strong old Overwatch players there.
Oh yeah.
But in it to win it today, obviously up for grabs, £200 worth of game credit rewards. As well as £100 worth of peripherals, or Overwatch. You could buy Battle.net points. Battle.net points.
Yeah, that's true.
You can buy some loot boxes or something like that. Obviously second place will take away £100 of game credit and £50 of peripherals as well. So not all is lost. Everyone is in the money, so so to speak.
Yep.
But obviously they do want to double up on those prize pools and get it done, because of course it's going to be pretty sweet to be able to walk away with that. You're going to be able to, flex on some people, buy some
credit.
Yeah, absolutely. With your game credit.
I think it flexes as well as for you.
So. Oh yeah. You just like a little
so
bendable.
you flex on them with your flexi game credit. So it's nice and easy.
Absolutely. It might just be digital. I'm not sure. I'll have to
also could be a code.
Verify.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out. I'm sure.
I'm sure we will.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Do we know the map pool?
We don't know the map pool, but I assume that it would be the same, right?
I think so. Yeah.
We weren't informed of the map pool today, but I mean, it has quite consistently had the Dorado in there. You've got the standard control maps coming up first, and we have seen a little bit of Rialto here as well. So it's good for the Arena Clash in particular, because this is kind of like the stepping stone, right, onto more esports, right? This is the base. And you have the Overwatch path to pro, you open division, you've got contenders, and you go into Overwatch League, and it's all a nice system as you go down. I think the Arena Clash sits really nicely between all of this, because I have seen a lot of these teams now go into play open division, place rather highly, and I think this does give like a nice little ground where you can battle it outright and prove yourself, and prove almost to yourself as well as that. We can do it. We are a great team.
Absolutely, I definitely agree with that. And I was doing
there was one guy as well, wasn't there, John?
Was there? There was one guy. No way.
There was one guy. There's what is his name? D5. One of the players from the Challenger team. We were informed that he's climbed 1,000 SR this season alone.
That's a lot of SR.
Down from 2.9k to 4k. So if anyone tells you can't do it in a month, you're very wrong.
Why haven't I?
Very, very wrong. Well,
why haven't?
Because you don't flex. And you tilt in a big way.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah. You try to play Doomfist far too often as well as.
60% win rate.
60% win rate.
60.25, I think. I can't remember. I looked it up today.
Specifics don't matter. You just don't win enough games.
115 games.
Wow! Oh my God! You really.
I know, and I'm still in plat. Goodness me. So it feels bad, man.
It's a real feels bad.
Yeah, it's pretty terrible. But no, I was talking earlier, I think, for some video content around the event about how it's actually relatively rare for players to be able to showcase themselves outside of things like Open Division, outside of things like contenders, and obviously the World Cup and things like that. So having the opportunity to be on this broadcasted side of things at a grassroots level is something that you can't ignore. There are a couple of organisations starting to sort of cotton onto this sort of stuff, and apparently the Overwatch Arena Clash is doing great work with that, because as you were saying, a couple of these players, they're starting to form this community that can develop this talent.
Yeah, and you say that, and I'm thinking about it a bit more now. And obviously, contenders, that's a great place where you do see a lot of broadcast talent, and you will actually see some teams where they will be in the bottom 8, and they might have bought into contenders, or they make a place in there, and it's a mishmash of players, right? And it's put together at the last minute, but they will play their hearts out, and a lot of times it's just individual talent they're looking for, as opposed to a more team that's coalesced together, right? And Open Division, sure, there's a lot of actual broadcasts out there that are actually trying to give it some more light, but it's not quite enough at the moment. But yeah, like you say, UK Arena Clash is great for it. It does showcase talent, and Open Division teams can look at this and be like, right, we want this player on the team, and now they get pulled in. I think that's an amazing.
Well, that's kind of the whole idea of the pot, to get on the ladder, get climbing. Too. It's a little bit easier because the other routes, of course, being like get good into you and then have 4-point ASR and have fun. That you're never going to beat out Funny Astro, are you? I mean, six account Lucio one trick. How are you going to beat that?
Yeah, it's insane. I think Funny Astro had a couple of incidents recently. I'm not sure. Hopefully he does get onto a team in the Overwatch League because he is a great player after all.
Very strong, yeah.
But yeah, we've had some real good British boys actually making their way up to Overwatch League recently. You got Fusions. Kib recently went over to the, I believe it was Guangzhou Charge or Cheng. I think it was either Guangzhou Charge or Chengdu Hunters. I could be wrong. But he's made his way up there now, which is incredible to see.
And of course you've got Boombox as well.
Boombox, yeah, Philly on the Philly team. Yeah. He came actually from university tournament as well.
Yeah, he came from the UK university scene, elevated himself all the way up, played for, I think it was in Birmingham University.
Yeah.
Played for them.
That's crazy, right?
Just got picked up.
I don't
know. Oh, he went, to be fair, he went to the UK Overwatch team for the World Cup, the first World Cup, and then got picked up.
But that's the thing, that is what the World Cup a lot of times at the end of the day is for teams. It is
and that's an example it's an example of allowing players to flex themselves on streams and on in front of an audience and give them that exposure. So I think that's kind of the other side of this tournament is allowing those players to develop as personalities and players within their own right.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's good here because there is a lot of recognition to the players. We get to interview them now and again. We get to speak to them a lot as well. So we really do delve deep and find out as much as we can about these players. And in my opinion, that's great. That's great for us as casters. It's great for the community because they get to find out about people like Kotanks, who is just this Doomfist one-trick pain, but also has a lot of other things in his pocket, right?
Yeah.
And I think we'll see a lot of that today. On this LAN final, right, on the big stage, right, playing for the win. And I think it's pretty cool this as well because there's almost a little bit of tension now because everyone else you play in your arena, you play together, and it's quite friendly. Now you have two teams going against each other in a LAN environment. However, UK Arena Clash kind of curbs that really because you are all playing together anyway at an arena.
Yeah.
So when you come to play at an offline event, right, you might actually be more prepared for it than you
might think.
Otherwise think. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of invaluable to have that sort of experience, and that's something that these players, I'm sure, will come to realise is a very strong boat. I've never got the phrase "string to the bow" because you only need you add another string to your bow, and it's like you only need one string.
What are you doing? Adding 2 arrows.
But to have another.
What are you playing at?
How many strings do you need
It's
on
just
it?
even harder to pull back the bow now.
Exactly. Well, not even that. It's why you got multiple strings. Why not just have a stronger string?
That's a harp now. You've got yourself a harp.
Oh, or a lyre.
Or a lyre, yeah. You've made a musical instrument.
Yeah.
You've made a mistake, my friend. Yeah.
Stop stringing that bow. It's got enough. It's had enough of your strings.
You're making music now. Yeah, no. He's goes into battle. That'll scare him.
It's like Fluffy from Harry Potter.
Yeah.
Play a bit of music or fall straight to sleep.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually watched that. I watched a bit of Hazapee recently.
Yeah?
He's a good lad. Yeah.
Okay.
I watched the first one, Sorcerer's Stone. It's not quite.
Do you mean the
aged as
Philosopher's Stone?
The Philosopher's Stone. Yeah.
I'm sorry, but that is unacceptable.
That is copyright right there.
No, it's unacceptable to call it Sorcerer's Stone. It's not that.
I'm sorry. That's the Philosopher's Stone.
Yeah, you're right.
The proper UK
No,
version.
the proper version. The correct version.
The correct one.
The right one.
There is no other way to say Hazapee. It is always the Philosopher's Stone.
Absolutely.
It didn't age great. But anyway, but more about the teams, right? So because we are going more into map now, so we do have a little bit more to go on. So I think we are heading over to Oasis first. Bear in mind that could change at any moment.
Potentially. Of course, it will start out on control point. From that, it will be loser's choice of the map within the map type. Yeah. So they'll be able to choose from one or the other maps.
Winner will pick side as well.
Winner picks side after that, and then we should be ready to go. We've almost got everybody set up in lobby. I think one of the players is just having a little bit of an audio issue at the moment. But the map pools will be Oasis to start us off, then a choice between Gibraltar and Dorado. Followed that Volskaya Hanamura. if you want to choose between those on the 2CP.
Yep.
Kings Row
Hollywood.
and then Hollywood as well.
Finishing with Ilios if we get
finishing
that.
with Ilios if we get that in this best of 5, which will be the format that we're going to be taking on. It's been the same way for the whole of the playoffs, so it should be pretty familiar for everyone. It's been familiar throughout the rest of Overwatch as well.
I think what we've got to look at here is that both these teams coming into this. Just quickly an aside as well, as Ash is banned within this tournament. She's not live yet. She's not live within the contenders scene. They'll be bringing her in, I think it's a week or 2 from now, so she's definitely not in here as well as. But Oasis to begin with, now this is an interesting map because you have University, you got City Centre, and you also have Gardens. Now, the thing about Oasis is every single map can be played very differently. And now I say that, and both teams will just play goats like every single map, which is that 3-3 variant that we're all very, very comfortable and aware of so far. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you know what goats is? Do you know what 3-3? Goats.
Goats? What, like the animal?
Yes.
Never heard of it.
He's never heard of it. So let's explain it. So we have 3-3. You got 3 tanks, you got 3 supports, right?
All right.
Basically, the aim of the game is that there is a lot of intricacy to it, but if we boil it down, it is making sure that your Zarya is your carry here because she does the majority of the damage, so you've got to make sure that she stays alive. And to keep her alive, you have 2 tanks beside her. You got the Reinhardt or a Winston, and you have the D.Va as well as, and then you have triple support, which is generally at the moment Lucia, Brigitte, and Zenyatta, who provide a copious healing to the team to make sure that carry Zarya does not go down early and make sure that Reinhardt can continue to hold up that shield safely.
Although it does slightly fall off when you're talking about the range compositions versus that. Brigitte needs to be in the fray to be able to provide that Inspire healing, which is why it's so strong against other 3-3 compositions. Because you can just sit there swinging your flail, charging up Inspire, healing the whole team. But if you're playing against, a Hanzo, a Pharah, even sometimes a Genji, who's just going to be looking to dive in and get straight out, or a Doomfist on the same vein, it's going to be difficult to deal with that because you don't have the burst healing. What's going on?
They're having a cheeky smile, aren't
they? Okay.
Oh, that's the Chimpy. That is the real Chimpy Overwatch.
The real Chimpy Overwatch?
Yeah, absolutely.
No way.
Yeah,
look at it. That's a fine beard, that is.
It's probably better than mine. I was going to say almost better than mine, but that's most definitely better than my beard. Yeah.
That's right. He looks like Henry. You know who I mean, don't you?
No.
Who's the blacksmith's son?
Oh, my God. Slightly, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do know.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
sorry, that was
so random.
That was
it's
very
a Kingdom Come Deliverance.
Yeah. I love that. I love it.
You love it so much.
But what's better is Overwatch. I'll tell you
Overwatch
that.
Overwatch
is the best game. It is the best game.
Yeah, there's no game like it. It is just 100% fun.
The best game.
I was actually speaking to the Saints as well as earlier on, and I think they have come to the conclusion that Kotanks has to go down.
I feel like everybody has come to that conclusion from watching what's been happening, from playing in the Pug Nights as well. Whenever Kotanks is on the field, kill Kotanks. Get him done. Put that sleep dart his way.
Yeah.
He's solo shouted me before on.
Has he?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's not fun.
Yeah, it's not fun.
You.
I was on a big old flank as Doomfist, and he just came up behind me as Ryan and just went, haha.
You deserve that 100%.
Oh, absolutely.
That is deserved.
But we are going to be getting underway with our first map. It will be Oasis, the Spartans on their home turf, taking on the Saints. Should be a pretty interesting matchup, as we've been touting consistently throughout all of our spiel that we've had, but they're waiting to set up. Now, first map will be Gardens. What are you expecting to see here?
Now, so there's a lot that can go on here. Usually you will see a Pharah and a Winston D.Va composition, which is a bit more of a dive, because there's a lot of locations on the point that you have to contest, and there is a lot of high ground to take control of. I think the main thing that we have to look at as the crowd gets a little bit more excited for the game as we do jump in, which is nice to see. We will be assembling the heroes, and I think one thing to be taken note of earlier on here is that Nyx on this Brigitte is really fun to watch. And if you've seen Kib from Overwatch League, or even if you're paying attention to Chinese contenders, it doesn't mean matter if you're not, there are players like Jason on there, and they're very aggressive. And you have this like weird dichotomy of Brigittes that are quite defensive, Brigittes that are very aggressive. An aggressive Brigitte that plays well can really change the tide of a fight and almost change how this composition plays, because it will be It will be that 3-3 versus 3-3, though I believe that Saints do have the slight advantage here because they are playing Zenyatta versus the Ana. Ana just provides a lot of healing, but the extra damage that the Discord applies with that 30% extra damage to the tanks could sway this fight, and Django could be having a pretty tough time here to remain on the point.
See if they're able to displace him. Ana from Leonia, but already they're taking the fight right next to the edge. Kotanks over onto the Reinhardt, charges straight through the middle. It's a spare. He's not going to pick up any of the pins and will go down for it. Nix is going to shut him down as well. Flame Strike from Django, already a strong shutout for the Saints. They're going to roll it on through. There's the high damage Zarya you're talking about. They do get it back with a boot, and only 2 for 1 at the moment, but the Saints get first cap.
And there is a 30% deficit already between Barnyard and Chimpy here with the Graviton, which is going to come in big like their next fight, right? Because absolutely Chimpy will find this next grab. Leonia does have the Nana boost though, so that can be applied to Kotanks to make sure that he gets forward much quicker. He gets moved over to the side, but that will be McMagic Marv going down.
Instant DMEC comes through. There's the Earth Shatter from Django though, sends them all to the deck. It's going to be Kotanks though to refrag it, getting the opposing Reinhardt down, and already the tank line started to move forwards. It's Saints, it's Chimpy, and there's the boop, but it's counters! Oh, here we go! Lucio's and Brigitte's both booping around.
Oh my god, Curio!
There's the Zenyatta. There's the support line coming on in big, and Curio picks up the double. The Saints are here to fight.
Oh, he's absolutely destroyed him. That was just one after another. Headshot after headshot. This guy is accurate as anything. Barnyard has the Graviton now. I do believe Chimpy's grab did get eaten during that fight, so I say McMagic Marv's the one to look out for, but now it will be Hazabella who's really showing up now. It will be Barnyard coming into this fight with the Graviton, however, so really they want to extend this fight as long as possible. Curio has the Transcendence.
Very early on, but there's the Transcendence counter from Curio. He has plenty of shield, and Kotek's just holding onto the edge of the ledge right there. Able to just hold on, but already Nick's going down, and the rally for the Spartans to move them on forwards. They have 66% already capped for the Saints, but the counter charge is out, both sent to the floor. The numbers advantage in the way of the Spartans, but with plenty of capture charge coming through, this is a dangerous situation.
I think this is absolutely fine for the Saints. I think they're pretty happy with that trade, right? They're going to have an Earth Shadow coming off the back of that. Mr. Trix is the only one with this big support of Ultimate, which is the sound barrier. I think the Saints come into this. Yeah, I think they're pretty happy right now. Django, if he can lay down the Earth Shadow, make some big plays here, it will give opportunity for Chimpy to raise himself towards that Graviton. And at 80%, this could be last fight territory here, John.
They do need to get in pretty quick. If the Saints go down early, they might have to just remount. They've got plenty of time, but there's a shatter. Everyone down. Sound barrier to try and keep them safe. He's going to run out. There's the self-destruct, finding one, and the DMEC as well. And off the back of it, Saints roll the point. An easy flip should be coming pretty soon.
That is such an unfortunate and awful mistake by Mr. Trix there. He hopes to boop the Reinhardt out of the way, right? But instead, the charge already connects, which just keeps him in air. That momentum goes over even longer. And slowly but surely, he is pushed into that Diva Bomb with unable to launch the shield up and protect his team from it. That is very, very much unfortunate. They will be coming to this fight with a Graviton. They will make it back in time. Curio again has pumped up towards that Transcendence.
It's going to be starting to move on forwards. They're coming from main, dropping down from the high ground. The Saints looking to go for the contest. There's the shatter. It's cancelled out. He doesn't get it. It's not going to go onto the back line, but not to worry. They've already got the DMEC. There's the Graviton countered out by the Transcendence, but the damage has yet to come through. The Spartans are still contesting on the point with Nyx going down. Reinhardt soon to follow. Zarya starting to come up big. 99% overtime ticking away, but the Spartans have their foot in the door. They're not letting it close just yet. They're turning it around, but Magic Marv gets DMEC'd, and the cap should be coming through. The Spartans, they're giving it their all.
The fuel tank is low for the Spartans, however. In this next fight, Saints will be coming into this one with a Graviton, as well as they're going to have that combo with McMagic Mark, 81% towards that self-destruct. So they'll have that Giganti combo, that self-destruct Graviton, which can just blow teams away if used correctly. This is going to be tough though. Chimpy is low charge as he comes into this fight, whereas you would imagine that Barnyard holds on to a little bit, but there's going to be big plays available. Mr. Trix cannot make any mistakes now with his sound barrier.
Chimpy almost with the Graviton surge, chucks it down. There's a self-destruct layer down on top. He's not going to be able to pick it. They got Hazabella not getting any returns there. And the Saints pick up 2 quick kills onto the support line. This is a really strong position for them. They don't have Curio, they don't have McMagic Marv, but they've got that core Zarya Reinhardt still holding on to that point. The contest is still there from the Spartans. They're up to 83, but they are faltering. They don't have many troops to send at the point, and the cap just about started to come out. The contest is there as Wrecking Ball is swapped onto to try and get it done, but Django goes a little bit deep. Shatter only onto Kotanks, but it might just get the job done. Is able to get the Flame Strike as well. There's the sound barrier to keep them safe. Overtime ticks away. The Saints, they draw first blood.
That is incredible. The first map taken away from Spartans by the Saints. This is not what we expected coming into this one. And it is Django laying down the hammer. You shall not pass today. They will take the first map on Gardens. This is surprising. Now I move over to City Centre now. There is a bit more opportunity for moving around the map, right? Maneuvering themselves into position. I think that so far Spartans have shown very good rotations when it comes to these types of maps. So they do switch things up in a big way right now. Kotanks goes to the Farah. Hopefully going to get something done that way. Leona has to switch off this NRI. He has to go on to the Lucio, make sure that Barnyard and Hazabella can get into position. But the Saints, they've been looking very strong, and going back to what I was saying before this game, right? Nyx on this Brigida is very aggressive, and it has made a lot of openings for the Saints, which the Spartans have just been very, very unexpected, haven't expected them at all. Ooh.
Question is Kotanks going to be able to farm up those rocket barrages fast enough into these fights? You can see the tank line going to be very easy pickings for him. Might be able to get some people out the sky, but Curio is already on the case. Discord Orb straight onto the Farah, trying to blink those headshots, but the Orb's not quite connecting just yet. Spartans have control of the airspace over the point, and with it, the Saints are going to struggle to move forwards. They're zoned away pretty heavily, but they're starting to move forwards.
It's very smart because they stay off the point for long enough, so Kotanks remains on 30%.
But in they go, and already that's Hazabella just going straight down. Curio gets the second pick with the headshots, and the Saints just roll it.
Oh, the Saints are having such a good day today. They made their way onto the point. I think it was so smart to play around the left side of the map here from the Saints' perspective, is because they avoided a lot of the fire coming through from Kotanks. So Hazabella just goes down. I was not expecting that ridiculous amount of damage coming through. I think Jiffy's pretty high charge, so you get shield bash, Discord applied, you pretty much go down immediately. But yeah, Kotanks have just not been available to find these shots, and they're doing it again. They're hiding in this natural cover, not allowing Kotanks to get any of these free shots off.
They're just going to wait for the contest timer to start to come out. Kotanks not getting any returns for his positioning. Curio able to zone him out away, but Zenyat's already a little bit low. Nyx in the sidelines, they're looking for the combo, but he's already going to get Leonia down. Double kill comes through for Kotanks, made that a triple, and the D-Mech. He's going to get the work done, but is it enough? The Saints still have 3 players left alive and kicking. There's the res starting to come through. Mercy doesn't go down, and Kotanks is back up. They're still going for the contest.
Curio,
and Saints are there. Transcendence for Curio. They keep it rolling, but Magic Marv is in the mech, able to get back in and keep it rolling for the Saints. They are not going to be down and out, but the Spartans have the numbers advantage. Curio goes down, but Django, he's got the Earth Chatter, but Magic Marv finds the double kill. They turn it around, and off the back of a disastrous start, they just get it done. But Magic Marv, he's going to be stopped the charge as well. Nyx able to counter out Hazabella. The Saints hold on.
Nyx is such an incredible Brigida. The mid-bash of the charge there prevents it from taking down. Has Kotanks on this team. Django has just remained alive from some incredible support from his own team. This is very, very good so far. I am happy to see it. But again, Barnyard so far has been very successful with the Gravitons, right, John? He has one coming in this fight. He has to make it good because so far, 0% on the clock. The Spartans are looking shaky.
86% now, last fight territory. Big swaps coming through. Kotanks onto the Doomfist. Known for his play here, but is he going to be able to get the job done now? The flip actually coming through. The Spartans get it to start with.
The
Graviton Surge eaten up, but the self-destruct sequence is layered on top. Jimpy on the McCree, looking for the Deadeye, takes down Padshak, turns around. Kotanks is dealt with as well. They see them off the point. The Spartans still have control, but for how long? They're getting zoned away. They're getting pushed off the point, pushed back to spawn, and with the final blow being dealt, it's going to be just the Lucio to try and continue this contest. They're building up this percentage, but he's going to be staggered down. The Saints get the flip. Are they going to be able to go for the touch? Only 93% there, 6% to touch. Kotanks on the flank, looking for the touch. Wiz going to be able to get it, but he's going to go down. His teammates are falling really, really quickly. Chimpy's going to stop it down. Overtime ticking away. The Saints put the nail in the coffin with the Earth Shatter. First map goes their way.
The Saints, they come out strong on Oasis here. I did not expect this. I thought it would be a lot closer, but the Saints look like they have been putting in the work outside, and 100% this goes over to Nyx. His Brigida has been phenomenal.
Consistently as well. Curio backing him up beautifully with those discords onto the Reinhardt. Hazabella couldn't put a toe forwards. He was getting shut down at every turn. So difficult to make it work. And quite frankly, they did very, very well. However, what we have to mention is that the map that was taken off the Spartans before was a control point. It was Nepal.
Yes, yeah. So this is like harkening back, right? So we go into the next map now, which is Gibraltar or Dorado, and things have to change if they want to make sure they can take this map. So hopefully they have been practicing these map types. Hopefully they have a plan towards this. But one thing we have to highlight is Chimpy, the immediate switch over to the McCree, John.
Yeah. Very, very quick, very efficient as well. Able to even get a Deadeye into the last fight, taking down.
You saw Kotanks go on the Doomfist, and it was immediate.
Yeah, well, that's what we talked to them beforehand as well. They knew that if that Doomfist was there, they were like, right, McCree, by the way, flashbang, and you're useless.
Yeah, and that just added more to the mix, right? Because if you get too close, and something that impressed me consistently was the fact that if it wasn't Nyx protecting Curio, then you always had Lucio there in the wings to make sure that Curio could get out the way, make sure he was speeding safely towards his team. And it's a really good handoff of roles, as Nyx must be shouting this, that I'm going to go forward now, I'm going to create some plays and make some space for you. You have to make sure that Curio is still alive, because when Curio has the armor, he's a fragging monster. The guy throws out these orbs like no tomorrow, and people definitely go down, and he is a constant threat. Whereas we have seen before that some Zenyatas, they are just transcendent spots. Now we're seeing Curio, he's finding the kills, he's putting the pressure down. Kotanks thought he was pretty safe. There's no Ana on the Saints team, which is usually what you play there. You take down the Mercy first, and then you pressure the Pharah second. He said, okay, the Zenyatta's still there. Curio goes, wait a minute, I'm a hit scan.
Basically. I mean, you are projectile technically on Zenyatta, but we'll let it slide. You're basically hit scan. You know, why not? Yeah. Especially with those discords, the headshots really, really hurt. They hurt a lot. Yeah. We are going to be going over to Dorado next. That's the map that the Spartans opted to go for. And there is a sub going through. Hazabella will step down. Ice Phoenix will be back into the mix. So let's see if they're going to be able to take it a little bit better on Dorado.
You know, this is something we have to talk about, because we have seen Chimpy's Widow, right, previously in this season. Yeah. It's inconsistent, to say the least. I don't know how much practice he's been putting into it, because I'm not sure if he expected Dorado on the final map pool, but it's something that they've had to look into. Here we are seeing instead that they will just be playing another free variant. They're going to be going over... I take it back. They've got Chimpy on the map.
It's very early doors on what they're going to be able to pick.
It is very early doors, right?
There we go. Over onto Dorado. Map number 2. Already a 1 map advantage to the Saints. Good way to start off the best of 5 final, especially on away turf as well. This is the Spartans' home ground. It'd be quite momentous to be able to take them down here.
Yeah, you'd probably get some stairs as well, right? Coming out of the arena. Yeah, you probably try and get out as fast as possible. You do the interview.
Oh, it's all in good fun. No, it's all in good fun. I'm sure we'll have we'll go and get some fizzy pop after the show.
Fizzy pop and a cheeky Nando's.
Yeah, why not? Let's get it done.
Let's get it.
And everyone will be friends again, because at the end of the day, we all love Overwatch. That's why we're all here, and we're here to see 2 of the titans of the Overwatch Arena Clash take each other on.
Now this is a
battleground of Dorado.
Yeah, this is a classic map. This is pretty much where Brandito kind of popularized Doomfist, right? Because there are these rooftops that you can slide over, get these massive rollouts. So I think that Saints here, they're kind of predicting the Doomfist, and they predict correctly as Kotanks make the switch over. Pajak is on the Sombra here, so we'll be able to shut down Ayak, Gink, and Magic Marv a lot more. Discord up almost immediately applying for Kotanks. This guy's got to be a little bit scared.
And that's such a good way of dissuading Doomfist going in, because he just takes so much damage that you can't sustain even with those shields. It's really difficult to do. Pajak on the Sombra as well, but Kotanks is first to fall. Beautiful counters coming out. I wouldn't be too surprised to see a swap potentially coming through, but they do trade it back. Main tank going down. The Spartans do have a little bit of ground to go. Again, Curio hitting those headshot, but Pajak able just to translocate, negate the damage, pop that translocator back down, and straight back into the fight. Nice. Backs up the Lucio, and they're on the back, and immediately he's back to safety. This is a lot of ground gained by the Spartans.
Yeah, it's a really great hack. There's a hack onto Django on the Winston, means he's prevented the leap, then onto the Lucio, which makes him really useless.
Puts Babylon to Leonia on this main, off of the support role. Going to be flexing it about. They're going to have to try and restage, though, as 2 players of the Spartans already going down. High charge Barnyard. Really wants to keep that one alive. really going to be difficult to remount.
get rid of him,
just
yeah.
give it away.
No.
Chimpy able to claim that one and dismount the high damage Zarya.
And one thing we got to look at, right? Padshak's 85% towards this EMP, and I know he went down, but Curio already had the Transcendence before he even died. And it really is a competition, almost like a race, versus the EMP and the Transcendence, which is why you do see Curio playing in these side rooms. He does not want to get caught out by this EMP. It will shed all of his armor, all of that shield.
Oh, the hack just about going through onto Chimpy, so no Deadeye, no flashbangs coming through. Transcendence is already out pretty early on. There's the EMP to stop anyone going through. There's the Rock Punch as well. A beautiful high noon starting to come through, but the Earth Shatter's out. It is there. There is the Meteor Strike as well. Death rains from above as the Spartans able to take it down. Curio not going down without a fight. Django pops the Primal Rage into the side room, but all of this time the Spartans are moving the payload forwards. Leonia able to close it down, but Magic Marv is going to fall. Just wasting the time at the moment for the Saints on the point. Is going to go down. Final hammer swing from Leonia.
That's some really good control on the Winston Primal Rage, actually. I'm fairly impressed by that. But this is just like, this is our base UK scene, and seeing stuff like that is, woo! There's some strong players in the UK. I'm liking that a lot. Now, Panchak coming to this one has built up towards this next EMP. Curio taking the brunt of it. Armor Pack comes through, does keep him alive for a little bit longer. However, Curio, really good reactions on that last EMP. Did get the Transcendence out before, but it was that nano boost onto the Reinhardt that ultimately did end that fight there. So they've got to be careful at the moment, which is why they move over to the high ground, making sure that this Reinhardt, who cannot work his way up to the high ground, doesn't have as much control on him anymore.
Doofus just playing do-si-do at the moment. Curio again, another kosh from Padshak. Almost up to another EMP, but Discord Orb. You can't do anything against that. When you're in the open as Doomfist, there's no way that you're going to be able to get away. There's the EMP being popped on out. Try to get everyone done, but there's the sound barrier to cancel it out. And the D-Man comes through. Barnyard goes down. Leonia. Was that a shield bash from the back?
Yep. You ain't going anywhere, son. Come back here.
Meteor Strike up into the air. Kotank's not quite done just yet. Able to take down Nyx. And because of the spawn advantage here, the Spartans might be able to remount relatively quickly. They're going to have all 6 players up and alive. Django actually getting sprayed down a little bit by Padshak. They have got the Nano, they have got the Shatter, and they've got that sound barrier.
But Magic Marv here, he will also have this this self-destruct, but Nano Boost invested very early, in the Saints are quite happy just to stay indoors and wait while they push it around. There's only one person on the payload. Now they will mount the defense.
Break the bubble and the Shatter's free. Are they going to be able to do it in time? The Deadeye finds nothing into the fight. There's the Shatter coming through, but the Transcendence was out already. There's the rally being popped as well. The Saints not losing anyone just yet. Out of the skies, he's going to go down to the Lucio. Barnyard now with the Discord, and there's Nyx to just swing the flail. They're going to send them back to spawn yet again. Second point not capped for the Spartans.
2 minutes 20 remaining as well, John. Even if they get it in the next like 10 seconds, they still will only have 3.5 minutes come point C, which is a very difficult point to take. The Streets phase should have gone across quite quickly, but I think that the Saints are making good use of this high ground, which is why you will see that Leonia switches over the Winston here, because he has to contest it, otherwise they're going to lose out every time, because the Saints' positioning is just great at the moment.
Just look at these D.Va ults, though. Not too many defensive ults on the backside, so very carefully your positioning here. It's all going to come down to how they're going to use that for this next fight. Are they going to opt to save it? Are they going to opt to go on in? There's the Winston barrier already in. They can break that down. There's the self-destruct over the top. Only going to find one, but it's Ayat Gink. No speed boost, no mobility for them. With Django going down to no bubble, that's a really good start to the fight. The Saints going to try and block out Chimpy, and Kotex is just going to deal with him. Magic Marv DMEX on the payload, trying to hide around, trying to waste the time, trying to be secret agent Cody Banks. Apparently it's working.
It's working.
All right, here we go. Curio still on the sidelines as well. Able to take down Padshak.
Monstrous.
What a nice pickup, but it's only going to last so long. The Spartans are still here, but the contest is still coming out. They've somehow managed to hold on, but the tether is broken.
Now we're down to 2 minute 41, which is a really good time back for the Saints. They're going to be happy with that. Nyx taking the brunt of some damage right now, and there's no healing from Sue. Eventually we'll go down. That's a heavy stagger, but Magic Marv, you're next on the list, son. I'm sorry, but you have to go down as well as, and they will just leave him. That's a long stagger. There is nowhere to throw yourself off the side of this map either, so either he gives up ultimate charge or just goes for this. What are you doing with the water, sir?
It's a sports bottle and it just spurted up into the air.
It did, yeah.
Sorry about that. It's fine, it's not on the electrics.
Yeah, someone else who wants to jump up in the air here is Leona and Padchak as they drop in. EMP's going to be engaged now.
Top, and it right onto the Reinhardt as well. No shields coming through. There's Chimpy being zoned away, and straight away the seismic slam there. Rehacks the Diva. No mobility from Magic Marv. That is just one big ball of ult charge for the Spartans right now. And again, the stagger starts to come through. There's still a contest coming out. Nyx pops the rally to try and stay alive, but they're just being sent back. No one's going to be able to get that armor. Curio zoned away. There's a Chimp in the backline as well. Katenk's dealing with Ayak Ging.
That is cheeky.
That is really cheeky. Going to stop anyone moving forward. Huge double kill coming out for Barnyard. Super sneaky, super effective. The Spartans starting to move forwards. There's the sound barrier for them as well as the Spartans continue to move forwards, but it's the counter sound barrier for the Saints. They're going to start their stall out, but with 1 minute and 20 left on the clock, there's plenty of time. They have plenty of momentum. Do they have the chops to be able to pull it off? Chimpy actually getting countered out. He gets, there we go, but he steps off the payload. Spartans push it all the way.
Kotank's actually trying to predict where he would recall. He is really terrifying, to say the least. Kotank's is terrifying. Curio and Nyx also playing very, very well so far. I think there have been some incredible moments from the tank line from Saints, but the Spartans, they bring it back. And I think it all does come down to how Padchak towards the end of Dorado there, his EMP usage and value just started to skyrocket. The guy's getting like a lot of value out of these. He made sure he could, so on point C, if you look over the right there is actually a small window looking onto the end of point C, and he used that perfectly to understand where they all were. I think he got about a five-man EMP. It's very, very good. I think the moment you do see Ayak Gink a lot of times trying to get the sound barrier out, making sure he's hidden, and do think that Saints are doing a good job here to read the ultimates that the Spartans are having online. It's just Kotanks and Padchak. This combination is very hard to deal with.
It's incredibly potent, and what we saw there was excellent stagger play coming out from the Spartans. Every time they tried to leave spawn, Kotanks was there with a rocket punch. There was the uppercut, and of course you have to mention Barnyard there.
Yeah.
The really smart Diva bomb.
Yeah, letting it slide down.
Self-destruct sequence. That's what they're all about. Getting them in those sneaky spots, making the enemy team unaware of where it's coming from, because you can't hide from something where you don't know where it is. Of course, you got the big old exclamation mark on your screen, but when it's somewhere around a corner, you haven't found it. It's up in the air, and then all of a sudden it just plops down in front of you, and you're like, I have made some big mistakes.
And this is what we see from Spartans all the time. They do really unexpected stuff. We saw in the semi-finals, Kotanks, his entire team goes down, and he makes the 1v4.
Yeah.
It's incredible to see. I think Spartans do have a lot of opportunity for this outplay, but Saints just seem to me at the moment a little bit more of the solid team.
Padchak in the sidelines looking for those hacks as well. Going to be crucial, but Kotanks is first to go in. The bubble layer down on top. Curio displaced, and it's now up to Padchak to try and make the most of the shooting gallery. Chimpy not able to deal with it. Already a kill onto Django as well. A brilliant start to the hold. The bubble onto the Reinhardt gives him the respite he needs to get healed up, and they roll it on forwards again, but Magic Marv goes pretty low, back to spawn. But Barnyard, 90 charge on the Zion.
And no wonder, right? He sends the projector barrier straight onto Kotanks as he tries to go in. And this way, they immediately all just try and focus Kotanks down, so it's a guaranteed 40 charge anytime he does it. And I think that the Spartans, they understand this, and it's exactly what's going to happen again as you see him in the sidelines up there. Will look like Chimpy has spotted him out. Ayak Gink goes down to lay down some damage.
They're trying to zone him away. Might have done its job just for now, but he is going to get healed up. The charge from the back line. Leone has the projector barrier, but he's flashbanged. Right click, found the hammer. Let's go. As Kotanks just sails on in and says, no you. Curio goes down, Chippy to follow. There's the hack coming through. Graviton Surge laid down. A clean wipe. The Spartans, they are not out of it. This is what we were talking about. It's just a blip in the road, apparently. The first map, they can have that one.
That is really cheeky. The character model just doesn't peek over the top. Oh my god, full use of the Evo.
On the wall here as well, you can get a 125 seismic slam if he's able to time it right without the hack going through as well. Ultimate Magic Marv, that's a lot of EMP charge. Kotanks still yet to go for it, but there's the hack. There's the uppercut in the back lines as well. Already being sent down. Actually, Padchak goes down into the fray, but the Shatter's going to be laid out by Leonia. Should be able to send everyone to the ground. Django up in the sky, try to get away with the charge, but the Flame Strike a little bit quicker. And the Spartans yet again hold.
I think the Protect the McCree comp works very well in Control, but then you move it over onto a map like Dorado where you have to push the payload. A lot of times the Saints, they have to stay on, they have to push it, and Spartans understand exactly where they're coming from. I think the rotations from the Saints from Control were good because they weren't limited by a payload. Here they are, and they probably would have much more success running Zarya, in my opinion, on this map versus the Spartans and just making good calls, good projected barriers.
Rally coming down, Leonia straight into the fray. Nice charge, isolating Magic Marv into the side room, but in comes the Brigitte, in comes the D.Va. Self-destruct sequence is going to be lobbed out. The Shatter
doesn't hit anyone!
Everybody, and Django's going to capitalize, but the seismic slam is there. It's going to be coming out. Sorry, the Meteor Strike. There's the Deadeye coming through from the back lines, and it's starting to go in the Saints' favour, but into the back lines as Kotank shut down by Chimpy. Django now on the charge with Nyx as well. Pachak trying to contest, but they're swept off the point.
Yeah, I think if Pachak could have contested for a little bit longer here, it might give opportunity for Barnyard to get back, but the spawn timer is so long, there's no way that happens right now. But Magic Marv in this next fight has to make a big play because Barnyard with the EMP, with the Graviton has been very, very effective. There will be an EMP in this fight as well, as it's very easy to get up. And again, Kotank's the moment. I feel like this combination where Ice Phoenix drops the nano onto him after he goes in and gets low,
Graviton.
the healing is so good.
Okay, alright. Barnyard lobs in the Graviton onto the payload. The heal block comes through. 2 kills already. The Spains are going to have to fall back and remount here. This is just giving Pachak the time he needs to farm up that Graviton. And actually the Doomfist to get back up towards that Meteor Strike as well.
It's kind of an odd place to drop down the Graviton, right? Because the payload hasn't even moved through at the moment. Magic Marv obviously just wants to go down there because he's in Baby D.Va. He wants to get back.
That was a lot of time gained though.
It's a small amount of time gained, to be honest with you. For what you invest 3 ultimates into this fight. 2, sorry, which are your big ones, which is your Nano Boost and your Graviton. Your Nano Boost so far has been really effective because it keeps Kotanks alive in otherwise unsurvivable situations.
I love the hack onto the D.Va. It just turns her into such an easy target for that EMP charge. You can see Pachak is just going to have that EMP ready.
I can cast a hide.
He can cancel it out though, but he's got the sound barrier. Nicely done. The Saints have that foothold. They need to try and capitalize now as Pachak goes down early. Earthshatter doesn't hit anyone, and there's the Meteor Strike. Only going to find one, however, as the rest of the Saints are going to start to rally on forwards. The projector barrier to try and keep Kotex alive, but it's too little too late. The Spartans are just going to have to retreat. They're going to have to beat it back to spawn. Barnyard needs to get away to safety.
They really want to kill Barnyard. Oh yes, finds the Anna in the back. That's a nice Deadeye. Very, very quick reactions on him.
Barnyard though staying alive. The crucial Zarya pickup, high charge, high energy. The
Back
ult
to another
as well.
Graviton.
Very, very close here. The Saints, they don't have Curio up to that. That's okay. Up to the.
This could be disastrous.
Yeah, but Barnyard goes down. That's going to be hugely disastrous. The Saints can have a massive foothold here. Pachak forced to translocate away, and as all of a sudden the Spartans don't have a foothold.
Their win condition was that Graviton as they came on through. Now they no longer have it. They have to invest the Nano Boost onto the Winston.
Primal Rage as well.
The Primal Rage. But Magic Marv is hacked. Won't get the
Very
remake.
low.
Might get it actually.
There's the self-destruct sequence. It's going to come on through. Not going to find anything. There's the Transcendence coming through from Curio just before the Graviton as well. Barnyard can start to move forwards. Maybe into the rest of this fight. Nyx is going to go down. Graviton pins them to the wall. 2 tanks are going to be sent away, but the rest of the team are there. Chimpy is just going to dispatch them. Curio's in the sidelines. Does all the work he needs. And the Saints, they move it forwards.
I mean, Magic Marv has just such a good read on a lot of these situations, right? He sees the Barnyard wants to pin him into the wall, so he's like, is this fine? I'll just go cap the point. No worries to me.
Absolutely. It doesn't matter if you pin to the wall, as long as the rest of your team's doing the objective
It was
work.
such clutch timing on his self-destruct though, right? Like, the hack literally just went away then. Again, Pachak, he has the EMP available and ready. Iron King.
Nice hack.
No sound barrier on the board.
Instant just sprayed. There's the sound barrier coming through, but the Deadeye is out as well, trying to wait patiently. Not going to be able to claim any lives, Mr. Tix. Able to hide Pachak and Kotanks again. This DPS duo, absolutely deadly. But if you sail straight into the core of 4, you are going to go down, my friend. Not the strongest there. EMP is going to get charged out. The protective barrier onto Leonia. And it's going to be the Reinhardt or Reinhardt duel. Of course, one Reinhardt's hacked. He's going to do a little bit better with the rest of his team's backup as well. The Spartans hold 1 minute 35 on the clock.
That is high value EMP because Leonia does the brunt of the damage on the enemy team, builds himself up to another Earth Shadow, which could give time to Barnyard to find this next Graviton, right, which is their big win condition. So far, Saints, their massive win condition at the moment is just the Earth Shadow into a self-destruct combo. A lot of it relies on individual skill. But if the one thing that Saints do have, it absolutely is skill, right?
They've displayed it before. Are they going to be able to bring it here? 1 minute left on the clock. They have used that rally. They have the armor. Nice wraparound though from the Spartans. Maybe trying to cancel them out. The hack not quite there. Blocked up. The Earthshatter is going to find 2, however, and it's countered.
Barnyard is going to get first draw onto that D-Mech. They haven't got the self-destruct, and he's just a high-charge Zarya zapping everyone down. The microwave is set to high. They're going to be starting to just churn them down, but Leonia is going to fall to Chimpy. The flashback gets the kill. Deadeye into the back lines, finds two.
Massive.
Chimpy coming up big for the Saints. They're going to start to roll it out, but there is the Graviton. Kotanks with the double kill. Barnyard able to back him up, goes down to the mini Diva, but the rest of the team is there. And with 27 seconds, the Saints don't have too much of a window.
Defensive advantage is really strong come point C on this map. Not a lot of time remaining for the Saints now. But Magic Marv, he will have the Diva Bomb. It was the Diva Bomb that finished it off last time for the Spartans. Let's see if Magic Marv can bring out something big.
Curio has the Transcendence, Padshak has the EMP. It is all about cancelling it out. Kotanks looking for that backline as well. Chimpy needs to be able to cancel it out, but Magic Marv, this is their last push, has the self-destruct sequence, but he's going to get hacked. The Shatter's there, it's huge, but the Transcendence is trying to pin it. Nyx is sent away, and another kill goes over onto Aya King. Meteor strike into the midst of it, but Chimpy gets the first blood yet again. Doesn't have the Deadeye this time. The sound barrier is there. The Spartans starting to take away onto their overtime. A sneaky little contest coming through. They just have to dispatch with one mini Diva, and in overtime takes away the Spartans. Take it home. Dorado evens the score.
Home turf comes in strong here on Dorado. I do think that this is where Kotanks had to perform right on Dorado, where Doomfist is so very strong. It is a map for him. It's a map made for him. Leonia
this has to be the final shot.
He takes this. He takes this, absolutely. This is just where everyone gets EMP'd, and he just swings home, and everyone goes down.
Look at that. So much damage is being churned out. Plenty of backup from his team. Really nice play. 2 in 1. 2 for the price of 1.
I think that's 6 kills. I think he actually got everyone on the enemy team.
Did
he? Yeah, what a mentalist.
Oh, well, there you go. Certainly very strong plays coming out from the Spartans. However, they did get pushed towards that third point. So a little bit of ground gained by the Saints. We're now 1-1 in this best of 5 series.
I am so ecstatic right now. It's watching these two players, two teams just head it out against each other. They're really, really doing well versus each other. There's a lot of things going on at the same time. You can hear the Spartans back there. They're shouting, they're having a good time. They take a map off. Poor Curio does not look happy about this.
He's having a think. He's thinking what they can change, what they can do better.
I think it is tough, especially on Dorado, where there is so much opportunity for Doomfist to excel. I don't think that Curio has to feel too bad about this because his transcendences were on point that entire time. They have been effective. His rotations have been great. He's responded to EMPs very well, as has Aya Gink. I just think that they lacked a significant win condition, and a lot of times it came down to McMagic Marv or making that big Earth Shadow coming out from Django. I don't think they found any of that. I think there was a decent counter shadow that they had to expect come point C. They didn't. They let it come through, and they missed 2 vital kills when they were laying down on the ground.
That was what you were talking about as well, the crucial ultimates coming through, and it was the fact that Leonia was able to block up the Earth Shatter coming through from Django in that final fight that was so important. It did hit 2 people, but the counter shatter was there. The crucial part was that the Reinhardt stayed up and kicking.
Yeah.
And the sound barrier was just layered on top of it.
I think that, like, you talk about, so you see Leonia, right? And he's providing so much time for Barnyard to make his way up to these Gravitons. And even when they lose a fight, Leonia always provides such a valuable Earth Shatter that gives more and more time over to Barnyard to grab that Graviton up and have that ready for the next fight. So they're constantly cycling, and although they lost some of the fights on the back of the fact they didn't have a Graviton, next fight they always did. And I think that is what's so difficult for them. We will be moving into Hanamura next. This is a very, very different type of map where Doomfist can be pretty good, especially first point. As you try and make that rotation towards mini room, you can drop down and get a really nice rocket punch off and just completely cripple the team as they try to move in.
Yeah, there's a couple of spots you can play around and make sure you have that control. Kotanks looking like he might opt to go for it, and something I also value, something I'm playing in a couple of my own games as well, Barnyard over onto the Mei. Very strong at holding that first choke. The doorway, you can completely block that off. If you're playing into a fully Goats comp, unless they all go exactly at the same time, you can split the team up. You can reduce the healing coming out. You can take the Brick Eater out the fight. So they need to be aware of that. They need to try and counter that danger by being coordinated.
Nyx drops on the Genji for a very short amount of time, just getting that play time on. I mean, the guy, he is a Genji main, right? He's been moved off onto the Brigitte this season. That's just how it works, right?
It's in the 3-3 meta.
You have to play the Brigitte, and it's sad for all these DPS mains, but whatever. You gotta do your job for your team. Now,
this is a very aggressive composition because usually you only run the Mei and you run something else. So now the backline for the Spartans is very greedy. You have the Xenia, you have the Ana. There's not real much defense there, and there's no real tanks on this team to go for the counter dive. So Saints could just rush in.
Well, the whole point of that is that they can just stay at range, stay out of the range of the goats, and just split them off.
Oh, he's been baited.
Baited
Absolutely.
hard. They expected it. They called it beforehand. They had the read, and the Saints start to run.
Oh,
huge day! Oh, the Spartans just stopped the push dead in its tracks. Beautifully done, Ice Phoenix. What a hero.
That's incredible. They let the shield go down for just a mere second, and in comes the heavy ordnance coming from the back lines. It's the support of all people.
He knows what he's done.
However, Kotanks did go down in that fight. I believe there was one other casualty as well as, and the spawn difference is so long. Sure, Doomfist gets back a bit faster, but the Saints, they can make an aggression now.
They can stall it out with the main. They can just pop that wall up and make any aggression. Doesn't get baited out this time. No boosters, and that allows everyone to get back into the fight. Reinhardt, was going to get zoned off, but they dropped the wall. But Mech is there instead. He's just going to get the right click. High charge from the Zarya as well. And straight into the backlines. Again, a lovely biotic grenade. The shield's going to fall. Kotanks and Barnyard both go down. But already, the Spartans, they have got the hold. Whether or not they're going to be able to hold it next time remains to be seen.
They'll have a Blizzard. They'll also have a Gravitons. This is a big win condition for them right now. They'll have that Grand Blizzard combo. But yeah, Barnyard is making his way back into this fight. Leonia, wow, very high towards that Earthshine. It did get a great fire strike off there, but they make their way in. Saints once again.
Huge biotic grenade. There's the Graviton Surge, pulls everyone up close, but already both tanks going down, and now it's Ice Phoenix under the cosh. They just roll it on forwards. The Blizzard has no effect. Mr. Trix goes down, and the Saints claim the first.
And it's again McMagic Marv eating that Graviton. Oh, actually, no, don't forget. No, it went through. Despite that, Spartans, they invested so much there, but they weren't able to hold it. And I think that comes down to a really nice rotation from Chimpy all the way to the point. And Ice Phoenix has been a big thorn on their side, and he's like, right, it's time to take this thorn out.
Self-destruct sequence almost available, as is the rally. They have got that Transcendence as well. That's a pretty hefty set of ults to go
big snowball.
It's the question is Ice Phoenix and Kotanks going to be able to deal with it? There's a Shatter in the mix as well.
Oh,
there's a Shield Bash, but Kotanks goes down early. The Shield Bash that needs to come through. Leonia needs to land a huge Shatter. They've already lost 2. There they go. He's going to send everyone down. The charge is going to get zoned away. Curio takes him out, and he's only going to trade it for 1. The Saints look at a snowball. The first tick is out blank, and they need to hold it.
Doomfist comes back down again, but immediately burnt away.
They're just going to send it back to spawn. There it is. An easy roll. The Saints able to get the work done. Hanamura gone in the blink of an eye.
That was impressive, to say the least. They have this very aggressive composition coming out from the Spartans there, but they were so susceptible to a snowball come point B, because there is none of this like big supportive combos. They don't have a Transcendence because it's used first point, and they have Ana, who is primarily an offensive hero, and when it comes to getting snowballed, if she gets taken early like that by Nyx, then yeah, it's pretty much all over. You have nothing to stall out with. You saw the Meteor Strike come down. It was so telegraphed. Saints just knew exactly where it was coming from, and I think they are playing so well right now. We could see it go 2-1 now.
Well, we'll have to wait and see if they're able to hold on the second. Something as well, that first point really went down because of the kills that were able to get picked up onto Barnyard and Kotek.
Yeah, Chimpy.
Both Mei and Doomfist not being in the fight meant that this Goats comp could just roll straight to Ice Phoenix. Take out the Ana, take out the huge source of healing, and someone who was a linchpin really in that hold.
It's great to see. I think Saints have I think one thing I have noticed during a lot of this is they have a very good understanding of how their composition works and how the enemy team composition works. So they understand the win conditions, they know what they have to do to make sure this works, and that rotation from Chimpy, I still can't go over it. It was a very, very smart rotation, and I don't think Ice Phoenix was expecting it. You saw as he panicked, trying to get the sleep off, and it's just nowhere to be seen. Now Saints, they run something a little bit more traditional. They don't have the Mei, whereas the Spartans, they're going to have one to attack with instead.
Chimpy looking to get a little bit of early charge in, a little bit of early energy. Pajak on the Sombra, maybe looking to hack maybe Curio, maybe Gink as well, so they can't just speed on forwards. Instead he's going to get the Mega. They're starting to just go for the fray, however. A lovely, huge biotic grenade, again, taking Reinhardt down. The self-protected barrier, going to keep Zarya nice and safe. Pajak has to translocate back, but Barnyard not so lucky.
See, the problem with playing Sombra on this map in particular is that you want to get through the choke, right? But there is so much flail.
Yeah.
There's a flail coming through. The Reinhardt's swinging. There's AoE damage coming from Chimpy. So you are forced to go through the left side, from the right side. As you look from Nick's perspective, right? You're forced to go to the right side, but you have to use a translator to get through, which means you are completely defensive.
Who's on the point? Spartans, they've already got someone. The bubble, keeping the Brigitte nice and safe, but Nyx goes low. There's a huge biotic grenade. They have been so on point from Ice Phoenix. The nano boost is in. Kotex is over onto the Hanzo, but they trade it back 2 for 1. And again, biotics just flying left and right. How many does this guy have in his pocket? Self-destruct sequence, not going to find anything. Oh, the headshot not going to quite land, and Kotex is going to fall for it. But they managed to claim a tick.
I was speaking to actually head coach of British Hurricane, Albion, right? And he pretty much says that point A is almost impossible to lose, right? Because there is so much opportunity for you to switch up the composition, make the changes, right? And here we see it. Now the Spartans, they have something a little bit different to move in with, and they have that EMP ready and waiting. Curian doesn't quite have the Transcendence yet.
Didn't find the Shatter. He's looking for it. And then the backlines, though, there's a high energy Zarya. Easy cleanup.
Wow.
The Saints. They just stopped them yet again, dead at the gates. 2 minutes and 14 to come back into it.
You see Django, he's head bopping, right? He's having a good time. This is really, really good. 2 minutes remaining. That's half of the time bank removed already as they come into point B. If they take it here and now, because Saints, they still have things online. They will have this Earth Shatter. It's got to be big. Nyx will come through this shield bash. I am sure of it, but that is such an insane Hanzo shot.
Graviton can be launched freely. He doesn't even need to use the Dragon Strike, but the Transcendence is out nonetheless. In it comes. It will zone them away from the point, but Chimpy just turns his attention. He already has got a kill, though. 2 kills for Kotex, and the charge is coming through for Barnyard as well on this Zarya, but they're countering it back and forth. Another huge biotic grenade coming out, and this is so crucial. Ice Phoenix getting it done, but the Saints still holding on. Django very, very low.
So
gonna be able to get it done. But
he's still alive!
Forwards, but Magimov back into
They're
the
gonna
fight.
retake this!
Oh, the Saints come back in, swinging, and they stop any capture progress coming through. The Saints, they are holding on, and they are doing it so well. A minute left, and another stall comes out.
Only 1 minute, like you say, John. This is getting down to dire straits. 1 tick on the boards. They only need 2 left from the Spartans. They will have an EMP coming in the next fight. They've got that extra sustain coming out from Ice Phoenix. They move with the Moira. They know they need to stay on this point for even longer now. But Saints, look, we've got the Graviton online as well as the self-destruct. That Giganti combo can come true.
They're going full on into it. Kotex
he's behind
gonna get grabbed up, and already 2 kills coming through. This should be a hard reset for the Spartans, but instead they invest the sound barrier. But they're getting pushed back to spawn nonetheless. Padchak has the EMP, and it's the last fight.
I would not be surprised if Django goes to Mega. No, he doesn't go for it. That would have been cheeky if he moved behind, but I think they have been caught out by it so many times. There will be a rally now. So many ultimates online for the Saints. I'd be very, very surprised if they lose this last fight.
They need to find both Reinhardt and Lucio with this EMP. He's managed to get into the back lines. Is he going to be able to get? In come the Spartans. Curio zoned out, but the Shatter's there, and it's a triple kill. Magic Marv stumps his seal onto Hanamura. The Saints have a huge start to the fight, and they're going to zone the Spartans away from the point. Padchak trying to stay up, but the contest is not there. The Saints go up. You were surprised about a 2-1. How about a 2-0?
This is incredible right now. The Spartans, they take 1. The Saints, they have 2 on the board already. But it's 1-2 on Hanamura. And I said it was almost impossible. And the Saints, they've achieved the almost impossible.
They managed to get it done. Look, a huge grab. Biotic Grenade's not going to help you there. Flame strike straight through. I think they overinvested the sound barrier in that second to last fight for the Spartans. They dropped the beat when 2 players had already gone down. They knew that they were going to get rolled. You're playing against 3-3. There's a Reinhardt who is just going to completely dismantle you.
It's tough. I think Mr. Trix has been making a few mistakes here and there. The boots haven't been as effective. But he's hanging in there. But I think we have to give it back to Ayak Gink. This guy is always in control of this matchup between him and the Sombra. He's always available to grab those sound barriers out as the EMP comes through. You saw him just dying in between the pillar. Like, to hit that EMP, you really would have to have this. Padjack would have to go all the way onto point, in which case he's already been revealed, and then hit it. In which case he might not hit the front line, which he didn't because he was overcompensating because he wanted to hit the front line and the back.
He was only going for Curio with that EMP, but they didn't have the read on the ult charge there. Curio didn't have the Transcendence. They needed to get the Lucio and the Earthshatter on that front line on the Reinhardt. They needed to dismantle that. Just didn't come through. I think the coordination was there, but by the time that they managed to find their foothold, it was just a little bit too late. Now, Spartans, they get the next map choice, and it looks like they're going to be going for Hollywood.
Hollywood here, unsurprising. I think Kotenks can really perform on the Doomfist come Hollywood. It's Magic Marv though, dude. The guy pulls cards out of nowhere, and it's always an ace. It's always an ace in a hole for him because that free K on the self-destruct. Very disciplined with his self-destruct as well. And I only just noticed this recently as we watch on through, is that he's very, very cautious when he uses them. Only uses them when it's absolutely necessary. And there he knew that he had to make the big self-destruct. There was no shield there because Leonia was on the ground in that situation. It's incredible to see, and I think, at the end of the day, there is a lot of big individual talent on the Spartans, but Saints, they are so coordinated.
Yeah.
It's very hard to deal with them.
They've played 3-3, and they can play it. Yeah. What are you going to do against that?
Yeah, it's you almost have to play their own game. And I think Spartans, if they do want to go up against this 3-3, you almost have to change the way that Kotenks plays, because he's got to play more of this frontline Doomfist, make sure that he's displacing Django on this Reinhardt as much as possible, making it way easier for his tank line to move in and create space, take space. And at the moment, we're just not seeing any of that. And it almost frustrates me. I can imagine that it's frustrating the Spartans at the moment because they cannot find that answer. They cannot find this small crinkle in the armor to make their way in, but the spearhead, which is Kotenks, is starting to become blunt.
Yeah, it's been a little bit tempered.
Yeah.
Hasn't been as effective as it has been in previous weeks. They figured out how to deal with him. Chimpy on the McCree will be able to shut it down, or they could just run straight up goats and just put some bubbles on some people and you're fine. You're absolutely fine. The Discords have always been on point as well. Whenever he sailed in on the Doomfist, he's immediately got a little purple nuisance above his head.
Yep, every single time. It's like in Zelda, where you
listen,
play.
you're dead, mate.
You're dead, mate. Yeah. Hey, listen. Yeah, it's tough.
It's a lot of damage. It's coming your way.
And it's really tough. It's annoying, and it changes the playstyle of Kotenks at the end of the day, because he's got to play around it. Now, I'm kind of sad that we didn't see the Tourbillon. I have seen it in contenders many times. EU in particular are really trying to make it work, and it does if you put it into the backline and play around it. But we will be going over to standard 3-3 for both teams, and again, Ice Phoenix on this Ana. Sure, we've seen so many of these huge bite grenades, right? But at the end of the day, you just cannot out-heal the sheer damage that Curio puts in, and these Transcendences are even more effective.
Straight up to the point, the Spartans, they're not letting it slow down at all. The barriers are there, the charge is through, but the first pick goes over onto Mr. Tricks. Curio lays down the orbs yet again, and the Spartans, they're faltering once more.
They almost had to go for a stagger there, because Django going down is really important for the Spartans themselves, because now they can take space with it, which is why you will see Aya King just desperately skating back to pick Django up. They will hold in Cafe for the time being as you see them get onto the point. They know they have to give him space here. Aya King already going low.
Really nice timing, however. They get the recontest before the first point. First blood yet to be drawn, but the Spartans have a little bit of pressure. They get the D-Mech, but Kotenks falls down with no shields. Oh, it's going to be the shield bash as well onto Django. So no shields on either team now. Zarya low onto the point. Who's going to be able to get a little bit more damage down? The Graviton almost build up for Chimpy, and he's able to get 1, 2, 3 kills. Starting to rack them up now. Sending them next to each other. Nix gets the whip shot onto the Mini Diva, and the Spartans will back yet again.
Can we just talk about how Django has been about like 10 HP about 7 times during his entire series? Remember when Hanamura is just stood in the corner like, someone please help me. Like, I need assistance.
Well, there we go. There's the rally coming out from Padjack. The Spartans move forward, but they're grabbed up. They're in the choke. Chimpy's in the back lines. And again, the right clicks are there. Counter grab is through, however. The charge is on, and they go even on the trades. Saints, though, they just have a little bit more foothold to start to move themselves forwards, and they're going to be able to dispatch with the push yet again. The Spartans left bare. Only the nano boost and close to a sound barrier to go.
Caught out by the same wind conditions last time. Chimpy goes behind him and then unleashes the Graviton, and there's no way that Barnyard can react in that time to get a Diva Matrix off. It's almost impossible. Now Nyx is going to have this rally. Django also has the Earth Shatter, so there is a very big opportunity here for the Brigitte Bash combo.
Well, there's the Bash, there's the Graviton, there's the self-destruct sequence as well. But Magic Mark finds one, and the bubbles are out. They take it down onto Kotanks as well. Nano Boost is invested for the Spartans, but it's a lost fight now. They just have to try and pick up the pieces, see what they can get.
This is the last map. Spartans have to do something now, because one more map here that they lose, and Saints, they will take this series. So the Spartans, you've got 1 minute 30 on the clock. Do not let it die here on point A.
They still have their defense to go, of course, but it's going to be a tall order if they aren't able to get it done. There's sound barrier invested. Leonia, not invested, sorry, is ready. Leonia relatively close to that Graviton, but Chimpy has his as well. Moving forwards very quickly. High charge Zarya's. Chimpy almost has it. It's all going to be on the Graviton to be eaten up. I think it's gone. They didn't manage to get it down. The charge is out onto Django. The Shatter's there, and the sound barrier. This is the opening that they were looking for. Both support ultimates invested for the Saints to try and piece together something. But the Graviton is there. The charge is out. Curio falls, and this is the opening. Spartans needed to try and get this first cap.
They do not dig the grave of point A just yet. They will make it through. There is some recontest going through. Meets the tricks, goes down. Django back onto the point.
Not for too long, however. The swings are going to start to come through. High charge on the Zarya. Yet again, they're just staggering it out at this stage. The Spartans have got it, but with only 30 seconds left on the clock, this is a difficult time bank to contend with.
Yeah, you're going to get 2.5 minutes, so it'll be 3 minutes to take point B. Hollywood is a very, very long street space, so it's going to give a lot of opportunity for Saints to do something here. However, they did invest pretty much all of their ultimate bank here, and Padshank just unleashed the rally, so the entirety of Spartans will be coming into point B with such a huge amount of armor, which is going to affect the small arms fire of Aya Gink and McMagic Mark.
I have to give some props to Ice Phoenix, consistent on these Biotic grenades, able to hit so much through.
The aggression is
going to be able
large
to do
from
it.
Saints already.
Exactly. Earthshatter is available for Kotanks. They start to move on forwards. No ults for the Saints. They need to go for a dry push. Which is maybe why they're looking to move a little bit further forwards. But there's the shield bash. Kotanks can't be cancelled out now. There's the charge onto Django. Can't turn around. Wow! The Shatter lays everybody bare. He's just going to 180, just spin around, swinging the hammer. Easy cleanup coming through. But in the meantime, Chimpy built up that ult. Has the Graviton. They're close to the Earthshatter. They've got that pretty much everything at their disposal. The Spartans need to stagger those ults.
Yeah, well, no, actually, they just invest the self-destruct and Graviton, right? That's what they want to go for here. Potentially charge Django out of it. But Saints, however, they have kind of the same combination. They just do not have the self-destruct to end the fight yet. But there it is.
He's going to come through, only one found, but Django going down as well means that they should just be able to move it straight on forwards. A really nice execution on second point here for Spartans as they come up against little to no resistance.
Yeah, and a lot of discipline coming out from the Saints as well, as you got to love it, right? They hold on to all 6 ultimates as they come into point C. The problem here for them is that they really, really have to be careful how they invest these now.
Chimpy going down as well gives Leonia a lot of charge on the Zarya. So they don't have too many ults, but they're coming up against
here. What you really want to do, right, John, is you want to invest the sound barrier first, because it is a depleting shield, right, and it gives you time to rethink how you want to play this. Curio needs to drop the Transcendence second. We cannot see these overlapping ultimates we have seen before from the Saints. Already we see the rally. Which of these ultimates will be used first? It will be the Graviton.
Invested, but there's the Shatter, try counter it out. 2 players sent down, and the right click is there. Biotic grenade and sound barrier both invested. No ults left for the Spartans as Rally is out, but the Shatter's there for Django. Sends everyone to the floor. The nano boost on the right now, trying to keep him alive. The self-destruct's layered on top for McMagic Marv, and they send them back. 2 minutes left, and the Spartans are once more on the back foot.
It's not great though. 5 ultis invested for one fight, right? One restabilize. It's not bad come point C when you have 1 minute 50 on the clock. Saints did find their way up towards a few other ultimates, but Leonia once again coming towards 84% on that Graviton.
Though Django very close to another Earth Shatter. Spartans have the self-destruct. Looking to go it in. There's the charge coming through. Gotank's able to take him down. The Transcender's not able to save his life. The main tank takes to move forward. No shield. Self-destruct. Are they going to find it? Oh, the Graviton Surge eats them up, but it's the damage that isn't coming through just yet. Chimpy goes down. Gotank's charging into the backline. The Contest is still out. They need to just deal with whoever's being pesky on the payload. There it goes. Curio is going to fall down. Django is close to that Earth Shatter now.
So is Chimpy. So Kotanks really has to make a huge Earth Shatter here before Django can lay his own down. The thing that worries me is Padshak just hasn't shown himself to be this amazing Brigitte, where if Nyx, this is his bread and butter.
Shatter needs to be invested. Both teams have it up and available. Who's going to get baited in? Oh, the shield bash is there. One sent to the ground. It's only Magic Marv, and the D-Mech comes through from Barnyard as well. Huge barriers coming out, but the D-Mech is on both sides. Can take charge into the wall. Barnyard taken down as well, and the Spartans are pinned into the sidelines. Going to be zoned away from that payload. It's under contestation, but it's not going to last too long. A beautiful wipe coming out, and the Spartans only have 35 seconds.
35 seconds, like you say, and only the rally and the Graviton to do it. Saints pretty much have nothing on the board other than this sound barrier that will be coming through. He has to find it quickly because the sound barrier will end it all if the Graviton doesn't through.
Looking for the grab, the projected barrier. They're trying to bait it out.
Again,
it's going to go on the backline. They're all grouped up. It's time now. Spartans need to step forwards. They are out. The Transcendence is completely useless here. Everybody's already gone down. Huge pickups coming through. The Spartans, they have that Earth Shatter as well. Anyone moving forward to try and contest is just going to be sent back. 1 second. Overtime is going to tick away, but the pressure is forwards. Oh, trying to predict the blink, but it's not there. The contest is coming back. The Saints are there. Earth Shatter invested. Nyx gets the first kill. There's self-destruct sequence. Not going to find anything. They trade it back. Nyx is going to be going down as well. Trading 1 for 1. The Saints are back out of spawn as they're going to be able to get it done, but the sound barrier is there. They move it into the back. High charge on Leonia. Almost up to another Graviton. Trying to pick out Curio as well, and the kills start to go red. The Spartans pick up their feet in overtime. They see it all the way.
That could have gone really badly. The Saints, they brought something out of the hat, but wasn't quite enough. Wasn't that white bunny that they needed to win with, after all. Imagine Marv, he's done really, really good so far. Spartans, however, they do make it through to point C, sorry. This is one intense match.
Absolutely. The thing is, though, the Saints have the opportunity to guarantee themselves at least a draw in this map.
Yep.
Well, it won't be a draw. We do have a tiebreaker situation, but if they finish with more than 1 minute in the time bank, they only have to re-attack onto point A and get that first tick.
I think so far, if we're taking Hanamura as anything to look at, that choke is not a choking point for Saints at all. They make it their way through very, very consistently. Nyx is hovering the Widowmaker for the time being. I don't think that he will hold on to it. It's something that's a potential, but I believe he will go back over to the Brigitte. Spartans, however, they're running still that bread and butter 3-3 composition. Ice Phoenix back onto the Ana, and this is something that has bit them before, right? Is this Ana. If the Saints, if McMagic Marv can eat that Bite Grenade and potentially Sleep Dart as well as, a lot of what Ice Phoenix brings to the table gets negated, gets mitigated, and the Spartans have a much tougher time holding down Cafe.
The wild card I'm looking at here is Nyx on the Widowmaker. Needs to land those headshots. If he can get those pickoffs early onto Mr. Trix, onto Ice Phoenix, that is going to be so huge for his team.
Absolutely, John. I completely agree.
Except he's not playing Widowmaker.
Back onto the Brigitte, of course. And they will make their way in, and undoubtedly you will see Ice Phoenix holding down in Cafe. It'd be the smart place to play here. He doesn't want to be on the ground. He is.
Maybe it is smart. Maybe he knows a little bit better. But immediately into the fray. Kotanks goes pretty low, but charges in nonetheless. Taken down by Curio. The damage is already being laid down as well. Nyx goes a little bit forwards. And the Flame Strike is out. Saints already in the advantage. Trying to get that Biotic Grenade down, but Django's just wreaking havoc with the hammer. Saints already starting to make their claim to this first point, and it's going very well so far.
Django once again on 10 HP. I was actually talking to the guy earlier, John, and he said, yeah, my job is just to get hit and bashed around. I was like, yeah, I agree with that. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the main team club.
Ooh. Chimpy farming so much ult charge.
Yeah, the guy is incredible. Like he's made the move from main tank to DPS to this off tank where he's playing on Zarya. I think he's made a lot of changes within his career, and now he is really coming into the light now.
Graviton Surge is available. They have got the Transcendence as well to try and counteract any aggression. Straight on in, Shield Bash onto the Reinhardt, Earth Shatter layered on top. That should be it. There's the quad kill coming in from Magic Marv. Yet again, just sending it in over the top. However, that was a lot of ults from the Saints.
It was a lot of ults. They will hold on to basically every single supportive ultimate here, which will provide them enough time to make their way through. But the Spartans, all 6 ultimates coming online right now, John, so there will be a recontest. So potentially this is just a bit of a dry push. Chimpy, very, very high charge here, so he can potentially force out some ultimates.
Riley's forward, self-destruct available. Kotex has the shatter. Django needs to block this one up. It is going to be going through, but they aren't going to find too much pressure. Django is going very low. The charge into the back line, so the sound barrier to see the Spartans a little bit safer. There's the self-destruct over the top. Graviton layered into it as well. Triple kill. Barnyard comes up big, showing Magic Marv just what he can do as well.
Absolutely, but like I said though, Saints wanted to go for an eco push there. They used Transcendence, they used Rally, but let's look at what Spartans had to invest. They had to invest the Earth Shadow early on, the self-destruct, the nano boost. Everything went. They threw everything in the kitchen sink at them there and still only achieved a restabilization on point B. Now Kotenxi has to make a huge Earth Shadow here if we want to see something that we saw on Dorado, which is where they cycled this Graviton, cycled this Earth Shadow.
Not only that, but they have to get Aya Gink. If he shatters on nothing, it's going to be disastrous. There's both shatters invested. Not too many people hitting the deck, and this first blood going over to Nyx in the fight. Padshak removed from it. And it's going to be the rally forward. Saints just moving it in. And there's nothing really to stop them at this stage. Already a lot of the tank line just falling down, and they're sent back yet again.
I feel so sorry for Kotenx because he's really suffering from a bad case of Discord orbitis. He should be sent to a hospital, get someone checked out, because Curio, he is laying down the pain.
The purple light sending him back to spawn time and time again.
Oh my God!
Huge from the Saints. They can just start to move on forwards. This should be another Earth Shatter for Django available as well. What a flank from Chimpy. Kotex though, he's got a double. This is going to get shut down, and where did that come from?
Chimpy is such an insane player. I am so happy with him today. He has really shown up. The projected barriers have been massive as well, as you saw in that very last fight. That actually, Django didn't go down to the floor because of a projected barrier in the way that completely stopped that Earth Shatter from going through. Chimpy has been more than just a Graviton user.
4.5 minutes though, the Saints have the opportunity. Shield bashed out! Django has no Earth Shatter now, and they can start to move it on forwards. A nice advantage. There's the Graviton, there's the self-destruct, but they've yet to find the kills. Transcendence being layered down on top as well. Nothing really found with all of these ultimates being invested. Kotex finds one with the Earth Shatter, and there's just really no one finding the openings here. The charge is out and actually missed the tricks. First to fall, they trade it back. Both Lucio's going down. Chippy has the Graviton. Kotex going to be under the kosh. That Biotic Grenade not going to be able to heal them up, but Barnyard's doing the work. Gets the D-Mech, gets the Ryan, gets Chimpy down. And there's going to be the Spartans starting to get a little bit of respite.
Well, they have pushed so far, and only 3 minutes 40 remaining, John. There's a lot of time here to make something work. Spartans, however, they're going to have a lot of things online right now. Saints, if they can have another push like they had on point B, remove a lot of these ultis from the board, in which case they had all the supportive ultimate available. That's exactly what they've got going now. Spartans could have another bad fight.
Shatter available for Kotex, gets shield bash, but he still has it. Shatter laid down, invested, sent 2 to the floor, but they really can't move forwards here. Graviton Surge invested as well. There they go. The Saints all grouped up, but no one's there to try and make it work. The Nano Boost onto the Reinhardt, and the Transcendence to cancel it out. Nyx going down first, removes that Magneto pressure, and the Spartans have their chance. Shatter is in, and the Saints are going to go down. The Spartans get the charges. Double kill for Kotex.
There has been several times here where Kotex has unleashed an Earth Shatter during a fight and found another one midway through. It's such a massive threat that Django has to deal with, in the fact that, oh, I blocked the first one, but I've got to be waiting and ready for the second. It's not something you should be thinking about, especially when it comes to ultis. That is not a cooldown ability.
2.5 minutes now. The Saints having their time back whittled down almost by half. At this stage, they're going to go for another fight, shield bash again, but it's not really going to find too much. Self-destruct into the back line, it's going to be blocked up as well, but the rest of their team are there. They move it on forward. Sound barrier onto a 2-player loss already. Curio has a bit of damage, but he's not going to be able to survive too much longer. That sound barrier wearing down, and with the D-Mech, Leonia can start to just roll it on forwards. Easy Graviton Surge built up. they can send them back yet again. 2 minutes now.
I really do think here the Saints, they have tried very, very difficultly now to go for this desperate push onto point C. I think they know they want it. You can tell that they want it, but all they're doing so far is just feeding ultimate charge over to the Spartans. Saints, they come back into this one. This time they have a little bit more opportunity. One thing to note though, Curio, Transcendent's last fight, another one already on the board.
Really accurate with those orbs, getting a lot of damage done for sure. But in comes the Graviton Surge. There's going to be for the Saints, but Spartans still have theirs. Transcendence is out, and they still haven't invested it. There's 2 kills going their way, but in comes the Graviton to try and counter it down. No Transcendence to stop the damage coming through, but they're just keeping their team alive. The charge from Kotex, the Nano Boost layered down on top, but the Shatter's down. He's going to send 2 out, but the trades are going relatively even. The Saints up to a minute and 20. They won't be able to move it forwards with the self-destruct. Gink going down, and the Saints have to remount.
There is now only 1 minute remaining from that 4-minute original time bank. It's tough for them right now.
This
and
guarantees
it's
the Spartans the second attempt.
Awful stagger there for them, which will make the next push not happen until 40 seconds or plus. Right, they're going to come into this one with the rally. They drop it now. Sound barrier also available. But once again, Spartans, they seem to always have this Earth Shatter and Graviton combo available to them, John. This is it right now.
Beautiful cycle work coming out. Katank shield bash yet again. There's the Biotic Grenade layer down on top. Shatter down! And the Saints are completely taken out of the fight. Sound barrier to try and get a little bit of a foothold into the fight, but it is just too little too late. Already the DMAC coming through. The Graviton from the sidelines. Transcendence is there. Curio, an absolute machine. And they might just be able to turn it around just that little bit with Leone going low, but he's able to step back behind the cover and remount. 18 seconds now. There's the sound barrier coming in for the spot. Graviton Surge available for Chimpy. Finds 1. It's onto the Brigitte. Padshak gets sucked in as well. Shatters down, but Django finds 2. The flame strike is huge. 6 seconds left. The Saints need to find everything, and Django's doing the work. They move it on forwards. Overtime is going to tick away, but the Spartans have to throw everything they have.
I don't think there's opportunity for a recontest here. They are jumping out. There will be 3 players on the point. Nice projector barrier. Mr. Tricks going very low. Out comes the self-destruct. No kills found as of yet.
Oh, 2 players go down. Another one as well. Discord Orb on to the Wrecking Ball. Kotex back into the fray as well, but they are just falling like flies at this stage. Overtime has already ticked away. The Spartans have done the work they need to get that second attempt, and the Saints send it home.
Now, if there's anything to go by on point A, we saw Spartans been held for such a long time, right? And the Saints, they pushed through in a blink of an eye, like you said earlier. So there is massive potential right now for these teams. Spartans, they have to change something. They have to change something if they want to make their way through Hollywood quickly. If they cannot, then it will be all over.
It's down to the wire. It's going to be tricky, to say the least. A minute on the clock. Pretty much going to be pushing majority of the time in that overtime situation.
Yep.
Really, really difficult to contend with. Just on a mentality front. These teams, both, they've been slugging it out for so long in the Overwatch Arena Clash, and to come to the finals,
it's all down to this now.
On your home turf, be up to the wire like this. It must be so nerve-wracking for the Spartans, but they've shown that they can hold it together when it counts.
Under pressure as well. Like, it could have all ended there. But the Spartans, they bring it back. Now we come over to Hollywood first. Once again, flashbacks, right? Got to see if they can hold on to this one for a little bit longer. But Curio, he is really he is the glue that's holding this team together. The transcendences are always there, always available to his team to keep them alive. It's very, very impressive to see. And I think every single player on the Saints has had a moment of greatness today. I think Spartans, they need to bring it up. I think a lot of them are very, very good. A massive fire strike from Django. 37%, that means he hit 5 players on the enemy team because it is 7% per charge.
They're going straight on him, not taking any breaks. The Saints started moving on forwards, and the first kill goes over onto Kotex. He's very low, however, and so he is traded back. Chimpy trying to get the right clicks in, but there's the Biotic Grenade as well to keep him nice and healthy. Leonia gets another kill. The Spartans starting to turn the tides, but there's still a high charge Zarya to contend with. But Magic Marth zoning away the backline, and the Spartans have to fall back just a little bit, regroup, and of course the spawn advantage is with them. The T-Mech is out, the rally is there. They can start to move it on forward. 18 seconds are starting to come out, and the contest is going to be mounted. The Spartans have control of the point for now, but for how long?
There has to be a big Earth Shatter here as they make the recontest. 59% on Chimpy. Leonia has made a big deficit here. He's going to try and drop it down. He does. They all go down.
4-4. There's the barrier to keep Padshak alive, and Curio gets the double. Able to pop the Transcendence as well. And Chimpy's there. Only half the point capped. Overtime starting to tick away. The Spartans still have it. The Shatter of their own is out, but Kotex only finds one. Getting zoned away.
This is
they
incredible.
still have the Kotest. The Kotest?
The
There
Kotest.
we go. He's going to come on through. But it's just going to be
is.
shut down. Chimpy, Curio doing so much work for their team. Only 53.4% to cap, and the Saints have a minute to do so.
What a play from Kuro at the end there. I said he is the glue, but I take it back, John. This guy is a weapon. The man is the spearhead. He is showing us how it's done, how Yamana plays Zenyatta right. He doesn't hold the team together, he holds the team up.
They need to channel Thermopylae right now, the Spartans, if ever there was a time.
To hold the line.
Hold the line. This is where we hold them. This is where we take the Saints down. Give them what they've been getting. Just as good. They do have the chance to win it. Of course, they do have that 53.4%, which means that we will see a definite victory at this stage.
Could go 2-2, could go 3-1. Just don't know yet. There's been so many variables during these games, John. I'm just not sure
2 fights.
How it's going to go down. Yeah, 2 fights. That's all it will be. Potentially even 1 if they really extend this out, go full GOAT style on us. I really do think this comes down to Spartans. I think it comes down to how Katanks plays, how Ice Phoenix plays. I think playing on the ground there just gave so much of an opening for the Saints beforehand.
If you're playing up on the cafe, you can just throw those biter grenades and be so safe from this Ghost composition.
If you're a Spartans fan, you're feeling pretty worried right now.
Absolutely.
If you're a Saints one, this could all end right now.
1 minute is all that stands between the Saints and potential victory here at the Overwatch Arena Clash Finals. It's do or die time. Spartans. They need to get it done. They need to hold the line. The Saints bearing down now. They're straight onto the point. They're allowed to move on forwards. Kotek's already super high charge. Nick's dispatched very early on. A nice start to the fight, and actually there's the Zarya starting to try and move forward as well.
Low.
They've taken the defense as
now
well.
we can just go back.
Kotex has fallen down, and with the sport advantage, they might be able to do it. But if they stagger too much, they're going to allow Kotex to get back into the fight. 27 seconds.
But Magic Marv was the person to go down there, right? Because he's got the boosters. They can get back to the point even quicker. 21 seconds. This is the last fight now, Gion. There's not much on the board. Kotex is coming up towards that Earth Shatter. 30% behind is Django.
He's into the fight now.
Available.
Has the shatter.
He blocks
into
it.
the back. The block comes through, so he didn't find too much value.
He's so
very,
low.
very low.
He's so
Gonna
low.
get taken down. Aya King with the boot.
Another
the
Transcendence.
Saints are going to start to move it forward. The Transcendence there to keep them nice and healthy, but the heal block comes through, and they're starting to roll it back. Ice Phoenix comes up huge. Graviton from Leonia as well. Self-destruct sequence into the backlines on the staircase. Nyx falls down, but it's traded. They take down Barnyard on the Mini Diva. Chimpy's still into the fight. The Magic Marv coming
right
up
now.
big, trading the self-destructs, but the pressure, it's so lackluster at this stage. They need to keep contesting. They need to keep it moving forwards. Barnyard over onto the wrecking ball. There's the Graviton. The Saints.
massive.
Start to
It's
move forward.
massive.
Chimpy, it's huge. Double kill coming out. The Saints, they have nothing left
body
to
blocking
do
it.
but hold.
You're not getting
There's
through
the
today.
cap. No one's moving through. The Saints take it home.
The
in
line
the home ground
is
of the
broken.
Spartans.
The line is broken, John. And the Saints, they will take this one.
It goes the way of the Saints. Beautiful performance coming out. The Spartans, they fall at the last.
It's everywhere.
It's absolutely everywhere. Such an intense final fight. Beautiful coming back in there. The Saints, what a performance they were able to put on. Curio consistently having those transcendences. The right clicks, the discords, left and right. Look at that. It's a little bit of smiles. They're happy with themselves. They've had a good time. And don't forget, they do walk away with £100 worth of game credit, as well as £50 of those peripherals. But the men of the hour here, it's the Saints. Magic Marv, front and centre.
What a stance. What a
Look at
stance
that is
as well.
powerful.
That's a power stance right there.
Powerful. Look at that.
It's unfortunate for these lads in Stratford. They really, really made a good show today. I didn't see it coming. The Saints, they sweep it underneath them.
Yeah.
Such incredible plays throughout. I really do think it comes down to Curio, though. Those transcendences are just so awesome during that entire game.
His positioning is really good, really strong. And it's just so impactful when he's able to get it done. and they weren't able to stop it out. But that's enough of me. I need to give my voice a rest. That's enough of us shouting. We're going to throw it back over to our host, L. I don't know what you're going to do with that, but it can't be as exciting as what we just saw.
Well, I mean, another incredible final today has just been absolutely action-packed. I don't think we could ask for a better end to a year of Arena Clash. It has been unbelievable. Now, I am just so excited to be here today. But of course, don't forget, we've also got more matches coming up tomorrow when we're going to be having Tekken, and this is going to be a big one because it's going to be a rematch of the Bradford Rams, who took on our obviously incredible London team. The Lionhearts have just been taking down everybody non-stop, and I think this one is going to be just a rematch of that 5-hour game that is going to be very, very exciting, because this time around the Rams have been playing like they've got something to prove. So don't go anywhere. We want you back tomorrow. We need you to come back, join in and finish off this season of Arena Clash. But now I'm going to invite some of the players from the two teams that we just watched, the Saints and the Spartans, in to have a chat with us, because as I said, an incredible game, and I want to talk to them about it. Hello. How are you feeling?
Amazing. I don't know how to. I know it's like really cliche, like when we say amazing, but honestly, yeah, it's incredible to win finally. Yeah, it's brilliant.
I mean, and we were really excited to see you here, because I think it's fair to say at the beginning of the season we weren't necessarily expecting to see you guys in the final, and then suddenly out of nowhere, you know, in playoffs, you suddenly blew us all away. So what changed for you guys?
We scrimmed a lot, we practiced a lot, and I don't know. We always felt like we could do it. So to us to be underdogs was like. It was cool to come in and just win. Yeah, it's brilliant.
And so did it add pressure to today, knowing that you were coming in against a team that were probably, you know, the favourites today?
Well, they beat us before, right? So to come in and we came in and we thought it would go either way, but we came in confident though. We thought we'd do it, and we did in the end.
Well, I mean, yeah, safe to say you did indeed do it. All right, I'm going to keep you here. I'm just going to jump over. Hello. Now, I'm so sorry to have you here in this position. Yeah, I mean, but what I am going to say is, for a debut season, this has been pretty phenomenal. How did you guys come in just so strong in your very first season of play?
So, sorry, my voice is a bit funked. So.
Yeah, I imagine it's a little...
I was the one doing the yelling, so... So, basically, I brought some friends over from other teams that I had before. So, Barnyard, Kotanks, Tricks, we've all played in a team before, but playing with Padshak, Jake and Harry, we've never played before, so it's quite an experience playing with him again, well, for the first time. So it was quite weird seeing different strengths and weaknesses from other people. So it's quite hard to get used to playing with new players on our team, especially how they play different play styles and such. Really wanted to scrim more, but never had time. So everyone's schedule's so booked constantly. So, yeah.
So what do you think you're going to change for next season? Because I assume we're going to see you all come back. I mean, you were so good. I can't bear the thought of you not being back next season.
Yeah, most of us will be back next season. We'll probably be practicing a lot more this time. So you better watch out.
And finally, I'll just ask, how have you enjoyed the season? How has it been overall? Because as I said, you guys have been phenomenal competitors.
So the season, it's been so much fun. Everyone on our team had so much fun. Like, we're actually really proud that Cardiff has actually gotten like so much better. Like, it was actually really close, and it was actually really fun to play against them. Like, we could hear them screaming on the other side too. So like, we got hyped as well. So it's like, it's not that we lost. It's just like we played the best we could at that time. We didn't beat them. That's fine. They were better. It's fine.
Well, you came pretty close, and as I said, you have been absolutely fantastic this season. So congratulations on making it to the final, and good luck next season.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, well, let's go ahead, I think, and get the rest of your team in. Come on, guys, come on in. I'm going to ask you to step out. I'm so sorry. I feel terrible. All right, come on in. Well, I'm going to reach behind you. I'm going to pull up what you've all been waiting for, and I'm going to hand over the trophy to our Overwatch champions, the Saints. Well, this was our first official Overwatch Arena Clash this season. It was in partnership with Overwatch, and these guys have triumphed. You've had an incredible season. They came out of nowhere late game and just blew us all away, and they came in today as the underdogs. And I think it's safe to say they are not leaving as the underdogs. We are all going to have our eye on you next season. But that is just about it from us today. I don't know if you've quite made it through. I think I'm going to collapse the second this broadcast is over. But as I said earlier on, we have got an incredibly exciting match tomorrow. So we are going to be having our Tekken 7 final, and it is a rematch of the 5-hour final from last season between the London Lionhearts and the Bradford Rams. Of course, London Lionhearts are the reigning champions, but the Bradford Rams have been playing like they have got something to prove. So we'll see you back here tomorrow. Make sure to subscribe to us on Twitch, to follow us on Twitter at Belong Arenas, because we'll send you out notifications when we go live. But for now, I'm going to leave you with a big round of applause for our fantastic Overwatch champions, the Saints.